Because the people in the back and see, now that's getting better. That's getting closer. Can Keith Perkins hear me? Because if Keith Perkins can't hear me, it's not loud enough. If Keith Perkins can't hear me, it's not loud. Oh, that's better. That's better. Good morning, Keith. Good morning, everyone. We are excited to be together again. If we have President Peterson, Mayor Weldon, and President Lacey want to come on up to the table here, we'll have our welcomes from the municipality and the tribe and the owner of this fine facility on the traditional lands that we are on today. And so we're really pleased. Our breakfast this morning was sponsored by the Alaska Committee. And I know there's a member, Southeast Conference member, Kara is here, who helped coordinate a fantastic legislative reception that was this past week. But they work hard all year long to make the capital city a very welcoming and functional place logistically. So that's been a key group helping the legislature meet their needs. So we really appreciate it. Did Wayne or anyone else make it in? I don't want to not give them an opportunity to say a couple of words if they wanted to. So it is great to see you all here. And we have a lot to talk about. And I think with that, since we were just, everybody's ready, Madam President. So I'll yield the floor to Lacey, who will come up and officially get us kicked off. So welcome and good morning.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? Yeah? Coffee on board? Yes. Okay. Well, welcome, everybody. My name is Lacey Simpson. I'm the Assistant City Manager for the City of Ketchikan. And this year I have the privilege of serving as Board President for Southeast Conference. Thank you all so much for coming here today. It's great to see you. Great to see this turnout. And again, it's great to see everybody gathering in person. I'm happy to see that happening more frequently. It's been a really exciting last year for Southeast Conference with the completion of the 2021-2025 SEDS. This organization is really pushing boundaries and moving forward based on the work that a lot of you have done in informing the SEDS and creating priorities for the region based on economic prosperity. This has helped Southeast Conference secure some really major funds. At the annual meeting in Ketchikan, we heard about the Mariculture cluster, which is leveraging over $40 million in pursuit of mariculture throughout the region. Of course, Southeast Conference has had to expand with its staff in order to accommodate all of these different priorities, and is really doing some innovative and ambitious work throughout the region. I'm really proud in just a few short years that I've been on the board of what Southeast Conference has been able to accomplish. As the theme of Mid-Session Summit and also the annual meeting, Charting the Course Ahead, takes all of us together. Southeast Conference is really leading the way there. It's at the forefront of leveraging different resources throughout the region, be it funds, be it people, different resources, expertise, to again make our economy stronger, make them more resilient, and also innovative. Some of the work that Southeast Conference is spearheading is unlike any in maybe the world. So I'm extremely proud of what Robert and his staff has been able to achieve. Mid-Session Summit is such a great time for all of us to get together as regional leaders. Again, hoping to build on the success that took place in Ketchikan this last fall at the annual meeting. It's a great time for all of us to check in with each other, get updates, build new relationships, and of course, meet with our legislators and tell them about what good work Southeast Conference is doing, about the priorities that each of us have in our own communities. Again, the success of Southeast Conference is not possible without all of you. You are our region's leaders, our representatives of organizations, of industries. You've been at the table all along. You've helped inform the priorities of this organization. You've sat on committees. You're up here today to give updates on the work that you're doing. And also, I'd like to thank our sponsors for Mid-Session Summit, from breakfast to lunch to just general operational expenses that make Mid-Session Summit happen. I would like to thank all of our many sponsors. So if you see those folks in the room, please tell them thank you. Lastly, I did want to thank Robert and his tremendous staff. They have been going gangbusters for the last year. They really have it. They've just been going flat out, just really trying to do excellent work for the region. And I'm hoping that you can give them a little round of applause for the Herculean effort. Again, thank you all so much for being here this week. We've got a great session coming up. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to my third favorite mayor, Mayor Beth Weldon.
Okay, I'm following Madam President, and Mr. President is following me. I'm a little intimidated this morning. It's great to see everyone again. Welcome to Gino. Fun to hear what everybody's been up to since our summer session in Sitka. Gino in January, summer in Sitka. Hard act to follow, but welcome to Winter Wonderland. I hope everybody's wearing their boots today. Eagle Crest is very happy, however. Once again, as Lacey said, Robert Venables and his staff has created an exciting and diverse array of speakers. We're ready to update on everything Southeast Alaska. Remember, it takes all of us together to chart our course ahead. Later this morning and during the conference, we'll be graced with virtual appearances from Governor Dunleavy and Senator Murkowski, also Senator Sullivan and Congresswoman Klouda. My personal favorite, Meilani Schijvens, will entertain us all with an update on our Southeast economy by the numbers here in a bit. And other topics we will cover in the next 2 days are industry forecast, transportation, tourism, healthcare, fisheries, broadband, energy, almost every major topic that we could possibly be interested in, we have a panel on or a speaker on. So kudos again to Southeast Conference staff. I won't give it all to Robert. I know his staff works very hard. We also get a chance to hear later today from our Senate panel, and tomorrow we'll hear from our representative panel. And I saw Representative Ortiz here, but I haven't seen anybody else here today yet so far. Everybody at Southeast Conference looks forward to hearing Larry look at his legislative crystal ball and to try to predict the session. He does actually a pretty good job. And we will wrap up our conference hearing about the successes of our tribal enterprises. On Thursday, for those of you who are sticking around, we will have our second annual Southeast Conference Transportation Symposium with an agenda all its own. So while you're in Gino, please take the opportunity to go up to the Capitol. Most of the sidewalks are covered and we'll work hard. Our Director Kester here will be working hard shoveling the sidewalks off for your trip up there to visit your legislators. Cold weather, but hopefully warm hospitality here in general. So thank you for coming. If there's anything that I or my office can do during your stay to make your stay more pleasant, please let me know. Again, welcome to the conference.
Well, I don't know about this third favorite mayor stuff, because she's my favorite mayor. Good morning, everybody. My name is Richard Peterson, and I'm the president of Central Council of Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska. You're in our house, so welcome. We're very happy to host you this morning. I'm always excited with Southeast Conference because, you know, about 10 years ago, I was on the board for Southeast Conference, and it's exciting to come together and see friends and neighbors, colleagues, people who really want to build healthy and strong and vibrant communities for Southeast are all sitting here in the room. And I'm incredibly, I just want to embarrass Robert a little bit and just say, Robert's the best thing to happen to Southeast Conference in a long time. I've sat here over the years and you'll hear me say things like healthy tribes make healthy communities and tell you how we want to partner and build relationships. And damn it, if Robert doesn't hold me to that every single day, and he's building strong relationships because he knows that it's going to take all of us working together. Tribes, municipalities, corporations, businesses, nonprofits, we all have to be at the table if we want to see a strong and vibrant economy in Southeast. And put politics aside and just put work in. And so I'm a huge Robert fan. You know, he walks his talk, and we're seeing the results. We're seeing the diversification in Southeast Conference. You're seeing the influx of new monies, new industries. And, you know, it seems like oftentimes we're kind of the last ones at the table in our own region when these opportunities come along. And now they have this whole Mariculture cluster. We're working together with the USDA on the SAS agreements, which we'll bore you to tears about, but they're really bringing in new money that's directed by the communities, where for the first time I feel like the dog is wagging the tail instead of the tail wagging the dog. And I'm really excited about that. And none of that would be possible if we didn't have Robert there pushing and pulling and prodding us all to walk our talk and be good neighbors, to work together to build that strong economy that we know we can deliver here in Southeast Alaska. So I'm really excited to just work with Southeast Conference. Again, happy to host you in our home. Be sure to stop out in the sacred grounds and enjoy some of our great coffees. I'm really proud of our team here at Elizabeth Pradovich Hall and our catering team. If you don't have an excellent experience, you go to Jody right there and tell her. Just kidding, let me know, because we really are working and striving to just be the best in town. It's so good to see so many friendly faces. I see my friend Esther from Wrangell, my aunties from Craig and Haynes. This is like,
yeah, the one that's over on my,
it's
it's just in my
desk.
Yeah.
And work together with our friends and family. So, Knichish, Hawa, I hope you have a great time at this mid-session. Glad to see one of our legislators here, Dan. Thank you for being here. We'll keep pointing out that he showed up. But anyways, have a great time and thank you. And if there's anything we can do to make your experience better, you know, you're not going to read about Juneau not shoveling their sidewalks. So thank you, Mayor. Anyways, have a great time.
Those very kind words and those welcomes. Yeah, we do have a bit of a mutual admiration society going on here. President Peterson, probably the youngest mayor that Kosin ever had, and there was a life sentence that leadership. He was on our executive committee and wanted to be the next president. Obviously, he's kind of leapfrogged over that and went straight to the role he's at now. And wow, the explosive success at Lincoln Heights Central Council has been amazing, and it's been inspiring, and it's something that we've been able to leverage. And you know, it's iron sharpens iron. We've been I think really pleased, but as exciting as the successes of this past year have been, we've got many challenges ahead, and we're going to dive into a lot of those today and tomorrow and the next day. But we do have a lot to celebrate, and the best thing that ever happened to Southeast Conference is you guys. Because you are what makes it, and it's what's inspiring. But success, if after the end of this conference, Mayor, what should success look like for this event? Yeah, that should work. That's kind of a good technological check as we get. Yeah, there's a little button on top.
Scheer. Robert asked me what success would look like 30 seconds ago, so I've had a little time to think about it.
Besides the sales tax,
But success in Juneau is having more sales tax revenue than what you thought it was. Success is having the tribe expand so much that they're buying several buildings, including one that we wanted to buy. It's very funny. But there's lots of little successes too. Successes that we keep as a city, keep supporting childcare. That seriously wouldn't put me on the spot. That we have shoveled sidewalks. What else have we done well in Juneau besides get along as an assembly? Interesting meeting last night is all I could say. So success is having the tourism industry back in town. That was 2 years. That was very hard for Juneau and other southeast communities that rely on tourism. So with that, I will stop and let somebody else take the mic.
I think success too. I think the mayor sometimes undersells the great partner that Juneau is, and especially in northern southeast as the hub for all of our communities. And she's gone out of her way to really be supportive of other communities and other mayors and other issues. So appreciate that. President Peterson, what's success look like?
Well, for the tribe, it's been, I think the mayor alluded to it, land back. We've been buying land like crazy, but I think most importantly is the job growth. You know, Clinton Haida right now employs over 500 people. You know, when I came on board 8 years ago, it was about 190. So we're seeing that growth. And so, you know, there's always a little tension between municipalities and tribes because tribes tend not to pay taxes. One thing I tell our municipal friends and colleagues is, no, but we create jobs and they do. And that's something to look at. And I think that job creation is the greatest success. But we have some big challenges. The mayor alluded to childcare. I think affordable housing, transportation. You know, we heard great news this week that our congressional delegation was very successful in getting money for our Marine Highway. I don't want to be the damp blanket on that, but is our state going to use that correctly to build up the highway, or are they just going to continue the long, slow death? And I think that, you know, takes us holding them accountable, telling them that we need dependable transportation. That's not only good for our region, but it's good for all of Alaska. You know, I think we're too pitted against one, well, oh, the rail belt doesn't like the ferry system. We need to realize that we all rise together as a state. And so I hope organizations like Southeast Conference can help unify that voice so that we're singing a positive song about what our transportation needs and how they benefit all of Alaska.
Yeah, and that certainly going to be a very focused discussion as we get into tomorrow and the next day on transportation. Lacey, thoughts on success for this event?
Oh, well, I think Beth and Richard hit on a lot of points that we can all relate to, a lot of struggles that pretty much every community has in Southeast. So I think what is successful for me or for my community when I come to these events is being able to learn from other leaders around the region. No one has the answer. I certainly don't have the answer, but somebody else in this room might have the answer. So I really enjoy the opportunity to talk with my colleagues, talk with other folks around the region about how they're doing it, maybe steal a few ideas or maybe become part of something larger that seems to be working for one place. Maybe it can work for the region as a whole. So I just hope to be able to check in with all of you and hopefully learn from what all of you are learning. I think that's the greatest value that these conferences hold, is our ability to come together and hopefully find those unifying things.
Well, you know, this week's announcement of the $285 million certainly helped me earn my latest badge on here, Excites Easily. So I know that was exciting news for the region, but as President Peter said, we need to have a plan, and that's one thing that we do well as a region. Come together and we make that plan, and we're going to hear how that has progressed. So, but again, it's not that's not an event, that's a process, something that has to be watched over. And so one of the things that we have is our committee structure. So those of you that are members or future members, sign up for those committees, because that's where we do the day-to-day, month-to-month check-ins, how we're doing and what course corrections we need to do. So we're very excited to spend these next couple of days charting the course ahead, but it takes all of us together. And so that is what we're looking forward to, as well as our next speaker, who is on his way virtually. So he'll be beaming in here directly, but I think that one of the things that we're excited to do is see some of the progress that we have made. And that's what we're going to hear from when Meilani comes up. It's always a mixed bag, right? She's got just enough good news to inspire us and make us say, oh, yay, and just enough, really? And then I'm really excited about what follows for the rest of the day as well. So with that, would you please not only thank our welcoming panel, but welcome the governor of the great state of Alaska, Mike Dunleavy.
Hey, good morning, everybody. President Peterson, Robert.
The floor is yours.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, just good morning, and thanks for having me here. I mean, this is obviously an annual event that not just Southeast looks forward to, but most of Alaska. I think a lot of great ideas are generated out of your conference and have been over the years. So I just wanted to touch upon a couple things. I'm always optimistic about the potential of Alaska. I came up in the early 80s, actually came up on the Columbia and landed in Ketchikan in the early 80s. Was destined to go over to a logging camp in Prince of Wales Island, Whale Pass. It was Gildersleeve Log at the time. And it was really my first introduction to Alaska and just the tremendous potential that Alaska had. I mean, Southeast was booming at that time, obviously, because of timber, because of fisheries, and because of other activities occurring in Southeast Alaska. And when you really look at Southeast, it really checks off all the boxes for once again, for a great place to have a family, to live, and to work between mining, our logging operations, even though they're smaller than they once were, they still exist, tourism, government, the university, the list goes on and on. And Southeast also benefits, I think, tremendously from its hydroelectricity, which lowers the cost of energy. And this bodes well for any future businesses that may want to set up shop. As we know, there's discussions about having a processing plant on Prince of Wales Island, but it also opens up the doors, the opportunity for other types of businesses to come there. One of the things I just want to leave folks with is that Alaska was really built upon the premise of opportunity, built upon the premise that if you had a great idea and if you worked hard, you would get terrific outcomes. And we definitely see glimmers of that. I mean, our fishing industry is 100 plus years. Our mining industry is 100 plus years. The timber industry had better days before it was basically shut down in the Tongass during the Clinton administration. But nonetheless, oil, gas, you name it, and now logistics for the Anchorage International Airport being one of the busiest air cargo airports in the world. We also have all kinds of additional opportunities. I mean, you've heard us talk about the potential for carbon, and Southeast Alaska, again, was one of the leaders with Sea Alaska in 2015, along with other native corporations such as Otna. And so the potential is tremendous, but I was listening in, I wasn't lurking. It was a fascinating conversation you were having. And that was basically, how do you determine success? And that's a great question. I think for the state of Alaska, how many of us would determine success is that we have so many people wanting to come here. So many of our kids and grandkids wanting to stay here, that becomes a problem. We're quite a distance away from that becoming a problem, because right now what we're facing are declining birth rates in Alaska and really a stagnant population. This is something that we all have to work on to change. And I think Alaska's got a lot going for us, and we're going to market Alaska so people can see what we have going for us. But there's a deeper issue that I think we all need to work on, and that is Alaska's motto is North to the Future. And I can't think of a better motto. It really, I think, paints a picture of optimism, which it should, and I still think it does. But too often, what we're hearing nowadays is no to opportunity. It's no to Anwar, or it's no to King Cove Road, or it's no to a West Sioux Road, or it's no to a Juneau Access Road. And when you pile up these no's, you reduce your opportunities. You reduce opportunities for young people, especially. Alaska is always viewed as a young state in terms of age of the population. And this was true in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, 90s, it started to change. But now, as we know, a lot of us are getting long in the tooth, and some of our kids, or many of our kids, actually are looking for opportunity elsewhere. We have an opportunity to change that around. Not to be no pun there, but we do have an opportunity to change that around. And it really starts with all of us. I was listening to folks talk about, for example, President Peterson talked about the increase in jobs at Hnilicka Heights. I think that's fantastic, and I think you should be commended for that, as well as the other activity that's occurring in Southeast. But I think we could I think we could ramp this up a little bit in just looking at all opportunities, and I think we have to do that in the context that an opportunity is simply that. It's an opportunity. It doesn't mean that somebody else loses out. It means that we all win when our neighbor has a success or our neighbor has an idea. And so that's one of the main issues I'd like to impart upon the conference is really, really think about, have discussions at breaks or with your neighbor sitting next to you. What does opportunity really look like? What is success? As Robert was talking to the panel about, what does that really look like? And I think if we can all coalesce around the idea that all opportunities are good, Alaska succeeds. Southeast Alaska certainly succeeds, but all of Alaska succeeds. And I think that's what we want. We were talking about the ferry system. Ferry system, as we know, is what did fall on hard times. A lot of the boats were old boats. A lot of the boats were being laid up and needed repairs. You did mention that the infusion of funds from the federal government for the ferry, that's a good thing, and something that we're going to be able to work with folks in how we allocate those funds and make sure those funds are used in the right manner. We also set up a fund for the ferry system. In 2020, I think there was about $4 million in that fund. This year, there's $30 million. We are going to be bringing the Columbia back online here pretty soon, here in February. The Tustamina, we're working on getting a replacement. The funding is put in place there. There's discussions of potential electric ferries, let's say between Saxman, Metlakatla, and other short distances in Southeast. All this bodes well for the ferry system. And we all want a sustainable ferry system. Just like was mentioned, we want a sustainable road system for the interior and South Central Alaska. When we look at our fisheries this year and the last couple of years in Alaska has been mixed. We've had incredible record runs of red salmon, for example, in Bristol Bay, but we've had a more difficult time with some of our other species across Alaska. We know that we're now facing a lawsuit in Southeast Alaska by a group, I believe, out of Seattle that wants to shut down the king fishery. Alaska, the movement for statehood in Alaska really took off because of our fisheries, because of federal management of our fisheries, and they were doing a poor job. I don't think anyone that knows the history of fishing in Alaska would say otherwise. When the federal government was in control of this state, our fisheries were not doing very well. Our fisheries management, even though we've fallen on difficult times here with a couple species in the last few years, our fisheries management is lauded throughout the world, our state approach to the fishing. So these lawsuits that come about, we're going to fight them because we think it's bad for Alaska. We think it's bad for individual Alaskans. And this particular suit is bad for Southeast Alaska. But there's a number of these actions in these suits that we have to fight, unfortunately. I mentioned in the state of the state that Rhode Island or Delaware doesn't have the same problems that Alaska has. And that is people believe that live outside the state, that they believe that Alaska belongs to them. That it doesn't belong to Alaskans. It doesn't belong to our Alaskans that have been here for thousands of years, or our Alaskans that have moved here in the last generation or so. But it is our Alaska, and nobody takes care of Alaska better than we do. And so, as I've said to people, both in state and nationally, Alaska does Alaska better than anybody. We protect the environment better than anybody. We make sure that any type of potential oil spill or oil leak in our pipeline, we do everything to make sure that that does not happen. Our mining, same way. And so we've got to work together to push back against these outside forces. And this is one of the reasons why we're going to be asking for more money again in our state defense approach to these, what we believe are unfair and unfortunate suits that are being filed against Alaska. But I want to leave you with, some optimism, because I am extremely excited about the next several years. Whether it's carbon, whether it's our gas line that our Asian allies are looking at for the potential of producing hydrogen, whether it's our critical minerals all over the state of Alaska, there are tremendous opportunities for us. Tremendous opportunities. And again, the promise of Alaska was to develop its resources. It wasn't necessarily to tax the other guy, because when we became a state, we didn't have a lot of people here. And that was one of the big discussions at statehood. How does Alaska pay for itself? And it was settled upon, I think, by most people that Alaska needed to capitalize upon its resources. Again, it's fisheries, it's timber, it's mining, it's oil, it's gas, it's logistics, our placement in the world, our placement in the North Pacific. All of these things were created for Alaska to have opportunities. So I think out of all the states, Alaska came into this union with tremendous opportunity, tremendous positive potential. And we've capitalized on some of it, but I think we've just scratched the surface. And what I look forward to is hearing what comes out of your conference over the next couple of days, what ideas you have, what suggestions you have. And I look forward to working with each and every group represented today at your Southeast Conference, but all the groups across Alaska that want to move Alaska forward. So just to let you know that in my administration, you've got more than a willing partner to assist with some of the economic infrastructure needs, et cetera, that you have in Southeast Alaska. And we're going to be looking at roads in Southeast Alaska, continuing to improve the ferry system in Southeast Alaska. We're going to do whatever it takes, again, to provide opportunity for all Alaskans. And so with that, I want to thank you for allowing me to say a few words, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. I may ask for a lifeline, or I may say, I may not have a detail, if it's a detailed, that deserves a detailed question that deserves a detailed answer, but nonetheless, I'm here to answer questions, and thank you for allowing me to be part of this today.
Thank you, Governor. Hearts wrapped up in the hull of that ferry system, and you did acknowledge that in your remarks. I don't know if there's anything you want to elaborate on there, because I really don't think that the administrations and the efforts that Commissioner Ryan and Deputy Commissioner Kiehl and staff have been doing this past year have really been acknowledged. We're going to be digging into those somewhat, but is there anything you want to elaborate on there? I mean, what's different this time, perhaps, than the last time we had?
And you're referring to the ferry system?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to read off a couple things. So we now have an 18 months forward funding schedule that we began in 2021. The Hubbard is upgraded for longer runs. The Taslina is upgrades are scheduled for this year, and the work will be done in Southeast Alaska. The Columbia is returning to service next month. The system fund and the vessel replacement fund have now have a combined $74 million. It's no longer subject to the annual sweep, so that money will stay there. The system fund, when back in FY20 had about $4 million in it, now has an additional $30 million. Again, we're replacing the Tustamina, and the awards will soon be announced. We are supporting work at Cascade Point, and we've signed a land deal with Gold Belt on that. It'll allow for runs of less than 12 hours with a single crew. And of course, the most recent news is $285 million in federal funding. And so we're going to continue to work with everybody in Southeast, the coast, South Central Coast, and going out to the Aleutians, Kodiak as well. What are some other things we could do to improve the ferry system? We also put in place the ferry management board, the board that advises us and keeps an eye on the ferry for everybody. So I think I think a lot has been done over the last few years. Again, when we came into office, and we had to deal with a $1.6 billion deficit. There were some difficult decisions made, but again, I think we've turned a whole bunch of things around over the years with regard to the ferry system. So I'm actually pretty optimistic, and we'll continue to work with those in Southeast Alaska to see where it makes sense, for example, to provide roads from one community to another that may have better access to a ferry in order to improve our transportation system overall in Southeast Alaska. So those are just a few of the things that we've worked on, and there'll be a number of things that we continue to work on as we work at improving the ferry system and making sure that it's sustainable for generations to come.
Thank you. And I was there at the inauguration. I overheard the conversation with Senator Stedman about carbon sequestration and credits being another tool to help support the ferry system. So I appreciate that that's on your mind as well. And we look forward to working with you and your administration on these issues. Maybe one last question before you go. You did mention that lawsuit that's going to be talked about here. What role is the state playing? I know the trawlers, that's 40–50% of their revenue is that Chinook fisheries. Where is the state on that issue, please?
Well, we're gonna fight it. Of course, we think it's wrong, and like I said earlier, we believe Alaska manages Alaska better, and I think it goads a lot of this every time an outside group or a group that's centered outside files suit to hobble Alaska and to basically tell Alaskans that these outside groups know better than we do. So we're going to fight it like we have some of these other actions that have been taken, but we think it's important for all of us to, I don't want to say circle the wagons per se, but all of us to make sure that we work together as Alaskans when one group or another group is under attack, because, you know, the purpose there is to divide us. These type of suits should unite us, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure that we can retain management of our fisheries, and that our folks, especially down in Southeast Alaska, get to fish in a manner they have for years and years and years. And so we're going to fight it.
Well, thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Please thank the governor for his opening remarks, his leadership, and the next 4 years working on these critical issues. So thank you, Governor, for joining us today.
Thank you and good luck. Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on this one, but there's more work that's been done behind the scenes with AMHS than historically has happened, and I think we're going to hear in just a minute. And as soon as the senator is on, please put her on the screen, because we'll take every minute she's got for us. But you know, if I can, just for a moment, there was some kind words said about the staff, and if you haven't met them all, because of all the busy working around here, I know, where's Dan at? I didn't, where's the deputy director? There he is. All right, okay, so Dan and I, we're the pretty faces here. But the real work has to be done. Sarah, you know, Juliana, Kai, Karen Peterson, where's Haley? Nathan is actually with the Alaska Center for Energy and Power, but he is attached to the Southeast Conference office and part of the team here as well. John Bowling is standing up in the back. You all know the amazing work he's doing on the transportation program, and we're going to hear a lot more from him tomorrow, especially Thursday, as he's put together the transportation symposium. Did I miss anybody else on staff? Okay. Small but mighty, and we were able to. We actually needed to bust out of our digs downtown, and we've moved out into the valley. So if you haven't been to our new offices, we're by the airport, so that gives an easy place for you to 9360. The Glacier Highway is the actual physical address, right upstairs above the P&D office there. So we're very pleased to have any of you from out of town come. We've got an office there available if you need a place with Wi-Fi, and we've got a place behind you to stretch out. And if we've got we don't have the senator yet. Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and recognize our board members, because they're the ones that keep us moving. So we heard from President Lacey this morning, and where's Caitlin? Not here yet. Okay, she is on her way. So Caitlin Jarrett from Skagway is our first vice president, and then Zach. I saw you because I literally bumped into you this morning, breakfast line. Don't stand between the coffee pot and the doorway. I learned that this morning. There's like let people get to for a cup of coffee, and there's more breakfast here, by the way. So if you haven't had it or you want another one, please do. Zach's there in the back. It's our second VP, and then where's let's see, Alex is back there, our past president. There's Markos, Scheer, other board members, Jan Hill. I know there's your front and center. We have others that will be coming in, Dennis Gray, Liz Cabrera, Chelsea won't be making this one. And where is also, she's coming on the plane as we speak. So she's flying down from, so she'll be here. So anything you need at all during this week, please make sure you know. And there's Dennis Watson, who is probably the longest serving board member. Continuous. Jan's come back a second time, but there's Dennis Watson, who chairs our transportation committee as well. I think there's anybody else. I should know my own board, right? But hey, it's one of those spur of the moment things. So anything at all that you need. We know the life in DC is not only just 4 hours away, but sometimes galaxies away when it comes to the world they live in. So if the senator is pulled away and not able to come, then we will go ahead and jump into our next presentation, and we will yield the floor for her when she's able to join us. So Nolan, if you would come up as well as Meilani. So if you look at the middle of the table next to the EPH Wi-Fi code that's there, you flip that over, you'll see the QR code. And that QR code will take you to the agenda, it'll take you to the bios. If we spend the time worthy of telling you all about each of our speakers' accomplishments, then they wouldn't have time to present. And we want to hear from them, but as you know, these are very accomplished individuals. Meilani, we get to hear from twice a year. She's stuck with us. She's got a life sentence. Nolan, on the other hand, is a longtime colleague who's been here many times, but hasn't been able to since the pandemic. So we're really glad to have him back. He's the executive director for the University of Alaska's Center for Economic Development. So we're going to dive into that session, and apologies if you get interrupted, but this is really some of the meaty kickoff that we wanted to do. So please welcome Meilani.
Huh. Should we try the PowerPoint version? This doesn't seem to be.
That is the PowerPoint.
Can we try the PDF version?
Yeah.
Being true. I don't know. All right. So we're gonna switch to the other version. We have two just because, make sure all your contingencies are planned. So this is Southeast Alaska by the Numbers, 2002. It's a report that we put out every September. So here's a copy of the report. It's actually in the back too. You can go grab a copy. It's right behind the table where Sarah is, and so you can bring a copy home and do whatever you need to there. Oh. All right. Well, it clicks very slowly, but I've got a lot of slides, so this might be a little bit more interesting. Okay. So we are going to start. So this is updated. We've got lots of really exciting updates. And we're going to start with the top 8 stories of the Southeast Alaska economy right now. So our number 1 top story is the Southeast economy is up by a mile. We added 2,100 jobs to the economy when we look at 2000 to 2001 or 2020 to 2021. That's 5% more jobs. So that's really excellent. But jobs were not created equally across the economy. Next slide.
Try again.
Okay. Jobs were not created equally across the economy. So what we saw was just some really incredible growth, especially when we looked at Gustavus, Hoonah, Petersburg, Yakutat, Skagway, and Sitka. We saw double-digit percentage growth in each of those communities, which is amazing. Where we saw the most growth in terms of count was in Sitka and Juneau. 1,000 jobs were created just in those 2 communities alone. Next slide. All right, so then moving forward, this is gonna, moving forward, we just have preliminary numbers for 2022, but when we look at 2021 to 2022, we've added 1,400 additional jobs back to our economy. That's an increase of 3%. But of course, we are not fully back to full employment yet from where we were during our pandemic days. So this slide really looks at every month since the pandemic started and compares it back to our pre-pandemic month of the same month. And so what we see is that let's just use December, because in December is the latest month of data that we have. We can see that during December 2020, our jobs were still down by 7%. December 2021, our jobs were down by 4%. In December 2022, our jobs were down by 2.7% compared to pre-pandemic times. But we see that in the summer months that disparity really grows significantly. So for example, in June of 2022, we were still down 12% of jobs compared to where we were in 2019. So we're still building back, we're still lagging, but we've had really great job growth. Our number 2 top story is that our wages are growing. And this looks an awful lot like inflation in some ways. And so we've had, when we look at 2019 to 2021 in terms of total wages, we've had several of our sectors, including mining, seafood, healthcare, social services, tourism, and trade, all have double-digit wage growth in terms of the average wage. The average wage across Southeast Alaska altogether grew by 11%. And we did have 3 sectors that had decreased wages, including financial activities, timber, and transportation. But although this does look an awful lot like inflation, we are seeing inflation softening across Southeast Alaska, as we follow national trends. So we've seen, actually, if you just look at October to December data in urban Alaska, which is where we're able to measure it, we've actually seen the CPI go down, so we've seen inflation decrease. I think it is important to point out that that has not yet trickled down to our most rural communities. So we're not all experiencing this decrease in inflation yet. We also can look at our housing market. We saw average home sale prices surge in 2022, but the market is cooling and softening, and so we're expecting that inflation to really start to cool in 2023. Our number 3 top story is that federal funding has been key to Southeast Alaska, to the Southeast Alaska recovery. Southeast Alaska was hit the hardest. I have to really move to get it to change slides. It's an interpretive dance. Federal funding and intervention has really been key. And so Southeast Alaska was hit the hardest of any region in Southeast Alaska as a whole. And we've seen a tremendous number of federal money coming through. And I think Murkowski, Senator Murkowski, were she here, could talk a lot more about this. Some federal awards that came to Southeast Alaska in 2022, here's a tally of 135 million. But we've also had the infrastructure bill hit. And when we include the 285 million for AMHS, the ferry system, and include that in Southeast Alaska, and we're just going to do that today because it feels right. That means that we've had 340 million from the infrastructure bill come to Southeast Alaska so far, and 3 billion to Alaska as a whole. And yeah. And while there was a long list of communities there, and I just wanted to say that we've got infrastructure funding coming to communities across all of Southeast, even to many more than just the ferry system. With the infrastructure bill, we've seen construction jobs increase. So in 2022, jobs were up by 7% with those preliminary numbers. And as we look forward, based on the strength of that infrastructure bill, we think jobs in 2023 are also going to be up by 7% moving forward. Our number 4 top story is that our economy is diverse. And this is going to be our longest top story because I've shoved a lot into this one. And I'm also going to check in on our 3 top private sectors. I really want to start by focusing on our seafood sector. When we look at seafood in 2021, it was our top sector in 2021. And the reason that's exciting, it's exciting for a number of reasons, but exciting. I said exciting. So exciting.
There we go. There we go. So we just heard about federal intervention. We're having an intervention as we speak. But, okay, that means you can hear us. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Senior Senator, the one and only Senator. Senator, welcome.
Well, Robert, thank you. I have to admit, I'm just kind of sitting back laughing. I'm sure that was Meilani that was giving the presentation, and I'm like, this is so beautifully and brilliantly teed up for what I want to talk about, because it's not every Southeast conference that we're really able to talk about good news coming to Southeast and the region. And whether it's the infrastructure bill, what's coming through congressionally directed spending, there's a lot of good news to talk about. So I'm delighted to be with you this morning as you're kicking off your conference, your mid-session summit. I'm going to be in Juneau in about 3 weeks. I'm going to address the legislature the 22nd of February. So I'm here in Washington right now and not able to be with you. I do know that Sherry Klein from my office down there in Ketchikan is with you. So reach out to her as you see her. But again, lots of good things to talk about. I'm still kind of riding on my very good day for Alaska announcement following the press conference that we had earlier this week with Secretary Buttigieg and the FTA administrator, to be able to announce the award of $286 million for our Alaska Marine Highway system. You know, when we were writing this infrastructure bill, Robert, you've heard this story, but it was really a matter of education to my colleagues. Most of them were really focused on what more do we need to be doing for our roads, our rails, our mass transit. And I'm kind of back over here saying, wait a minute, not every place in America is able to connect by a road or a rail or some kind of mass transit. Some of us have communities that are islanded communities that we need to be able to navigate over the water. And so the education process, what we were able to do with creating this rural ferry funding program was good. It was important. And as I have now been joking, I'm really bad with jokes or puns, but it's been a very good day for Alaska. So when you're able to actually write the program itself, you can make sure that many of the unique aspects of Alaska fit into the program itself. We were able to take home, Alaska was nearly 75% of the funds awarded across the nation for that program. So it's $250 million is going to go a long way to help us upgrade our vessels, get new ones, improve operations and docks across the system. We're going to be able to improve the dock there in Juneau as well as in Pelican. We're going to upgrade some of the biggest and oldest vessels. We're going to replace the rusty tusty. Going to be able to design a mainlander, improve route coverage to benefit dozens of communities, and then of course move forward on an electric ferry. I think what was good news for us, and I think to the state, is that these funds came through almost exactly the way that the state had applied for them, almost to the dollar. And the added benefit, it was that it was more than most expected. So I appreciate the state's good work on that. We know that it's not finished. It's basically step 1 out of 2 in a cycle 1 out of 4 or perhaps 5. So now what has to happen, and this is where I need your help, it's critical for the state to step up and provide the required matches. I've already talked with the governor about it. I've talked to Senator Stedman, but look at it. This is a good deal. This is a great deal for the state. We get $286 million in federal funds. If the state's able to step up with the matching, it's a little over 100 million. I get that that's a lot. Much of this is on the operations side, but we've got to commit. We've got to commit to the priority of our marine highway system, and pushing the administration and the legislature to provide those matching is going to be really important. Now, some other things that you should know is that this was just the first cycle of funding for the infrastructure law. So we're digging right now into how many FY23 dollars were awarded. Not all of them were, so there may be more. They're coming later this year, but we also have year 24, 25, 26. So long as we can prove we can meet the match, continue to turn in good applications and put these dollars to work. So I've reiterated to many, we need to remember this is the Alaska Marine Highway System. It's not the federal marine highway system. These dollars are at levels that aren't forever on the federal side. They're a temporary boost. They're our safe harbor to get back on track, improve these vessels, improve the operations and the shoreside infrastructure, get our costs down so we've got a more manageable system for the long run. So again, I think I've asked now 3 times. I need your help on this as well. We've got to take advantage of this window while it exists. And Robert, you and your team, so many there at Southeast Conference, John Bowling, so many of you have just put muscle into this, and I thank you for that. So moving on from ferries, because ferries are not the only area of good news in this infrastructure bill. As Meilani pointed out, some $340 million, but it comes in the way of tens of millions for airport improvements. We've got the support for the Coast Guard, the broadband development. These grants are really going to change things in terms of internet connectivity. So that's on the infrastructure side. We also had the omnibus bill, our end of year spending bill. We did really well on our standard allocations. We were able to increase funding for landslide hazard programs. So I know folks in Juneau are paying attention to that. I know folks in Haines and in Sitka are as well. We were able to provide funding to address ANCSA contaminated lands. This is a priority that I'm going to continue to work on. Just met with the administrator from EPA this morning. We kept up funding for transboundary water quality monitoring. So we're going to keep working to make our Canadian neighbors accountable there. When it comes to congressionally directed spending, pretty big boost to Southeast, about $56 million coming to Southeast alone. One area that I feel like we really made some good headway and I'm proud of is what we did on water and wastewater. Yakutat is going to see a drinking water line extension. You've got wastewater improvement projects in Craig, in Petersburg, and Ketchikan. In Juneau, we were able to fund a new municipal composting facility, the expansion of the Jammy Health and Wellness Facility. Something that I'd heard a lot about was how challenging it is to get a commercial driver's license. If you happen to live in Southeast, you basically were having to travel to Anchorage to do so. Well, now we're going to have a program there at the University of Alaska Southeast, as well as funding for a second crossing to begin the second crossing over the Gastineau Channel. People have been talking about that for a long, long time. So that support is there. We got an emergency backup generator for Metlakatla, land conveyance for search in Sitka. We fully funded PILT and secure rural schools programs. I hear from so many of of our Southeast communities on secure rural schools as well as PILT. So that's in good shape there. So we're starting a new Congress now. 118th was I think very, very successful. And again, I'm proud of the good work that we were able to do on a bipartisan basis, making things work. Things are kind of slow right now, actually. I don't even like to admit it, but sometimes you just want to be honest with folks about the pace around here. Last week, the end of the week vote was a resolution to designate January as National Stalking Awareness Month. Now, I'm not suggesting that stalking is not an important issue, but usually resolutions pass by unanimous consent in evening wrap up. So we haven't really dove into the big work yet. But we're ramping up to do that. My committees are still going to be the same as they were in the last Congress. So senior member of appropriations, I'm on energy and natural resources where I'm the senior Republican there, still on health, education, labor, pensions. And I'm still remaining as the vice chairman of Indian Affairs, as well as the ranking member on interior appropriations. One of the things that I want to raise, because I hear from a lot of you on, and I was able to raise with Casey Sixkiller over at EPA this morning, is Southeast 301H waivers under the Clean Water Act and what compliance is going to look like under the state's new standards. I know that there's a lot of anxiety in communities like Wrangell and Petersburg on how we're going to be dealing with this. So we were talking about some creative ideas just this morning. Another priority that we're going to be focusing on coming up in this Congress is improved forest management, the continuation of funding under the Southeast Alaska Sustainable Strategy as we see the Tongass facing this unfortunate return to life under the roadless rule. I'm not going to give you my whole legislative agenda, but some of the things that are pertinent there to Southeast, again, we'll be building out on our landslide program. I've introduced, or I'm going to be introducing, our working waterfronts bill. Many of you have weighed in and provided your comments on that. I really appreciate that. We're going to be working to do more to address this rising crisis of fentanyl poisoning in our communities. What we're seeing is just shocking and horrible. And then a matter that I know everyone's talking about all over the state, but I know in Juneau you just saw the closure of 2 of your childcare facilities there. If we want to get an emphasis on workforce and what we're going to be doing, childcare is going to be part of that solution, as is housing. So what we can do there is going to be important. And then we've got things like invasive green crabs that are showing up at Metlakatla. I'm not going to forget, and in fact, I'm going to underscore what we need to do to get new hydropower projects going, including Thayer Creek out there in Angoon. Don't forget about that one. So got a lot of work to do. I have some new folks on my team. I noted to you that Sherry Klein from Ketchikan is there with you today. The woman that you will notice is not there representing me is Dana Herndon, who has been running the Juneau office there for me and Senator Sullivan for a while. She's going to be moving down here to DC and helping us on our approps work as well as our Arctic work. And she and I are actually going to be traveling to Norway for a big Arctic conference this week. So she's not there, but she is still working hard for Alaska. Many of you know that Jamie O'Connor, who handled my fish issues and did a great job for me, has moved on, and we've got a new great fish guy, Matt Robinson. He's taken over. We've got a relatively new transportation advisor to me, Kevin Swanson, but he comes with great expertise, having helped Don Young out on his staff for a while. And then I do have a new staff director on the Indian Affairs Committee, someone that many of you in Southeast know. Amber Barb has moved into that role. So a good team, good partnering going on. and we've got a lot of work to do together. We're going to be reopening the appropriations portal to start taking requests for fiscal year 24. We still don't have guidance on what that process is going to look like yet, but that's going to be coming up soon. We're also going to be working to address Alaska priorities in the upcoming farm bill. So we're going to be focusing on, yes, agriculture, Arctic ag, but also mariculture and seafood. We will have FAA reauthorization. We've got some other must-pass things. So we're going to be in touch with you to make sure that Southeast priorities are incorporated. But my thanks to Southeast Conference, my thanks to you, Robert, thanks to all of you who are working to make good things happen in the Panhandle, because that strength, that vitality reflects across the state of Alaska. So looking forward to seeing people in Juneau in just about 2.5 weeks or so. But until then, I hope you have a super great conference and just a good year.
Thank you, Senator. If one of the, I don't know if this is a downside or not, Senator, but sometimes you do a little bit more than expected, or a lot more than is expected in your case. There's something expected of you, so I'm not sure what to do for an encore after this week, but it is so very much appreciated and inspiring, not just those of us in the room, but for many agencies that will be joining us tomorrow and Thursday. So we've got the community, the mayor, and of course our own state transportation and tissue planners here. So you are bringing us together. I'm just wondering if you want to comment maybe on the nexus for these transportation funding opportunities in your working waterfront legislation that's on the horizon, how these two might work together.
Well, I think that there is a real symbiotic relationship here, if you will. With the infrastructure bill, we're putting in place some pretty basic things when you think about water, wastewater, but again, what we're able to help facilitate through ports and harbors, we've seen that with some pretty significant port infrastructure, but there will be more to come on that front as well. And so as we're building out working waterfronts, I hope that people are keeping in mind that it's not just that hard infrastructure of what that port might look like, what that harbor might look like, but it's everything else that comes with it. It is that economy that comes with it. So it's the workforce piece of it. It is the technology side of it. It is the science and the data that come with developing a good, strong mariculture sector within the community. So we really have intentionally made this working waterfronts broad. It may be that we ultimately narrow some things down and focus on a few key areas initially, but it really does serve to complement what we have put in place with this initial round of infrastructure funding that is, again, allows for some of the base to be built so that we can really build out these smaller coastal economies in ways that's going to be sustainable for them. So I'm really excited about it. I'm hoping that when I am in Juneau, the 22nd, I think it's the 22nd, 23rd, and I think the 24th. So I'm there for a couple days. We'll have an opportunity to really kind of focus on some of the feedback that we've gotten on this working waterfronts, and again, how we're working to complement our infrastructure bill. And then also thinking about how we can be strategic with congressionally directed spending to help get those federal resources there in place perhaps more quickly than you do in a legislative initiative and the subsequent appropriations that follow then. So lots to work on, but we've got good help to do it, and I think a lot of enthusiasm to do it.
Affects everything, including this question that came up in well past, which I'm going to pass along to Sherry, because mail getting to some more rural communities is an issue. So I'm going to pass this along here. But again, we want to thank you so very much for all your continuous hard work there on our behalf. Safe travels to Norway. I found so much information when I made a trip there this last year to learn about the electric ferries and how we can modernize our fleet. So thank you for your support for that, and you're enabling us to have a seat at that table to make sure that these things get spent wisely as we work together to run our course ahead. So, Senator, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Be well. We got lots to work on. It's going to be a great year.
All right, with that, great and welcome federal intervention. We're going to go back to our presentation by Meilani, and then we'll go right into Nolan's remarks. And one of the things, one of the reasons why I asked Nolan to come, because he'd written a very insightful piece last fall about the Alaska economy and how abysmal we rated across the 50 states. And so I told him I don't really want to wallow in that recognition, but sure, we're trying to chart the course ahead. So really looking forward to that. So when Meilani gets done with her interpretive dancing and fresh batteries, so imagine that. So anyway, good stuff. We'll see how it goes. So, all right, thanks.
Okay, so that was fantastic. We just talked about how important federal awards are to. All right, this isn't gonna work. Can we have next slide, please? And go to the two colored pie charts. All right, so what I want to talk about now is how incredible it is that our economy is so diverse. So if we look at 2021, the largest private sector wage provider in Southeast Alaska was our seafood sector. And why that's so interesting is because in 2020, our largest private sector wage provider was our healthcare sector, and in 2019, our largest private sector wage provider was tourism. So we have lots of different elements of our economy that are all competing with each other and working to make our economy really strong and resilient. So our next, so we had a really good seafood year in 2021. And by really good, I mean it was exactly sort of at the 10-year average when we look at the average, both in terms of total earnings and total pounds landed. But it was a significantly better year than 2020, which was one of our historically worst years ever, both in terms of total pounds landed and total value of the catch. And so we improved a lot on top of that. And the next, and when we look at our preliminary findings of our 2022 catch, this is salmon only. We'll wait until we get all of our different species, but we also had a really good year. The prices were high and the abundance was decent. We see that when we compare 2022 to 2021, the pink is looking at, we have the wrong, it's okay. So when we're looking, when we're looking forward to 2023, unfortunately, we see that we have our pink. We're looking at a weak pink harvest moving forward, and so we'll see how we end up in 2023. Moving on to our next slide, tourism is back and it is thriving. And I think we ended up with we're on a slightly old PowerPoint version because I gave too many versions. So I'll update some of these slides as we're talking. But tourism jobs were up by 20% in 2022. Next slide. And in 2022, we actually had our second best year ever when it comes to total number of cruise ship passengers arriving in Southeast Alaska. We our ships ended up being 74% full altogether. We started in April, May, and June with lower total capacity full, and really end up with a much higher capacity full at the end of the season. So we ended up with 1.2 million passengers. It ended up being a really strong year in terms of tourism. When we move forward, I'm going to edit this slide slightly in terms of talking. It's actually 1.65 million in terms of our, go back one slide. We're looking at our 2023 season. We're expecting 1.65 million cruise ship passengers in Southeast Alaska altogether. And that's total capacity when we're looking at our lower berth capacity. So we'll see where we end up. We think it'll be a lot stronger than the 74% capacity that we had in 2022. But no matter what, next slide. We're gonna have our biggest year ever. It's gonna be a record year ever when it comes to the total cruise ship passengers coming to the region. Next slide, please. So when we look at our total cruise ship season, it's going to start in April 17th, 2023, and it's going to go till October 27th, 2023. Next slide. But not all months are created equal. So this is looking at total cruise ship passengers that arrived in Southeast in 2022. When we look at 2023, we're actually going to have our biggest month in August. Last year we had our biggest month in July, but we just have a handful of passengers in April that we really start to see a much stronger month in May. June and July become much stronger, and then again just a handful of passengers. We're going to have about 50,000 in October in 2023. So we see that we sort of ebb and flow as we move into the summer months and then out of them again. When we move into airline traffic, so we are back to where we were pre-pandemic in terms of our total passenger traffic. We had our third best year ever in terms of passenger arrivals when we're looking at our airplanes, but we were just barely below our 2019 levels, which means we're really strong in terms of total passenger arrivals altogether. We've really come back from the pandemic when we look at our airline passenger traffic. Unfortunately, we can't say the same when we're talking about our marine highway passenger traffic. First, the good news, when we look at 2021 to 2022, we did increase passenger services by 35%, so that's really significant. We're really happy with that. But unfortunately, it's our fourth worst year ever when we look at the system inception in terms of passenger services. So we've had a lot of talk about ferries today, and so we're hoping that all of that talk will really change the trajectory of the slide. But our third top private sector is our healthcare sector, and we have been dealing with both workforce shortages and cost pressure. And the reason for this is sort of we're competing in Southeast Alaska and Alaska as a whole for a limited resource, and that is our healthcare workers. We don't have enough healthcare workers in the U.S. as a whole and coming out of U.S. institutions to meet the needs of our healthcare workers nationally. So what we're doing here in Southeast Alaska is we're raising the wages of our healthcare workers. And what that, in order to be competitive, to try to attract and retain more workers. But what that does is it puts cost pressure on our healthcare organizations across Southeast. So healthcare was one of the few sectors where we saw decreased jobs in 2021. We expect jobs to be flat. Preliminary numbers show that jobs were flat in 2022, and we're expecting jobs in our healthcare sector to be flat again in 2023. And I think that moves very nicely into our next top story, which is our number 5 top story, and that is labor shortages. So one thing that's really interesting, so I'm just going to take our most recent month in terms of unemployment levels, and if we look at just December 2022, Southeast Alaska had a 4.3% unemployment rate. That is the lowest rate ever in Southeast Alaska in a December month. But when we look at Alaska, the unemployment rate is even lower. It's 4.2%, also a record, the lowest December we've ever had. But the US unemployment rate is even lower than that. It's 3.3%. It's not a record. It's been 71 years since we've had a unemployment rate that low in December. And Alaska and Southeast Alaska have always done really well in terms of attracting workers when the US unemployment rate as a whole is high. And so this is a tough number for us to be dealing with as we're competing nationally. We asked our business leaders what they think we need in terms of what we can do for attracting and retaining jobs in Southeast Alaska. And they said, number one, housing. Housing is, we're struggling with housing. We've got 60% of our business leaders said that housing would help, increased housing would help increase workforce and increase organizations. And the number two top answer, and you heard it already from Mayor Welbourn this morning, is childcare availability. 41% said that was stymieing the increased workforce. We're also dealing with national trends. So 17% of those who lost their jobs during the pandemic retired permanently. They didn't come back to the workforce. 19% decided to be a stay-at-home mom or stay-at-home dad. 14% moved to part-time. We're also dealing with long-term reduction of immigration, and all of those things are conspiring to create a lower workforce nationally. Our number 6 top story, I hate this story, is our state job sector's losses are intensifying, continuing to intensify. So this is actually a great slide. So this is looking at 2022. These are preliminary numbers when we're looking at where we have jobs and lost jobs. So if we look at our preliminary numbers in terms of Southeast Alaska, we gained tourism jobs, transportation jobs, retail trade, construction, mining, financial services, and professional services. We lost just a handful of government, of federal government jobs, but we lost a whole lot of state government jobs. This means in the last 10 years, we've lost 24% of all state government jobs in Southeast Alaska, and that's 500 jobs in the last 3 years. When we look at the almost 1,400 jobs that we've lost, that equates to about 90 million in terms of wages that have also been lost, but not just wages, benefits that have really supported our economy, but also services that have been lost across the region and across the state. And those numbers have really, we thought that they would sort of be in line with oil prices, but of course, as oil prices went up, jobs continued to go down, and now we're seeing oil prices at down in 2023. Our number 7 top story is that our population is down in 2022. However, it's just down slightly. It's down by almost 500 people. When we look at it, we actually gained population in 2021, and so our population in 2022 is actually pretty similar to what it was in 2020, so it's not a significant loss. But we see that we had sort of a different distribution of job losses across Southeast. So we look at Skagway, Yakutat, and Haines. They had the largest drop in terms of percentage. In terms of count drop, we saw Ketchikan had the largest drop in terms of total people, followed by Skagway, Sitka, and Haines. We also had 10 communities that increased population in 2022, starting with Metlakatla, followed by Craig, Kaufman Cove, Hoona, Saxman. So there was some job growth there. Our number 8 top story, our last top story, is that our economic outlook remains strong. We do a business climate survey every spring. This last spring, our business leaders, 440 that we interviewed, said it was the best business climate since 2017. And they said the outlook was even better. And that brings us to almost now we'll be doing a new business climate survey here shortly. And this is a great slide. We're almost to the very end. We gained jobs in 2019. We lost 13% of all jobs in Southeast Alaska in 2020. We gained 5% back in 2021, 3.4% back in 2022. And this is the Department of Labor projections. They project another 3% of our jobs back in 2023. So we're just looking at strong, sustained growth, which is fantastic. This is where we're looking at those job those job projections to be, according to the Alaska Department of Labor. We're looking at tourism to be strong, construction, professional services, transportation, retail, trade. Alaska Department of Labor says that there's not going to be any more state government losses, and I'm just going to go with that projection because I like it a lot. So we're going to go with that one. So in summary, your top 8 stories is that the Southeast Alaska economy has been up by a mile. Wages are growing. Federal funding was key to our economic recovery. Our economy is diverse. Our seafood was #1 in 2021. Tourism is back and thriving. Our healthcare sector is facing some workforce obstacles. We've got housing and labor shortages across Southeast. Our state government losses are intensifying. Our population is down, but only slightly, and our outlook moving forward is really strong. Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks. That was an excellent overview. I always appreciate Meilani's work on viewing the state, the regional economy and state economy. So I'm Nolan Klouda. I direct the University of Alaska Center for Economic Development. We're a statewide focused entity. We are based at the University of Alaska Anchorage. We came out with a report, our center did, back in November, and I was the primary author of it, the Alaska Economic Performance Report. And it was made kind of a splash. It was very depressing as far as how it characterized Alaska's. Hang on a second here, making some adjustments. It's a droopy mic. There we go. So we were a little bit of a downer in a lot of ways. We looked at Alaska's economic performance in context compared to other states. How's Alaska doing? This is, it was an election year last year. We heard a lot of varying takes about, oh, the economy's fantastic, or oh, the economy's the worst ever. And I noticed that when I was giving speaking presentations a lot, people were kind of confused, like, wait, is it the best ever, the worst ever? Like, there's all these superlatives being thrown around. What's the actual truth? And so when we're talking about Alaska specifically, we're not doing very well. So I had run into Robert a couple months ago, right when this was in the news, and Robert had said that he wanted me to come down here to speak to this group at the mid-session summit, and I think that his way of maybe getting me to shut up about the depressing stuff was to say, but I want you to focus on positive solutions, and by the way, get a haircut. You look like a bum, and come to I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but so here's really quickly what the report showed is that we ranking Alaska in terms of 2015 to 2021. 2015 is when we started to enter into a recession, right? And so for these 7 complete years, how does Alaska rank compared to all the other states? Well, we're one above the bottom for GDP growth, employment growth, and highest unemployment rate. And we're dead last in terms of net migration. More people leaving the state than coming to the state, as a share of the state's population. So, and since it's a different state below us each time, the composite picture here is really that Alaska is the bottom performing state. I know that that's not necessarily uplifting news, but I thought that it was important to sort of face that reality, and hopefully not be depressed by that, but be motivated by it to do something that's better. The next slide, this is how, or one back slide, sorry. This is how we've done during the pandemic recovery, in terms of from 2020 until the latest data as of when we did the report, 2022. Alaska was still dead last as far as GDP growth, and very near the bottom in terms of unemployment growth and the unemployment rate. Even though we have a very low unemployment rate, the U.S. Unemployment rate is even lower still, and so Alaska's unemployment actually still ranks near the highest level for all states. We have not made very quick progress towards getting back to pre-pandemic. Next slide. This is the view of Alaska since 2015, and you can see how it diverges from the U.S. This is what we've been looking at, is that U.S. employment was really steadily expanding in the 2015 to the 2020 timeframe, right up until the pandemic. We all had the same crash, and then the U.S. economy has really bounced back to it, and it has already recovered to its pre-pandemic levels. Whereas Alaska during that time was losing a lot of employment, had the pandemic crash, and were very slow coming out of it. So okay, so this is the depressing stuff. But let's talk about what some solutions to this might be, and maybe there's a good way to take some good lessons out of this. So I have some ideas to share with you. Can't solve all the state's problems here in the next few minutes, but I think that we can talk about some really important aspects of what we can and should do as a state with what we have within our control. And I think that one of the most important things to think about is how we invest in the livability of Alaska as a state and of our communities as places to live. And this is something that we maybe have paid in some ways too little attention to. And so that includes things like the cost of living, the state of public education, what public safety looks like, what our recreational assets are, we have a fun place to live, what our basic infrastructure is like. You know, a lot of talk about this morning already about the marine highway system. I have very fond memories as a kid of getting seasick on the Tuscamina, and hopefully my kids can have the same experience on a future state ferry, perhaps an electric powered one, I don't know. But our connectivity as far as internet and other things like that go. And I want to dig in a little bit on a couple of these types of issues in the next slide, which is housing. Who's from a community that doesn't have a big housing issue, perhaps even a housing crisis? Anybody here? Anybody here? The whole state is facing a pretty severe housing issue of one type or another. It's not the same flavor everywhere, but it's a big problem in just about every community in Alaska, or nearly every community in Alaska, from the largest cities down to the smallest rural villages. And there are solutions to this. You know, we still, even though we've had a lot of out-migration, there is still lots of demand signal. A lot of it has to do with the changes in the population composition and the smaller household sizes and the types of houses that people want to buy, or the types or the fact that we don't really build apartment buildings in the state unless there's some federal money attached to them in a lot of cases, with a few exceptions. So there are solutions to this, and I think that I know that at least Juneau, Fairbanks, and Anchorage have done a good job with figuring out how to use property tax abatements, you know, to build more multifamily. But there are a number of other solutions we could talk about as far as patient capital, in some cases around zoning reforms or land use requirements. We haven't really done a lot in terms of pulling all the policy levers statewide in order to make a dent on improving housing. This has a really important impact for retaining a population and attracting a population, for your kids not having to grow up and leave because the housing availability is terrible and expensive for what it is. The next slide. I didn't just put this because I was looking for an excuse to put my cute picture of my son in the laundry basket, but this is another really key issue that is affecting our state economy, and that's the issue of well, two main ones. So one is public education, and the other is childcare availability. We have been cutting education for years, not flat funding. Flat funding is not a real thing, it's cutting. The dollar lost 8 or 9% of its value over the course of 2022. That means we cut school funding on a per student basis by 8 or 9%. It is not a flat, it is not maintaining a budget, it is cutting. So we also have severe issues around child care scarcity. You know, this is something I think Juneau has been a community that's taken a great lead on this. If we did something like what the state of New Mexico did, you know, a bipartisan agreement to expand childcare capacity and provide some funding for families, for lower and middle income families to afford childcare. What if Alaska was a state that did something like that, or that expanded capacity to where childcare was less of a problem? Well, that enables a lot of workforce participation that we're currently missing, for one thing. Also a really great factor as far as being able to retain families here in the state. So these are important types of things. Next slide. We often, you know, talk about economic development, you know, being the direct activities we do to support industries, which is very important. But also we have to think about how there's an important cause and effect between, you know, things like job growth and loss of population. People leave a place because the job opportunities aren't good. That's true. But they also but there's also a sort of feedback loop to it. People move to a place because job opportunities are good, but people moving to a place actually creates more job opportunities. And so you get this cycle of positive investment, of people moving to that region and or staying there, retaining population, and the job growth that goes along with that. And so I think that these kinds of things that I'm really just scratching the surface for are very important if we're talking about our overall economic health. And the next slide, this is the opposite of that. And this is something that I worry about us having more of this than the first. You lose people, that causes jobs to be lost, that causes a lack of investment, and the cycle repeats. And so all of these things, all of our leading industries, you know, we'll hear from the industry panel later, all of the industries in our state really depend on a healthy workforce. Next. And a really good example of that is this survey. This is done this is a corporate survey nationally done each year by this area development magazine. They survey corporations about their plans in the next year. Are you going to expand and open a facility in a new location or relocate to a new location somewhere in the country? If you do, what factors are the most important to you? And the most recent one, the top two are about workforce, about labor costs, which are largely a function of whether there's labor availability and also the cost of living there, and also the availability of skilled workers. So this is more important, according to these respondents, than energy costs, shipping costs, logistics, taxes, regulation, all of which are also very important. So investing in people does matter as far as economic development goes, and it is a foundation to a lot of other types of industrial activity that we want to see happen. Next. So we have these questions around what we do and how we manage the energy transition. In some ways, this is a big question for us in Alaska. I think we have to cope with a world in which the substitutes for oil and gas are on the rise. I don't think oil and gas is going away anytime immediately, but we may have some relatively medium or near term boosts in our oil production, which will help jobs and revenues. But I think that in the long run, it is a reality that there are substitutes for oil and gas, and we are seeing an energy transition take place. We also have to think about the role of critical minerals in that energy transition, that the demand for certain minerals that we have in abundance in Alaska, critical minerals, rare earth minerals, are going to see an increase, and what sort of a regulatory regime, what sort of opportunities we can capture from that. Carbon storage and capture, I think I've seen a lot of groans about this. It seems like people both sides of the political spectrum aren't in love with what's been proposed, but at least from just the talk I'm hearing. But I think that this is something that's very much in line with Alaska's advantages and the kind of geography that we have in our state. Details to be determined, but there's a lot of assets there that support that. And also the development of zero carbon energy sources. We have things like small scale nuclear that Alaska has a chance to be an early leader in, as well as various kinds of renewables, and the electrification of transportation systems. Next, please. So I was one of the people who was really excited to hear about the Mariculture Cluster award that was received nationally. I think that's incredible news. A lot of people here worked on that very hard. I think folks like Robert and his team. This is an incredible thing, and I think that the advent of kelp farming or aquatic plant farming is a great example of the type of thing we just need a lot more of. You can build an industry rooted in Alaska's unique advantages, unique geography. We just need to see more things like that, I think, happening as a state, and all of the partnerships and collaborations that come together to make something like that possible. I think that we need to see a lot more like that, and we need to build industries that are positioned in the future, that are built around some of our comparative advantages as a state. And the next 45 minutes of my presentation is going to be an oration about the state budget deficit, which, has anybody heard of that? No, it's, 7 years later, 8 years later into this thing, and really longer than that, can we just go ahead and fix the damn budget? This is something that is, in fact, holding back economic growth in the state. Fiscal uncertainty does hold back economic growth. Whichever combination of levers we use to balance the budget, we don't have a sustainable outlook. That does actually likely have an impact on our outmigration, and it certainly has an impact on the investment climate in the state for private investment, the uncertainty that surrounds it. So we need to fix that, and that's something that I can't get through the presentation without saying it has to be fixed. And that is my presentation. So I thank you very much for your time.
Even our banner took a bow on that one, Nolan. That was great. I appreciate it. And as you get an opportunity today, make your way to talk to Nolan. He's only here for the day. Appreciate the extra effort he made to come down. But also a shout out, because during the pandemic, our economic development organizations, we were meeting every single week. The Arters and Economic Development Districts met every Wednesday. Nolan was one of those support entities that joined with us, and then every month he would convene a much larger group. I think we had 70, 80 folks participating on that. And so the leadership that he's provided in economic development insights, and it just makes a great team. And that's really what has led to our success. And Meilani doesn't need any accolades because we all know her and the work that she's done. And when you see the charts arriving on the Senate floor for part of the debate on how our delegation is able to make inroads on our behalf, it really does make a difference. And so we appreciate that. But she's here for both days, but no one's only here for today. So we want to really appreciate that. And I appreciate your comments about investing in people, because there's that side of economic development that has maybe not been as well articulated and focused on. So with that, I think we will thank you all, and we'll ask the next panel to come forward. So please, again, thank our economic development. Our next panel wants to come up. This is probably, I don't know if we can have a favorite. You can take a look at our agenda, and the panel after panel of experts on each of these sectors is deep and amazing. But this panel gets some of the best reviews as we take a look at each of the sectors. And again, the bios for each one are on Q code, so I'm not going to tell you about them, because otherwise that's what we would spend the next 45 minutes doing. So we're going to ask them to each come. It's been said that real wealth is not created unless you have tangible assets. That's somewhat changed, I suppose, with the internet age to some degree, but we're seeing a lot of the history, past, present, and future of what has built the state and our economy. So look forward to having each one. Are we doing musical chairs? We still need one more. And I think we can just go down the agenda order. We didn't really choose any particular order. And then Katie Capozzi will be the last speaker, because strategically, because this Alaska State Chamber really has that broad umbrella view, and I really appreciate it. They just had their fly-in last week, and so I'm looking forward to her remarks on some of the priority issues that State Chambers is focusing on. So I don't even have the agenda. So do you want to take it from the table, or why don't you come up and with these folks in the BDIs, and David first are here. So once again, what we're going to do as planned is we're going to stay here at the table and share the mics, and we're going to start with Harrison. We'll start. We'll just go start. I think it's almost ironic that oil is really what built this city, right? It wasn't rock and roll. It was oil that really created a permanent flag, created opportunity. So, and we're one of the things that Southeast Conference did just recently with the transition. Rather than having separate mining, separate timber, and trying to figure out where oil and gas fits into this, we're merging those committees into one natural resources committee, and which really gives a stronger seat at the table and awareness for the oil and gas sectors, which is meaningful. But in the Southeast, we don't always have that awareness. So I really appreciate Tara being here. So if you just go ahead and start off, and then we'll just pass the mic this way, and then we'll let Katie do the wrap on that, and then I'll come back with some questions for y'all. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Moriarty. I'm the president and CEO of the Alaska Oil and Gas Association. We are a professional trade association, and that represents the majority of producers, explorers, refiners, and transporters of oil and gas in the state. As Robert sort of suggested, we have a very short but simple mission. Our mission is to advocate for the long-term viability of the oil and gas industry in Alaska. And it sounds simple, but sometimes it can be a little bit more complicated and difficult at times. But I always appreciate the invitation to come to Southeast Conference. I loved being in Ketchikan in September, and I already have my reservation at my favorite hotel in Sitka. So Carol knows, and so in any event, it's fun to be down here. One might ask, especially in Southeast, as Robert said, you have no production. You don't have any manufacturing of oil and gas in Southeast, so why is it important that my organization advocates for the long-term viability of the industry? So I'm going to give you 6 reasons. The first one is jobs. I noticed on the slide before on the presentation about Southeast that altogether there's about 40,000, just over 40,000 jobs in Southeast Alaska. Ironically, that's about how many jobs can be attributed statewide back to the oil and gas industry. So about 24% of all jobs in the state, just over 41,000, can be attributed to the oil and gas industry. 2, wages. Wages, again, it's about 27% of all private sector wages can be attributed back to our industry at just over $3 billion. Third, the McDowell group or McKinley group, I have the hardest time switching. For those of you in Juneau, I hope you're with me on that, to the McKinley Research Group. They have intimated that even though tourism and fishing have more jobs than the oil and gas, direct jobs than the oil and gas industry provides, their conclusion after 20 years of research remains that the oil and gas industry is the single most important economic engine for the state of Alaska. So that's number 3. Number 4 is the permanent fund. 25% of all royalties, which almost all of the production in the state of Alaska is on state land. So as the landowner, they receive anywhere from 12.5% to over 16% royalty on average. And since the requirement of 25% of those royalties be deposited to the principal of the permanent fund, we have contributed over $20 billion to the Alaska Permanent Fund, the principal. Of course, the permanent fund has then been able to distribute dividends to Alaskans. And since the dividends were created, and these numbers are not adjusted for inflation, over $27 billion have been distributed to over 23 million applicants. And I'm not going to ask you to raise your hand if you're one of those Alaskans who have received all 40 checks, 41 checks actually, but you've received over $49,000 from the state of Alaska. And again, we still are the largest cash contribution to the principal, to the permanent fund. Number 5, state revenue. The last speaker talked about the structural deficit. And oftentimes when there is a deficit in Alaska, the first pot that folks want to go to is the oil and gas industry. But I just want to share with you that the state does make more money when oil prices are high, and yes, the state makes less money when prices drop. So at the height of COVID, oil price averaged about $54 a barrel. We paid all in royalties, taxes, property taxes to local governments, just over $2 billion. And earnings from the permanent fund paid more to state government than we did. Not questioning that at all. However, when prices go up to where they are now, or what they're forecasted to be, they're supposed to average around $85 to $90 a barrel is the current forecast. We'll pay $4 billion to the state of Alaska and actually contribute just a touch more than investment earnings, because those investment earnings stay about the same, other revenue stays about the same, but as oil prices go up and down, that's where the fluctuation can often be in state revenue. But just know, at $54 a barrel, we didn't pay corporate income tax that year. As business owners, why don't you pay corporate income tax to the federal government? You're not making any money. So just know that when prices go down and up, it does have an impact on our overall business. And the last reason I'm going to talk about is demand. It's really important to put into context the slide that the economists from the university had about the different options for carbon. Agreed. We are looking at the carbon credit and sequestration bill. We actually think there could be some real positives and opportunities in that, but the demand for oil and gas is not going away anytime soon. In fact, the International Energy Administration has forecasted that oil and gas will still be the 2 largest sources of energy at least until 2050. And the World Energy Outlook said immediate shortfalls in fossil fuel production from Russia will need to be replaced by production elsewhere, even in a world working toward net zero emissions by 2050. So we have great projects to help meet that demand. Oil Search slash Santos has announced 6 months ago or so, they plan to spend over $1 billion in this calendar year getting a project called PICA online that will be a significant shot to the arm in production. And crossing our fingers, we should have our final record of decision on the Willow project this week. So watch for that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my friend Tessa in the forest industry. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Tessa Axelson with the Alaska Forest Association. AFA, as you all know, represents a wide variety of forest products industry across the state of Alaska. In light of some recent announcements, I thought I'd start this morning with a little unscientific polling. If you are not interested in housing, stand up. And I know that's everybody because Nolan asked you this earlier. If you are not thinking about reducing the cost of energy in your community by saying, how can we use waste heat from our school to heat our clinic? How can we use biomass? How can we reduce the cost of energy or use some of the new innovative technologies? If you're not interested in that, go ahead and stand up. And if you've never stayed at a Forest Service cabin in Southeast Alaska, go ahead and stand up, because there may be people who haven't done that. Oh, good. Oh, Care hasn't. Okay, so some of our friends from South Central need to have that experience. You all care a hell of a lot about the forest products industry. You can write an op-ed later if you think there's a gish gallop between my unscientific polling and my end result of you all caring a lot. In order for us to do really great things, like Barb Miranda is in the audience, she's leading the effort on behalf of the Forest Service for the individual grantees that are receiving money from the SAS or SASE initiative that the Forest Service rolled out here about a year ago. One of those really exciting awards is going to Sitka Conservation Organization, Andrew Tome's group, and they are going to be working using local wood products to replace, I think, Barb, shout it out if I'm wrong, 17, 18, 20-some cabins in the Tongass National Forest with new cabin materials. Some of them are complete rebuilds, some of them are rehabs, all local products, all wood from the Tongass. That's a really exciting thing. My family spends a lot of time at Forest Service cabins, and there are a number of cabins that have needed to be replaced for some time. If you have been following the great work of Southeast Conference and their staff and Robert over the years, you know that folks like Karen have been leading in a conversation around biomass. And recently Southeast Conference was awarded federal funding to do a pellet mill project over on Gravina Island, which is adjacent to Ketchikan. You know that island because you've landed on it if you've landed in the jet. This is a really exciting opportunity as well. Some of our neighbors in other parts of the state in South Central and up in Fairbanks have large chip operations and other types of biomass that is being used. If you know the Toke School, you know that that project is a really exciting way to offset the cost of energy, utilizing wood product that is produced by one of our local members, Young's Timber, to provide support for the school and reduce the cost of energy. So the point here is that the forest products industry is a stream. It's a supply chain just like any of our industries. And in order for some of these more recent concepts and technologies to move forward, we still need to have a foundational timber supply. And that's where our operators, whether they're really small local mill operators like those that exist on Prince of Wales Island or at Dry Creek or in other locations around the state, need to ensure and be engaged with support for a larger timber industry. And that means that in order for the pellet mill project on Gravina to move forward, they're going to be looking to someone like Dahlstrom's Viking Lumber Mill on Prince of Wales Island to help support with a product. The end result of milling is a product that then can be put on a barge. That barge is going to be handled by some folks who are employed in stevedoring industries, in barge operations, transported via other means, brought over to Ketchikan, and then utilized at the plant. So when we think about what forest products is going to continue to be in the future, we need to understand that supply. Okay, supply is what I've had an opportunity to share with you all before. It continues to be the issue for our industry. We say that we need about 55 million board feet per year. When I say we, I mean our larger operators, the medium-sized operators, small local operators. And here's why that's a challenge. There have been recent decisions on road lists. That is yet again an example of the federal pendulum swinging back and forth wildly, erratically, dangerously on behalf of Alaska and our Alaskan communities. It's really challenging, regardless of your politics, when decisions are made in DC that force agencies and their personnel to spend countless amounts of time. I guess the one good thing is a lot of paper gets utilized, and our industry thanks them for all the paper. But none of that results in the end in what I would say is long-term strategic management of our resources, the Tongass included. So we now are back where we were. If you want the best history of this, ask Mr. Clark. No road list repeal or reinstatement has outlasted Jim. So I have faith that we're going to get to whatever a good result is going to be there. It would mean that we're not having the federal government manage so much of our resource, in my and my members' humble opinion. But the point is this: we need 55 million board feet of timber. We don't have that. There is a lot of discussion nationally around what we want the lungs of America to look like, the lungs of the world to look like. Here's some facts that we need to remember. The Tongass National Forest, round numbers, 17 million acres. Of that, this is kind of like I was thinking as the senator was talking about the vast array of resources that have come into Alaska recently, which is so exciting for so many different reasons, for job creation, for infrastructure development. You know, if you've ever managed or received federal money, there's a big difference between something being appropriated, it being obligated to you, and then you expending it. So I was thinking about those things in terms of definitions for the Tongass. Yes, it is a 17 million acre forest. It is the largest forest that is a national resource in the country. However, only about half of that is forested. And of the portion that is forested, less than 4% of it has ever been harvested in the last 90 years. And of the percentage that is available or suitable, which means someone could go in and utilize the forest, it's only 2% of the Tongass. 2% of those 900,000 acres. And most of that is young growth forest. So we continue to see a need to identify where supply is going to come from in the future. The vast majority of that is going to come to the industry thanks to Governor Dunleavy and his leadership, along with that of DNR and Helge as the state forester. 2021, AFA went to the governor's administration and said, we really need support. We need to ensure that we have timber to bridge the gap between what the Forest Service has historically failed to provide and is continuing to no longer supply. We can talk about the reasons why. Really, those don't matter. The reality is the federal government is not going to continue to supply timber in a way that's meaningful to the industry. That resulted in the development of the Bridge Timber Program, which has been in place for some time, but was revamped and resupported by Governor Dunleavy and by Helge and the folks at Division of Forestry. It's a commitment to try to provide 14 million board feet per year over the next 5 years, actually over the next 2 or 3 years. Helge will correct me about the details. Here's why that matters. It's important that the industry continues to have a bridge between now and when young growth timber, which is just timber we haven't cut down yet and haven't let grow back, until young growth timber is really this wall of wood you hear talked about, until there is enough of that to allow for harvest on a level that makes sense for what the markets are for the product, and also for members in our organization to make some transitions. Many of our longstanding larger operators have been operating in a primarily old growth market. You don't run a mill with old growth timber and then just suddenly the next day start putting young growth timber through that mill. You have to make transitions in your equipment, what your workforce is understanding about that, who your customers are that buy the product. Old growth timber is a very different product than young growth. But all of that is to say that we are working in coordination with the division. The division has just published its new 5-year timber schedule. Take a look at it. It's important for communities and others like industry to provide comment back on that. There are lots of opportunities as well this legislative cycle. Mention has been made of carbon. What I would share is old growth trees are not the sequesterers of carbon that most folks think they are. Talk to me about why that is later. I have some handouts and some presentations. But carbon is continuing to be used and will continue to be used, as others have said, as an opportunity for revenue generation. It's going to become part of the cycle. So how do we think about that strategically so that we ensure we are also managing our state forests, our federal forests, in a way that is going to meet our needs 40 and 50 years from now? Which means we need to be thinking about pre-commercial thinning on our forests. If we engaged with the forest, we need to think about how to continue to manage it. Pre-commercial thinning is something that needs support. the federal level. There's workforce issues related to pre-commercial thinning that we need to address. You also are seeing infestation on the Tongass with bugs that has never been a problem to the degree that it is now. What is the federal agency with oversight doing to ensure that they're thinking about this, that they're planning for it in a way that allows industry to continue to exist? And then finally, I would say AFA is working in partnership with some other organizations like Southeast Conference, Nature Conservancy, local communities, to think about how we can facilitate and support local small mill operators. There continues to be an idea that folks want to be able to go to Home Depot and buy lumber, dimensional lumber, to build their houses in Alaska. I love this idea. It's a really great idea. There are some challenges with why we can't do that yet. So there's a lumber grading bill that has been proposed to talk about how you could do certification at the local level, how we can get local lumber into the hands of specific organizations to provide support for housing. But all of that is going to require that there is a supply. And the supply also matters to all of us because timber receipts provide jobs and they provide funding into the state coffers. Here's how. The state's Division of Forestry receives receipts from the sale of timber, and those receipts go into the state funds. In addition to that, other landowners like the university or the trust land office, the sale of their timber supports really important populations that are at high risk and at need in the state of Alaska. So we continue to value the sales as a way to provide funding receipts to our state budget, which, as others have pointed out, may need a little bit of TLC to make it work right in the long term. But timber, though no longer the primary source of jobs, continues to be a really critical part of the economies in Southeast Alaska. Viking Mill on Prince of Wales Island has a $4 million payroll. It is the primary anchor tenant for energy on the island. If we are in a position nationally and in this state where we no longer value or think it is appropriate to be harvesting timber, we better do some really critical strategic planning around how we are going to ensure that our small communities are supported given the cost of energy, long-term planning around how we manage roads that will be closed, that were utilized originally by the industry. So we continue to see a viable opportunity to support our industry, to support individuals working full-time, year-round family wage jobs that have benefits, that are buying homes locally, that are participants in our school system. All of that's important, and the industry will continue to need to partner with organizations like the Division of Forestry, other state partners, so that we ensure that our organization that our entities have supply, our members have supply. When I was thinking about my presentation to Southeast Conference, I was thinking about an individual that I think many of you may remember or had an opportunity to meet. That's Heather Richter. Heather was the former mayor of Edna Bay. And when I was thinking about my presentation and also what Southeast Conference is about, in the midst of everything else that is happening, we can never underscore how important a single individual is to making changes in communities. So Heather, at the time that she was working in Edna Bay, was the central figure that supported a sort yard that was developed in Edna Bay that was central to a number of things that ended up happening for that community and for the region. And so individuals continue to be the fuel that moves communities forward, particularly in Southeast Alaska. And it's been really exciting to see the number of individuals from this room, from Southeast Conference, that continue to push innovation and changes in their community that have been directly related to what our industry's ability is to support that. You know, the plant that, or the energy project that Craig has, where they're using a biomass product to heat the school. All of this is part of an integrated forest products industry, and we continue to believe that that's part of the future for Southeast. Thank you.
Good morning. Markos? My name is Helge. I'm the director of the Division of Forestry and Fire Protection and the Alaska State Forester. And just a quick word about our division. 90% of our budget is fire protection, which is not a big deal down here, but in the north, in the interior, Alaska burns. And we get to do both forestry and fire protection. Forestry tends to be in the news, especially down here. And I think the interesting part about Tessa and I's presentations is that we kind of overlap. And the last time we were at the Southeast Conference, I went first, and I gave my presentation first, and Tessa kept saying, well, Helge already covered this, and at the time I was thinking, well, what's the big deal? We can always talk about something, and now I understand how to feel. But she said everything I was planning to say, much better than I could have. But that gives me the freedom to focus in on a few important things in my limited time, including the lumber grading bill and insects and disease, so it's all good. And just highlighting a couple of things. One is that I think Robert made a point that oil may have built the city. However, timber keeps on growing. This is timber growing ground. Trees jump out of the ground here when you cut them, literally. This is the northern end of the Great Western Temperate Rainforest. We can store more biomass, more tons of biomass per acre in trees than the Amazon rainforest. So this is central for growing trees. And as we learned earlier, the timber sector may not be the largest economic sector in the Southeast, but diversity is important. And as we know from history, timber has always been there. It may not be a lot of dollars compared to oil, but in local communities, as Tessa alluded to with Viking lumber, this could be the anchor part of local economies, providing family wage jobs. Those salaries are spent in the local communities, at the grocery store, at the gas station. That's the wonderful trees. They grow, they come back after you harvest them, and if you manage your forest wisely, you will have trees forever. So these jobs will stay forever, the communities will stay forever. And that is what Tessa and I, Alaska Forest Association, Division of Forestry and Fire Protection, really are working on. That occupies all of our work hours, rebuilding that timber industry in Alaska to that point where it does provide and maximizes the capacity of our forests and utilizes our natural resources as the governor's priority. And just a couple of observations. Lisa Murkowski mentioned the roadless rule, and Tessa touched on that. And I think that's an excellent example that despite the fact we work with our friends in the Tongass National Forest and Region 10 in the Forest Service, a lot of events on the national stage are beyond their control. Public opinion in the lower 48 swings back and forth unpredictably. We should not put all our eggs in the Tongass National Forest basket. They may be the dominant landowner, but there are other landowners in the Southeast. There is Alaska, there's other corporations, there's the state, both the Division of Forestry and Fire Protection, there's Trust Land Office for Mental Health, there's the university. There are other landowners in the Southeast, and we need to stick together and build that economy. It's important that that timberland in non-federal hands stay as timberland, and that land base is maintained as timber. That's one of our priorities. And I may just touch on the local lumber grading legislation real quickly. Tessa alluded to it, but when you do go to Home Depot, pick up a 2x4, there's a stamp on it that says something cryptic. You've probably seen it. That stamp tells you what kind of quality of wood it is, and it tells you that you can put it into a load-bearing wall, and it will hold up your roof for the next 70 to 100 years until your house is demolished. That's important. You don't want the roof to fall down. So that grading and quality rating of lumber is important, and building inspectors look for that. Insurance companies look for it, and a building inspector could literally reject the lumber and the house that you're building out of it. So it's important. And so to make a long story short, grading lumber is an involved process. It requires expertise and it costs money. A lot of Alaska sawmill operators cannot afford the money to bring up grading experts from the lower 48, from Portland, Oregon, from Seattle, to do that quality control and check on the local graders. And so this is an alternative that Giessel Morris from the Forest Service came up with in cooperation with Jeremy Dowse with our division. And they've been really doing the legwork on this and thinking outside the box. And what it is essentially the sawmill operator can self-certify their lumber instead of having it graded by a third-party entity. So at no cost, the sawmill operator, the local operator, becomes also the grader certifying their lumber. We have a few details to sort out, but one being the concern about quality. Alaska lumber has, for decades, well, for the duration, really enjoyed a reputation for high quality, and it's obviously critical we maintain that. So what we're doing is we're aiming high, so we're erring on the side of caution. We're simplifying the system also so that there's less room for error. But so far so good. We are talking to a senator that might be interested in carrying this as a bill, which would make it more impactful. And we've talked to AFA, we've talked to others. We have not yet heard anybody who's against this bill, which is good news. So we're crossing our fingers. So that's a bit of an uplifting piece of news, and I think it will be part of our solution in that transition to a young growth economy in the Southeast, where we're starting to process timber that has been harvested before and is now growing back, thus the term second growth or young growth. And as many of you know, or many of you probably know, a friend or other local with a Woodmeister or a Lucas Mill or some other such portable sawmill, this can potentially enable them to make a living out of that piece of equipment. So we're hopeful. I want to talk a little bit about forest carbon offset projects. As I mentioned, the governor's bill was introduced and is going through the legislative process. And I think the governor stated very eloquently that this bill is complementary to timber production. It's not an alternative to timber. The intent is that timber production and carbon offset projects can coexist. And we are working on this, and it's really part of, again, diversifying our basket of forest products, and really part and parcel of making use of Alaska's unlimited natural resources, of which timber is one. And again, part of diversifying the timber economy. So more news to come, but again, we're hopeful on that. Insects and disease is becoming an issue, and notably the hemlock sawfly and the western black-headed budworm, that's your forest health expertise for this morning, are the culprits. Two different insects. The hemlock sawfly likes the older needles. The western black-headed budworm likes the new needles. So there you have it. If they gang up on a tree, it has a bleak future. So far, some of you have seen this. Hemlock sawfly outbreaks have been on the order of almost 200,000 acres. The budworm outbreak is pushing 700,000 acres. So pretty serious acreages. I think the good news is that these insects do not necessarily kill the tree. It's not like the bark beetle in the interior. They will result in top kill, but the tree is not necessarily doomed. It can recover, albeit with some top kill. And outbreaks like these are basically part of nature's cycle of birth and death and life cycle. It's natural. It doesn't look natural, but this is how trees grow and mature and die. In the natural world, these epidemics or outbreaks generally last about 2 to 4 years before they crash, as we say, and then we're back to normal. And our data suggests that, in fact, the Western black-headed budworm outbreak may have peaked, and so we're on our way to recovery. And just one more thing about creating a diversified young growth economy. We have a unique situation in Southeast Alaska where our lands are often, when I say our lands, I mean the non-federal lands that I mentioned earlier, are often intermingled with Forest Service lands, excuse me. And thus the need for road use agreements, which has obvious name is agreements where we share the same roads across different ownerships. Roads are very expensive to build, so it's a necessity. And we are working with the Forest Service to negotiate road use agreements that are based on really the cost of road maintenance rather than recouping the initial cost of building the road in the first place, which gets pretty expensive, which could have been justified, could have penciled out when you were harvesting old growth timber, but young growth timber has a significantly lower value, and so the road use fees are really prohibitive in a lot of cases for a young growth economy. So we're working with the Forest Service on that, and we're hoping that's something that we can resolve at the local level and amicably and come up with a working solution. So again, we're crossing our fingers. And in closing, just reiterating that I think timber is going to be a part of a lasting solution in the Southeast. It may not return to its former glory during the old growth days, but it's a critical part of a diversified economy in the Southeast. Every person on the planet lives in a house of some sort, usually built out of wood. That wood comes out of a tree that grew in the forest. That's why the timber industry will be with us forever, and we are looking to keep it sustainable in the Southeast, keep it working, and keep it part of our local economy. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Leila Kimbrell. I'm the Executive Director for the Resource Development Council. RDC, as we affectionately call it in the office. For those who are not familiar, we are also a nonprofit trade association, and we represent 5 core industries for Alaska: oil and gas, mining, timber, tourism, and fishing. And so with that diversity of the industries we represent, and historically very critical to Alaska's economy, we get to have a lot of fun. And I get to partner with all of these people at the table, as well as all of these people, all of you in the room. And Robert, I want to thank you for inviting us again to join the panel today. RDC's mission is to grow Alaska through responsible resource development, and we really emphasize that word responsible. I think everybody in this room emphasizes that word responsible. And that combined with our membership, the folks here in the room, all the people in the state, we all are in this together. And I really think that pairs well with the theme of this year's mid-session summit, that we are charting the course ahead, and it takes all of us together. And when we started this panel, Robert asked us to address challenges. I appreciate starting the day off with successes, and I appreciate all of the successes that the panelists who've already spoken today are talking about, what they're doing to be creative, to be innovative, and to embrace the changes around us. If I was going to put one word on the challenges that I see our members facing, and that would be external. We are working together well with our state partners, with our local governments. Where we see things that are completely out of our control is at the federal level. We've had some bad news come out the past couple of weeks, or past few days. The reimposition of the roadless rule here for the Tongass. This morning's news of the EPA exercising its veto authority for the Pebble deposit. And I'll echo Tessa's remarks. Regardless of your politics on these particular projects, these decisions made back in DC with no local input, they have a dangerous precedence for our state. There's nothing to say that what the EPA took action on for the Bristol Bay region won't be repeated elsewhere around the state. We have many projects that show a lot of potential, and a lot of potential for messages we're getting out of the federal administration. Critical minerals, I know my friend Deantha is going to talk a lot about that. But the critical mineral and energy transition that we have coming out of DC, that's a great thing. We need to embrace technology. We have a lot of resources and known deposits in the state of Alaska that can help our country with that domestic energy transition. To Kara's point, it's not going to happen overnight. These things take time. But the cumulative impact, I think, of some of these actions have a chilling effect on investment in Alaska. And so when we talk about these things, we know we have workforce shortages, we know we have housing issues. It's great to have the lowest employment rates that we've ever had in history, and that comes with challenges. What I love about this group, these other associations, your association, is that everyone embraces these challenges, and we just look to what's next and continuing to work on behalf of Alaska for that. Because some of the other industries are already being touched upon, I'll just share some impacts from two that haven't been represented yet on this panel. First is fishing. Meilani's updates to see that just being the number one private sector industry for Southeast is great news. I know it's not always that way. It can be a boom and bust cycle. But statewide, the fishing industry provides the largest manufacturing sector for the state. They can attribute over 62,000 jobs, direct jobs, that come into Alaska with that. And that's a huge impact on the state economy. Within our organization, we represent not only commercial, but also sport fishing interests as well. I know that Southeast has some challenges. We've been tracking the story regarding the challenge from Washington on the orca whales and the salmon issue here. That's another external factor I think we have to look at. In Western Alaska, there's salmon issues there as well. The crab industry is undergoing some great challenges as they figure out what's happening in Western Alaska as a result of climate change or disease. But you have a lot of positives too. I liked again seeing the strong forecast for some of the fish runs here in Southeast. You've got a strong mariculture economy coming online. I think some of the best oysters in the world come out of Southeast, and then I don't know if everyone is aware, but at the end of the year last year in the omnibus bill, Senator Sullivan was successful in including kind of a new market-based approach to that will allow the transfer of halibut quota shares from commercial to charter companies or to the charter sector. So, just looking at ways where we can continue to support one another between industries and within industries, I think is important. And then, of course, the impact tourism brings to the state, big numbers, great numbers. We like seeing those numbers, $126 million in state revenue 88 million in direct municipal revenue impact around the state based on the latest numbers that we have. These fund essential and local services, jobs that keep communities alive. We saw just how impactful tourism is during the pandemic to many of our communities around the state. But again, that comes with challenges of housing. Where do you find all the workers? So we just keep working through it. So I guess my biggest takeaway, we've had some bad news this week. We're looking for some positive news to end the week on Willow. We've got some positive developments with this, with the Picker project through Santos. Graphite 1 outside of Nome is potentially the largest graphite deposit in North America. For that to come online, critical to those electric batteries and lithium batteries we want in our EVs. And so, you know, as we tackle these challenges, as we continue to do this together, we have to do this together. I think we need to remember to tell our story and tell your story outside of this room. Find a way for us to help market those stories. The governor included in his budget to the Department of Commerce some money to help market Alaska to the lower 48, particularly in some of our core industries and how we share that message. And so that's just critical. We have some great success stories. You've got the largest silver mine in the state here. I'm seeing some members from Core Kensington here. I know I'm gonna leave people out of the room, but we've got some really good stories to share, and we have to just figure out how we share that more broadly, because we're not the snow globe, and we can't let folks in DC figure out that it's an all or nothing approach to our state. So thank you.
Well, good morning. My name is Deantha Skibinski. I'm the Executive Director of the Alaska Miners Association. I'm also very pleased to be here today and appreciate the ongoing invite and opportunity to participate in this panel. The Alaska Miners Association represents all aspects of the mining industry in Alaska, from large-scale mines and projects to a pretty robust exploration community. Our state's one coal mine and the coal innovations being pursued around the state. Our family-owned placer mines, and then the vendors and contractors, many of whom are in this room, whose goods and services support our industry. We've been around for a really long time, and we are certainly an integral part of the critical minerals discussion that Leila teed up nicely for me. I will tell you that this morning I'm super cranky. I had to miss the beginning sessions this morning. I had to miss our lovely mayor and Miss Richard and miss the opening sessions of this great conference to listen to a White House briefing about conserving and protecting the last great places of America, in which this particular briefing, some of which Leila already discussed, included the recent reposition of the roadless rule for the Tongass, the proposed, or the final 404C veto at the Pebble project, and then the third that happened just in the last week was a move to protect the boundary waters area near Lake Superior from mining that was being proposed there. So feeling a little targeted. And in addition, one of the things that Robert asked us to talk about today was challenges and opportunities. It's just all of the other regulatory proposals that are coming out of federal decision makers, excuse me, that are directly inconsistent with the renewable energy technology pursuits that we are hearing, and all of the new technology levels that the federal administration is supposedly aspiring to get to, while overlooking the vast amount of minerals it's going to take to get us there. Some of the other things that are in that portfolio that are very recent decisions are the expansion of the Waters of the U.S. rule. That will affect every one of you in this room, make no mistake. And when you change what is the definition of a water, that's going to change very greatly how any of us do anything. But the theme today is that it takes all of us together. And those of my colleagues up here, including you, Helge, your boss's boss's boss, is one bright spot that we can really look forward to, in our future here. We have a state of Alaska administration that is trying really hard to combat these bad federal policies. And when I say that, I don't just mean litigation. I mean legislation to see where can the state step in and help with this? Where can the state help tell our story, and where can we hop on the international public narrative of ESG? Alaska has been developing its resources and bettering its communities for a very long time, way before the conversation started that people don't. That was never a thing here. We've been developing resources and building our communities together for a very long time. And I can tell you that the work and the representation of my colleagues and those at Southeast Conference, and the work of of the Dunleavy administration and our legislature is the one bright spot in our industry. In boardrooms across the world that are looking at mineral investment, while there are so many bad policies coming out of the federal government, and America is increasingly becoming seen as a risky place to invest, Alaska does shine in terms of not just our major geologic potential, but the fact that the lawmakers here and the public are understanding and understand the value of the mining industry, understand that miners are their neighbors, and understand that it really is being done right here. I agree with Leila. We do need to do a better job of telling our story and getting that out farther, and it is something that we all really aspire to. But I can tell you that Alaska is giving a positive impression across the world in terms of being a place that really welcomes investment in our natural resources. And so why this matters, I guess we would also contend that we built this city. Mining's been in your community for a very long time. You guys have envied cheap power due to some of the early on mining development that took place here. We've heard a lot this morning about wanting to invest in people, and that's something industry has been doing here in Juneau for many years. We do have folks from Kensington here. I know there are folks from the Palmer Project. I swear my eyesight's getting worse by the year, and so I'm not sure if anyone from Queens Creek is in here, but we are in your community, we are your neighbors. We want to do more of that in Southeast Alaska and really on a statewide basis. So I'll end there. I really appreciate the opportunity, not just to be part of your events, but also just the opportunity to work with Robert and the crew every day. We get a lot done together, and it's a great partnership. And I hope you'll have me back in Sitka. I hope I'll be more pleasant that day. And Carol, I do need a room reservation for that. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning. My name is Katie Capozzi, and I proudly serve as the president and CEO of the Alaska Chamber of Commerce. We are the state's largest business advocacy organization with a little over 700 members from all over the state, representing small businesses, big businesses, every industry that you can imagine. So it's an interesting job. No days like the last. I also have, I might be tied with Leila for the biggest board in the state. We're, I think, more than 70-person board when we're all full. So professional cat herder a little bit as well. But it's really important to have a board that size and an active membership, because we can't possibly keep track of all of the issues. I cannot be an expert on any one issue, much less, dozens. So really appreciate, I see so many members in the room, really appreciate your participation and always being available to help answer questions. I know that we are running just a couple of minutes late. My colleagues covered a lot of the issues that, I was already going to talk about. Just a little bit more about the Alaska Chamber. Of those 700 members, it represents about 58,000 jobs in Alaska and $4.6 billion in wages. And before I came this morning, I looked up how many of our members of the 700 come from Southeast, and it's just under 200. So really, really proud of the participation and support we have from the membership in Southeast Alaska. This is the mid-session summit, so I'm going to focus my comments just very briefly on what our legislative positions and priorities are. We have 60 of them, so settle in. Just kidding. I'm not going to go over all 60. I'm just going to talk about our two priorities. We have a state priority and a federal priority. And I kind of wish I had Nolan's slides up here to kind of go off of that. And also, if Nolan, if you're still in the room, I actually wrote down, he said, fiscal certainty does hold back our economy and our private investment in the state. And that is why for more than 20 years, the #1 priority for the Alaska Chamber has been to support a comprehensive approach to a sustainable fiscal plan. And we think the most important part that needs to be solved or implemented, I should say, is having a spending cap. And a lot of people get kind of scared by that. They think that means that we just need to slash and burn budgets and keep this really low number, but really it's a concept that I think once you start to learn about it, it should actually make everyone in this room, regardless of what your pet project is or what you care most about, feel a little bit more comfortable because it provides stability. And that's another thing that Nolan talked about, the need for stability. If business is going to invest and not be scared, they need to know what the plan is moving forward as far as a fiscal approach goes. So we've talked about that for 20 years, specifically a spending cap for about 5 or 6 years. We are pleased to see that there is legislation that's been introduced that's actually getting hearings for the first time in a really long time. So we're watching that closely. We think there's real potential to see that happen, and I encourage all of you to take a look at what's out there, understand it, don't be scared of it, and participate in those hearings. And if you have any questions, please reach out to the Alaska Chamber. We're happy to kind of walk everyone through that process and why it's so important to us. Our federal priority is to advocate for a federal regulatory structure that is balanced, predictable, and stable. I think my colleagues very well covered that we do not have that happening right now at the federal level. And I'm not going to touch too much on it. We've heard it loud and clear this morning that is a challenge for us. Also, Nolan, your slides are amazing, because when you have the kind of top 10 things, I think it was that businesses take a look at, almost all of those that were listed we're kind of challenged by our geography, workforce shortages, and like Leila said, so much of it is external. So the best thing that we can do is have a stable regulatory structure, both at a state level, and I would echo what Deantha said, that we have a governor and administration who's been doing just about everything that they can to fight back against just kind of the barrage that we've been doing for several years now from the federal government. So I will just end there. I appreciate it. Robert, I don't know if we have time for questions, but happy to turn it back over to you. Thank you.
So the intent of these 2 days is to really get you exposed to the issues, the leaders that are leading the charge in so many different ways, and then to give you the opportunity to do deeper dives. And then what we do in the interim between mid-session summit and our meeting in the fall is have committee meetings where we do deeper dives. So we will have each of these individuals at future committee meetings, which we want to do that deeper dive in. But one thing I just wanted to just say as we wrap this up, often in the past, the timber industry has been looking over their shoulder and talking about the past. What I really appreciate about conversations that we're having right now is we're talking about a future. And so it's different, but we have a future. And so I appreciate that. The resource industry specific to mining and, what the bedrock that they've been during this pandemic, which made us shine all the more than they have. So really appreciate that sector. Leila, we're going to grow Mariculture and have that extra seat on you have too small of a board if it's smaller than Katie's. So we're gonna add new industry there once at some point there. And Kara, I think we well appreciate the fact, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Willow Project, that seems to have broad bipartisan support. I mean, U.S. Representative Peltola has been on record, I think, supporting that as well. Is that correct? And that'll add to some of our production volume.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So it's like, we know there's so many facets and spectrums, but we need that. We need that. And Katie, the continued hammering on the budgets and so many other issues. I'm going to ask the panelists if they would, at post meeting to give us the synopsis of your legislative priorities so we can make those continual conversations. And I'm going to ask all of you to engage them, not just during this break, because it's going to be a short one. We're going to short break now and at lunch, and then after that, we're going to expand the break so for more networking, but we want to make sure this got crammed in there. Lori, where are you? There's Lori. Where's the rest of Team Sitka? You guys are okay? Mayor? Okay. So Sitka is the sponsor of this break. They're also our hosts this fall. You can talk to Carol and others about hospitality needs there as we go. I wanted to also just do a quick shout out. Where did Carrie go, Brett? You let her leave. There she is. So Carrie waving her hand there. Brett here. National Association of Development Organizations. We'll talk about this a little bit more, but one of the things that they're looking at is a project that we'll talk about tomorrow and the next day about essential service of ferries. So if you're in a community that depends on ferry service, let's make their acquaintance, and we'll talk about them a little bit more, but I don't want to eat up any more of your eating time and break time. So thank our panel one more time. Let's take a quick break. Be right back. Let's go ahead. We've got some good things to talk about and some exciting announcements and awards today. So I'm going to start picking off the approval to see if my sound check is working. So the very first person I'm going to pick on is I don't know, Gary White. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you show folks which table they should be sitting at? Just kind of just go like point. Yeah, exactly. So thank you. Keith Perkins is always a good one to pick on because he seems to be a constant offender. He's in the back of the room. Talk. Keith Perkins. Keith Perkins. Mr. Perkins. Hey, could somebody just tap that blind ref on the back and let him see what's going, where the action is? Keith is. Hey, Keith. How many years you been reffing? Yeah, there's kids that are having kids now that are complaining about his refereeing because he's been, hey, Keith Perkins. No, he's still not paying attention. Yeah, how many years you been reffing in the Southeast? How many? 30? 40 years? 40 years. Okay, see, now he knows what the action is. See, look at that. Perfect. Thanks, Raf. So anyway, we're getting ready to get started. We had to do some last minute stuffing on the agenda, which is kind of crunched today. I'm going to pick, make sure, it's never a good thing to pick on your own board members. We're going to have 3 of them, where Alec is standing, that is standing up, wondering what I'm talking about. It's like, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh, just saying hi. Because we're going to go ahead and end the break, and I could pick my own staff too. I was like, okay. Hey, Karen. Is my voice switching back there? Okay, great. So, one of the exciting partnerships that we have in the region, you'll never guess. Yes, this was Spruce Fruit. And some of the amazing work that they're doing in our rural communities is the Path to Prosperity. We get boot camp, and competitions, the program manager for that is it, right? Okay, so I'm gonna blast them until they actually can hear you, because when you come up here, they're like, oh, they're serious. He's really out of something to say. But I'm not. I can do this all day long. I don't want to, because I want to hear from this, and I want to know what these people are doing up here. So with that, welcome back. Thank you, Sika, for that break. And can we give them and all of our sponsors a round of applause, please? All right, with no further ado, awesome thing that's going on here.
Can everyone hear me? All right. Well, welcome everyone. It is such a huge honor to be here. I'm here today to announce the 2 winners of our 2022 Path to Prosperity Business Development Competition. We're here not only to celebrate the hard work that these entrepreneurs have put in to get here today, but also the strength and promise that they represent for our region. For more than a decade, the Path to Prosperity competition has helped launch and grow businesses that power the economic, environmental, and community vibrancy of Southeast. This year's competition focused exclusively on small businesses related to regenerative tourism in an effort to build a visitor industry that improves our ecosystems, strengthens our economy, and promotes meaningful and memorable visitor experiences. Just in case you're not familiar, Spruce Fruit is a nonprofit community development financial institution that provides local entrepreneurs with access to business development and financial resources in the form of loan capital, business coaching, and workshops. Path to Prosperity continues to be an essential part of how we achieve our mission, which is driving a regenerative economy across Southeast Alaska so that our communities can forge futures grounded in this Indigenous place. As we're marking 10 years of this competition, I wanted to share a few numbers that we're especially proud of. Throughout the 10 years, there have been 312 businesses that have submitted applications for the competition from 23 communities across Southeast Alaska. We've trained 119 finalists in triple bottom line business planning at our signature intensive boot camp. And 21 winners, including these 2 here today, have been awarded a total of $660,000 to build their local businesses. But behind all of these numbers is a rich network of caring and driven entrepreneurs across Southeast Alaska. And over the past year, we've really been able to see just how much that network has grown. In October, right here in Juneau, we held the Path to Prosperity Business Bootcamp in person for the first time since before the pandemic.
Boot camp is at the heart of the competition. It's where the entrepreneurs step back from their busy day-to-day operations to reinvent and refine their ideas, learn essential business concepts from our mentors, and bond over shared meals, ridiculous icebreakers, and vulnerable conversations. We wanted to do something special to recognize those entrepreneurs in our network, and so we brought everyone together for a sunset boat cruise here in Juneau on the second night of boot camp. As our rented catamaran moved through Ock Bay, the competition finalists weaved throughout the boat, practicing their pitches with over 60 of our supporters. Together, we marveled at pods of orcas who flanked the sides of the vessel as the sun slowly dipped up below the horizon. It was an evening that encapsulated the power and importance of this work, bringing people together, sharing ideas and expertise, and committing ourselves to strengthening this region for generations to come. After we finished boot camp, the finalists set to work on finishing their meticulous business plans and charting out their financial projections so that they could turn in their final submissions to our panel of judges. The judges reviewed their proposals and selected these two winners to be awarded $25,000 each to grow their businesses. Every year, this decision of who to pick to win seems more and more challenging because every finalist put forward a thoughtful and rigorous plan, and I want to thank them all for the great work that they put in. But this competition would be nothing without the literal boatload of people who've put so much hard work behind it. To the mentors who showed up at boot camp and generously shared their time and expertise. The talented team at Spruce Root, shout out to everyone who came to see this announcement, who makes this work feel so delightful. And especially the entrepreneurs who show up at our workshops with creative ideas and the dedication to make them reality. And special shout out to our board members who set the vision for our work and make sure that it's rooted in the needs of our rural villages. I want to thank them all for contributing their time and talents. And of course, none of this would be possible without the incredible support of our sponsors. It's a long list which speaks to the strength of our community's support for this work. Special thanks to the Edgerton Foundation, Sea Alaska, U.S. Department of Agriculture, the Opportunity Finance Network, the Nature Conservancy, Wells Fargo, OESTA, the Sustainable Southeast Partnership, JumpScale, the Avista Foundation, Alaska Brewing Co., LG Rayfeld, Kensington Mine, and Alaska Litho. Without further ado, I'd like to bring on Elena Peterson to present the first of the awards. Elena is our executive director here at Spruce Root, and she's the first person to run the P2P competition. And ever since, she's continued to skillfully steer Spruce Root forward while remaining true to our mission. Welcome, Elena.
Susie, and thank you to Southeast Conference for allowing us to use this time and space to present the awards. I cannot believe it's been 10 years. I feel like we just started this program, and every year we talk about, should we keep doing it? Should we not? You know, it is a huge lift, but we get so much, like us as a team get so much out of it, the time we get with entrepreneurs and working with partners and other practitioners and people around the region that come in to make it a valuable program each year. And then all those people go, no, you have to keep doing it. And so, you know, it's when I get up here, I'm like, yeah, of course you have to keep doing it. But thank you to Izzy because she does the heavy lifting to make this program happen. And I'm excited. We'll be doing some new things in the future with it. So keep paying attention because you'll see she's been happening. So I am here to present the first award. And I just want to mention that both winners are going to get $25,000 to support their business growth. And they're also each receiving Tlingit wall carving that was made by artist Brian Chilton. So Brian Chilton, or Ani, which roughly translates to face of the village, is a descendant from the Raven House Yale pit in Angoon. And Brian is of the Raven Moiety and belongs to the Deshiton clan, whose crest is the beaver. Brian was born and raised in Juneau. He's been wood carving for the past 20 years and who is taught by his brothers in the basic techniques of Tlingit art as well through an Indian studies program in the Juneau schools. Today, Brian's developed a unique style of his own and is proud to pass on the knowledge to his nephews. His artwork includes three-dimensional totems, large, medium, and small paddles, masks, plaques, panels, and grease dishes, as well as painted drums. So, yeah. This is the panel, the first one, very beautiful. So I am now excited to announce the first winner for this year's P2P competition, New Earth Fungi owner Alana Johnson. So New Earth Fungi is a small gourmet and medicinal mushroom farm located in Juneau. Their products include locally cultivated mushrooms that are offered fresh, dried, or in medicinal tonics. Not only are there fresh mushrooms offered at grocery stores in town, they're also sold to the local restaurants where visitors get to enjoy them and have a chance to purchase dried mushrooms or tonics to take home with them. So New Earth Fungi also offers local mushroom foraging tours and cultivation workshops where locals and visitors alike can learn about the rich mycological ecosystems of Juneau. I was really excited to find out that you were a winner this year. Alana is someone that I just think is really models like everything that entrepreneurship is. And she does it so gracefully. So I'm very excited. Congratulations.
Thank you, Spruce, and thank you to the donors of this award. I am so excited and I'm really proud of myself also just for all the hard work that I've put into my business since I first started it in the beginning of the pandemic. Yeah, it's been really rewarding and also really challenging. And yeah, I don't think many people realize all that goes into mushroom farming. A lot of people tend to think that it's just like gardening, but there's more to it, you know, having a lab and keeping everything sterile all the time and making sure that I'm not getting some undesired fungus growing in my mushroom grow bags. But yeah, I'm just so thankful for this award and really happy to share my mushrooms that I grow with the Juneau community and the rest of Southeast. And I'm really excited to use this award, particularly so that it can expand my operation and help me to purchase larger mushroom sterilizing equipment, which saves me not only a lot of time, but will allow me to free up some of my time so that I can put my work into providing more nature-based educational activities with tourists and the community. So yeah, thank you. If you have questions about growing mushrooms or just curiosity with what I do, please feel free to reach out to me. Thank you.
Congratulations, Alana. Now, I'd like to welcome one of our longtime board members, Norman Cohen, who will announce the second winner. While he was at the Nature Conservancy, Norm led the efforts to create the Path to Prosperity program in partnership with Spruce Root. And so 10 years later, it's so cool to have both him and Elena back here on the stage today. I'm so thankful for his ongoing commitment to our work and to this program. Welcome, Norm.
And thank you very much for having me today and having the award ceremony here at the Southeast Conference. As he said, I had been involved in this for 10 years and was part of the beginning of the program, which is a record for me for anything that lasted 10 years. I think this is the only thing I've ever been involved with that's gone at least 10 years. So I'm really proud of the program for that reason alone. Also, as a member of the Spruce Root Board, the Path to Prosperity is one of our signature programs. And I think it's really important to recognize how important it is for the region to support its entrepreneurs and its small businesses. That is really what drives the economy of Southeast. And this program is really intended to support that effort and support the economy of Southeast Alaska, which of course is the reason that Spruce Root was created in the first place. And also it was one of the first organizations to really promote triple bottom line business planning, where profit is not the only measure of success, but also how
businesses impact the community, the social life of the community, and the environmental health of the community. So for all those reasons, really appreciate the support that Path to Prosperity has had and that it continues on into the future. That the Lena said today is really great news. The second award winner is Costa Brava Bakery and Patisserie, owned by Rebecca Kameka. Now, this is out of Haines. Turns out that 20% of the winners of the Path to Prosperity have been from Haines. So it really does say something about Haines. I'm not sure exactly what it says, but I do think it does say that there is a great entrepreneurial spirit in our neighbor to the north, and a spirit that could be emulated by many other communities in the region. So congratulations not only to Rebecca for this victory today, her winning of this competition, but also to Haines and the great spirit that there is in that community. Costa Brava Bakery and Patisserie is a high-end pastry shop specializing in custom wedding cakes, celebration cakes, and pastries that draw inspiration from Spanish and French cuisine, culture, and aesthetics. It is owned and operated by Rebecca Kameka, who moved to Haines in 2019 and founded the bakery in the summer of 2020. Driven by a lifelong passion for baking, the bakery brings artistic expression and creativity into the kitchen to create unique and sophisticated designs and flavors like no other in remote small town Alaska. And my final note about that is maybe as this, her award may go to expanding her business into Juneau, which I'm sure many who here live in Juneau would really appreciate. So congratulations, Rebecca. And you also have a wall carving by Brian Chilton.
Wow, thanks so much. I'd first like to thank Spruce Root for offering such an opportunity to entrepreneurs every year. Running a business is no small feat and it's very expensive, and so $25,000 really can go a long way. I was ignoring Izzy's phone calls thinking someone was trying to get money from me. And she sent me a text and said, "Can you give me a call?" And I was like, "Oh yeah." Someone was trying to give me money. So Costa Brava, I moved to Haines on a whim in 2019. I just absolutely loved it. And in 2020, I started it just out of, for a creative outlet. And it kind of exploded into something that I couldn't really control at some point, even though I do it with a full-time corporate job. And the small success I had with, first I was at farmers markets, and then I ended up having tons of orders for weddings and celebration cakes. And I stopped going to the farmer's market and saw that, hey, the small success I was having at such a small scale, or the large success at such a small scale, maybe I could expand this. And when I first came to Haines, I realized there was an opportunity for, need for full-time employment for locals all year long, a need for a place to eat all year long, and a place where visitors can come and enjoy our beautiful community even more. And so when I saw my small success, I thought, what about the idea of opening up a restaurant? And that's where my idea of Costa Brava Tapas Wine and Dessert Bar came to be. And the idea is to put it in Skagway, but also still support Haines as well. So I'd be supporting two communities. There would be a restaurant there where the community can come together in Skagway. They can host events, we can have artist markets. But with scaling production, I'd be able to partner with local Southeast suppliers like Alana here, have mushrooms and like empanadas. And then I'd also be able to ship my cakes to Haines, where the wedding industry is really growing there. So I can ship by sea or air, just 15 miles away. And then I'd also be able to, out of a larger kitchen, support tour operators with large cookie orders or sandwiches that they need for their tour groups. So anyway, this award's really going to help me move closer towards that idea. Thank you.
Awesome. Give it up one more time for Rebecca and Alana. When Rebecca and Alana first came in here for this announcement this morning, I heard Rebecca say to Alana, "Hey, you were in my business plan because you're going to source some mushrooms for your bakery, huh?" Yeah, that's collaboration in action, folks. Well, thank you all so much for coming here and witnessing the presentation of this award. It really means so much to be able to do it here at Southeast Conference and in front of all of you. But before I step off the stage, I do have one more big announcement to make, which concerns some of the shifts with the program that Elena mentioned earlier. And so it's in 2023, we will be shifting the format of the Path to Prosperity Business Competition from its traditional format into Path to Prosperity Business and Balance, which is a 9-week course that we will hold twice per year. And by doing this shift, we're hoping to make our program more equitable and accessible while paying special attention to the mental resilience of the entrepreneurs that we work with. In this new evolution of the program, participants will complete a rigorous online course focused on building a business that's in line with their values, and then they'll have the option to apply for award funding and to attend a special in-person celebration at the completion of the program year. Applications for this new version, Path to Prosperity Business and Balance, will open on February 13th. And so if you're interested or know a friend or a business owner who might be interested in applying, please check out our website at spruceroot.org to learn more about this new version. And lastly, if you feel compelled to help us support entrepreneurship in Southeast Alaska and other entrepreneurs like these here with me today, please consider supporting the program, and especially this new version of the program that we plan to launch this year. And so if you're interested in sponsoring, I'll be around, and feel free to come and talk to me. So thank you all. Thank you so much. I'll hand it back to Robert.
Thank you all, and congratulations to the winners. I'm going to call the next panel up here. I think this is one of the most under-recognized programs that does so much good in the region for business development in our rural community. So really appreciate that and the opportunities we have to support that along the way. And it's something that I think you're going to see and hear more of, but the work that Spruce Root is doing in the region, along with Lincoln, Hnilicka, and Southeast Conference with the SAS initiative, and so much. We've had a lot of capacities here. So don't get comfortable. Don't get comfortable. I'm going to turn this right over. Oh, you guys can sit down, but Juliana's going to come straight up here because in some time, I'm not going to say a whole lot because you know what's going on with the Build Back Better. At least you know that it's happening. And so, oh yeah, look at that perfect picture. So I'll say one thing about Path to Prosperity. Haynes ruled the roost for the first few years, and then I think they banned Haynes winners for a few years. And so it's great to see Haynes back in the mix. You fall in love with a place like this. At one point, they documented more PhDs per capita in Haynes than anywhere else. None of them doing anything that they were trained to do. You fall in love with a place like this, you just become an entrepreneur. You figure, what's it going to take to live here? And you know that's indicative of all of Southeast. When the sun shines, it is the more beautiful place than Southeast Alaska, both days of the week, the year. So anyway, I want to turn this over to Juliana, who's the project manager for the Alaska Mariculture Cluster, and then she'll introduce the team and have some few words. And we could go on and on, but we won't. So I'll just step off the page, and Juliana, take it away.
Thank you, Robert. Hello, everyone. It's so good to see so many of you here in the room today for our annual conference. I, again, am Juliana Leggett, and I am the project manager for the Alaska Mariculture Cluster Build Back Better grant. It's a mouthful, so we use acronyms. That's still a mouthful, so apologies for all the acronyms. Next slide. I think this won't work. It worked, did it? Or is that? No, it's you.
Turn it on.
Oh, that would help too. See if I can figure that out. There we go. So a little bit of background. Some of you probably have heard about the Build Back Better challenge. It's actually a funded program through the American Rescue Plan Act. It's not the same as the legislation that went through, just as clarity on that. But the Alaska Mariculture Cluster is a partnership that's not just within Southeast Alaska, but it's all of Southern Coastal Alaska. Actually, it's all the way up to the ocean chain down to Southern Coastal Alaska, kind of where in all of the coastal areas where mariculture is currently happening. And the work of the Alaska Mariculture
is based on years of work by the governor's Mariculture Task Force under the Walker administration, and then continuing under the Governor Dunleavy's administration. And so when this opportunity came through the Economic Development Administration, we already had kind of a blueprint or a plan for Alaska to grow its mariculture industry. So our vision here is accelerating a viable and sustainable mariculture industry for the long-term benefit of Alaska's economy, environment, and underserved communities. Aha. And again, for context, we initially applied for this grant during phase 1 back in 2021. And we were one of 60 finalists in phase 1, where we received just a planning grant to put together a full proposal for the phase 2. We won that phase 1 grant and were able to put together in 3 months a $49 million proposal. Actually, it's $65 million if you include all of the match. So we had quite a scramble to get it put together, but because of great partnerships, which a few of our partners are here today, we were able to pull that off. Let's see. Again, so in phase 2, we found out September 22 that we were selected as a finalist or as a winner in the phase 2 process. So we are one of 21 coalitions nationwide to be selected. So it's a pretty exciting opportunity for us here in Alaska. We use this slide, especially if we're talking to audiences that are not from Alaska, so they can kind of see like, wow, Alaska's huge. And so all of the projects that were funded are aimed towards industry sectors that are catalyzing economies in their local regions. And so our Alaska Mariculture Cluster proposal was really unique amongst all the other projects that were selected across the nation. So a lot of people are very excited to see how this goes. So I'm just going to give you guys a really broad overview of all the different projects. There's 7 projects. We have around 13 different sub-award recipients who are helping us implement the project. And then we have several partners who are providing both cash and in-kind match. And then we also have a lot of contracts that we're overseeing and that we hope to continue to engage with more Alaskans on. So here's another visual. It's such a complicated project that I feel like having kind of it all on one page helps see. We have 7 different projects, and within those 7 projects, we have multiple entities that are helping us implement it. So you can see we have the RLF that thankfully Elena is here. She can help talk a little bit about that one here in a moment. We have a governance coordination outreach component. It's going to help us sort of provide some oversight and management of the project as a whole. We have a whole workforce development component that the university is going to be helping us with, a research and development component where we're looking at a lot of different aspects of the mariculture industry that need to be studied and learned and developed so that we can continue to grow. Marketing is another really important aspect. Green energy, I'll talk about that in a moment. It's just kind of a look towards the future on being more efficient in all of our farms and the way that we're doing mariculture in the future. And then finally, equipment and technology is another component. I just have one slide per project, so I won't bore you guys with the details of this, but for project 1, we have a revolving loan fund. It's a $10 million fund that we're going to be overseeing with partnerships, including Spruce Root and in the region, Tawny's Federal Credit Union. What we're hoping to do is to address gaps in financing for mariculture. Mariculture is such a new industry. There's not a lot of collateral that people have. It's a lot of upfront costs. And so we want to be able to use these funds to help people get going in the industry. And again, a really cool thing about this project is that we have a metric of targeting 25% of these funds to Alaska Native and Indigenous communities, as well as traditionally underserved and rural communities. And that's a key theme throughout the entirety of our project. But Elena can talk a little bit more about that when she's up. Then we have our governance coordination outreach component projects. This will be kind of the heartbeat of everything. All 7 of the projects are interrelated. the success of one is dependent on the success of another. And so to kind of continue collaboration amongst all the different projects, we're setting up a governance body, working with the other regional development organizations like Southeast Conference, who I don't think anyone's here yet, but I know Swansea and Prince William Sound Economic Development District are going to be here later today. And then we also have the Alaska Mariculture Alliance, which is the new trade organization for mariculture that's getting stood up right now. And they're going to be helping implement this. We have a contract to do a communications and engagement plan to really work with our communities to hear what questions people have, what concerns they have, and to educate on what mariculture is and what it's not and what its benefits are. And then we are also hiring through Alaska Mariculture Alliance 4 regional individuals to serve as liaisons to our tribal and indigenous communities so that this is a two-way communication, and so that we have everyone at the table as this industry develops. And that's actually an RFP that's out right now on Alaska Mariculture Alliance's website. So I would check that out if you're interested or know anyone that might be interested in that. Workforce development, we are working with University of Alaska Anchorage, University of Alaska Fairbanks, and University of Alaska Southeast to provide workforce training opportunities. They're going to be developing some certificates and training so that as this industry grows, that there's opportunities for folks to get involved and get certified and to continue to grow in their own professional development. They're going to be updating an oyster farming manual, a seaweed manual, and then provide more programs for hands-on training, whether you're doing oyster farming or you're doing kelp farming. And Jenny Eckert would have been with us today, but she had a conflict, so we wish she was here, but we're really excited to be partnering with the university on this program. Research and development, Dan's going to talk a lot more about this, but we're working with several different partners on this project. The Department of Fish and Game is going to be doing some seaweed analysis to better understand what we're working with and to make sure that the regulations and policies that we have around mariculture are, they're not too restrictive, but they're not so loose that we're risking harming our natural environment. So we're helping fund some research for Fish and Game to do some of that work. The Alaska Department of Natural Resources is conducting some seaweed development trials for biostimulants, and we're working with the Plant Materials Center out in the valley who's going to be doing that. And then also Alaska Fisheries Development Foundation. We have Hannah here today. She'll share a little bit more, but they're going to be doing several different projects in this category, and I'll let her talk about that a little bit more. And then finally, Dan will talk a little bit more about the carbon sequestration feasibility study and analysis that we're doing here as well. Market development is an important project that we're doing. Southeast Conference is going to be overseeing this through contracts. As some of you may be aware, we have this wonderful group in Alaska called the Alaska Seafood Marketing Institute, and I saw Jeremy over there in the corner. Currently, by legislation, we're not able to market mariculture products. And so in the meantime, we identified that we need a glide path tapping into market development that hopefully we can pass on to another organization that could take it on continuing into the future. This is the Green Energy Project. This is going to be overseen through the Alaska Fisheries Development Foundation, and Hannah can share about this a little bit, but this is also going to be a contract that is going to be going out. And what we're looking at is essentially collecting baseline data at existing farms and infrastructure, what kind of energy resources people have that they're using, how can we improve it, and how do we look at how energy is changing in the future and shape this industry from the beginning to be able to tap into the different resources out there that are going to be more efficient and all of those good things. And then finally, we have a project called Equipment and Tech, and this is kind of one that's generated a lot of interest because it's the biggest pot of money. It's $26 million, which includes match. But what it is doing is several things that Dan will kind of unpack a little bit, but we aren't able to fund construction projects through this grant, and so what we can do is outfit existing facilities with hatchery and nursery equipment We can provide feasibility studies for communities that want to find out if they can repurpose an existing infrastructure that's sitting empty and turn it into a mariculture operation. We want to be able to do an analysis to see what it's going to take to get someone up and running and identify the equipment needs that they have. And then we're also giving we're having a partnership with Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation, who currently at their lab, they do all the shellfish paralytic poisoning testing. And it's a pretty cumbersome process that they have right now. And so we're going to be purchasing equipment for them to really truly be on the cutting edge of this kind of testing that will expand their capacity and their processing times for shellfish. And that's a really exciting. I wish that Patrice was here to give her presentation because she does a great job of putting into context how exciting this is. That Alaska will be the first ever to be using this equipment, and it's really exciting. So that's kind of the run through of the projects. Finally, again, kind of referring back to the governance piece of this whole project is that we recognize that as industries have developed, they haven't always made sure everyone was at the table, and things expanded so quickly that folks who wanted to be involved and should be involved weren't always engaged and had the time to be a part of the decisions that were made. And so this governance body that we're setting up, that's going to have regional representation, not only from the economic side, but also from our tribal partners and other groups, including President Peterson. I don't know if he's still here, but thank you for agreeing to be on this board. We're looking forward to having this kind of collaboration, not just in Southeast and not just across different industry sectors and groups, but across the state on how we want to see mariculture develop in Alaska and make sure the benefits stay here in our communities. So that is the grand overview, but I'll turn it over. Dan's gonna wrap us up with another slide, diving into the project a little bit more, but Elena, do you wanna just start us off talking a little bit about the project?
So spruce root, well, let me introduce myself a little bit better. Gaketin yukat duasak, yel ayahat, shukna harin hadsati, wushki tanyari ayahat. My Tlingit name is Gaketin. I am Shukna Hari, which is Raven Coho. And yeah, I'm from Sitka, if you don't know me, born and raised there, and our headquarters for Spruce Root is here in Juneau. So we are a nonprofit, what's called a community development financial institution. So we have a 501c3 status, but the CDFI status also allows us to offer capital and different types of loan products. And this is a program that was established by the U.S. Department of Treasury many years ago when I was a little kid. And it's newer though up in Alaska. CDFIs aren't as well known as they are down south. But what's really cool about CDFIs, if you're familiar with them, is we're able to do lending a bit more creatively. So we take on much higher risk loans and ones that banks or traditional financial institutions wouldn't typically take on due to the level of risk. And so we're not regulated like banks. And so we get to be creative. And so part of why this works really well with the revolving loan fund component project of the Mariculture cluster is that we can design and figure out a loan product that will help new and startup farmers get going. And so there's also an RLF, or sorry, a request for proposals, an RFP, out for someone who may be interested in working with us because we are super busy and we need some added capacity, but someone who wants to work with us to finalize the lending policies that will govern how we deploy this $10 million. So we have a good idea of what we want to do, but we need someone that has the time and energy to really make sure that we're building and designing loan products that will work for farmers. And that's not a small feat. We really have to think through this. And so that's kind of the stage we're at, but we are excited to be helping to deploy this money in the region and across the state, and working with Tongass Federal Credit Union as well. And so, as Juliana mentioned, there's a certain portion of the funds, about 25%, that's committed to Alaska Native farmers. And so, if you know of anyone that's interested or is curious about it, They can dip a toe in the water. They don't have to jump in and decide they're doing it. We have some programs, and there's going to be technical assistance provided to farmers or people that are curious about the industry or thinking maybe they want to get involved. And there's been workshops across the state, and we'll continue to do similar ones like that and new ones. We're also excited because we're partnering with the Native Conservancy to do an immersion program. And so this takes an individual who's interested and puts them in the water on a farm, getting, doing the work and understanding really what the process is if you want to be a farmer, which is really tough to do in a classroom. And every training we've ever done, that's always been an important component. They can do the training in the class, but then they have to get out and do a site visit, or they have to go and actually be on a farm to really understand what they're getting into. So that's also a part of the work that Spruce is providing for the cluster. Oh, yeah. So, yeah. Well, we also are matching there's a bunch of match requirements for this grant, and when we signed on as a partner, we had committed to match $1 million to the revolving loan fund. So that's another piece of what Spruce is bringing to the table, and which doesn't seem like much next to the full 50, but it is a significant amount, and we are excited to deploy this money. It is going to be tough, and so nothing about this is straightforward or simple. It's an emerging industry, and Spruce Root's really trying to make sure that last component that was highlighted, that the underserved communities, that communities don't get left behind, that Native people don't get left behind by this industry, that their voice is at the table, and that the way it gets built out is going to work for our communities first, not the industry first. And so it's easier said than done, but it's all I've been doing for the past decade, and I'm still here. So we're excited to be part of this program, and yeah, I'm happy to talk to anyone. And again, if you're interested in sharing thoughts or ideas, or maybe responding to that RFP for the lending policies, please come find me. I'd be happy to chat about this or anything else that I said. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you again. Before we have Hannah come up, I forgot to tell you guys, if you haven't seen them, we have these flyers in the back. They're really colorful, and they summarize the project. So if you want a refresher that's easily readable, they're in the back. And also I want to take a minute to introduce, we're at Southeast Conference. Obviously this is a huge grant. We need a lot of help to manage it. And so I'm super excited that we're building an awesome team at Southeast Conference. So I just want to point out Haley over there. Haley Trepeny is helping us doing a lot of the technical stuff, which is huge in the grant world. So much paperwork to do. And so having someone super organized to make sure things get through correctly and on time is critical. And then somewhere in the back is Kai Coyle. There she is. She's at the back table. Kai is a Juno girl, and she's here, and she's going to help us coordinate the project. So I just wanted to mention those two. I am so grateful that they're on our team to help us manage this project. But without further ado, Hannah, do you want to come? Hi everyone, I'm Hannah Wilson. I work for the Alaska Fisheries Development Foundation, and we are a seafood industry focused nonprofit, really focusing on research and development in the industry, trying to kind of recognize challenges and take the opportunity to grow those into benefits for the industry. So mariculture has been one of those focuses for us for about 8 years, so we're super thrilled to be involved in this project. So I'll talk a little bit about project number 4, or component number 4, which is research and development. We have 3 sub-awards in that component, and then Dan, I think, is going to walk you through the rest of those. But the first of those is the seaweed tissue analysis. We're really excited about this project. We're going to be working with a graduate student at University of Alaska Fairbanks and his advisor, along with farmers, to collect tissue analysis from 25 to 30 seaweed species that are native to Alaska. And with those samples, we're going to hopefully do an analysis that's going to establish chemistry and nutrition profiles. So think kind of a nutrition label for different types of seaweed. And that's really critical for marketing materials and product manufacturing outreach. Our second sub-award is for the joint innovation projects. And we're excited about this program. We're creating a whole new program that's going to hopefully accelerate development of applied tech. And that's definitely a piece of what we do at AFDF more broadly for the industry. And hopefully specifically to address barriers for growth in the industry. So we're going to use a competitive process, solicit, select, and then fund some projects proposed by mariculture businesses, seafood processors, tech startups, you name it, envisioning really a wide range of projects here as well. Maybe that's testing new farm technology on a seaweed farm, maybe that's novel sensors for collecting ocean data. So if you think any of that may apply to you, if you have any big ideas, keep an eye out. There's going to be requests for proposals coming pretty soon for that, and we're really excited to hear your ideas. And then third, for the research and development subawards, we have de-risking investments in aquatic farming. So contracting with researchers, with GIS specialists, we're planning to produce and make available to the public a region-wide modeling of ocean currents and waves at a scale that's helpful to farmers, so a pretty fine scale. And that's really hopefully going to increase the chances of success for these new aquatic farms. A big barrier for folks is that initial investment in gear, and hopefully they know what they need for anchors ahead of time because they really understand what's happening in the ocean in their farm site. Hopefully they're not going to lose gear that first year and have to spend a lot of money replacing that. So hopefully helping folks to get it right the first time. And then we are also working on project number 6, which is green energy, and Julianne already touched on this a bit, but we think this component is just really important to kind of get the industry right the first time, really focused on sustainability and minimizing fossil fuel use. We're going to look at how to improve energy efficiency, kind of develop a long-term green energy plan for the industry. And then we're also going to collect baseline data measurements of how energy is currently being used in the industry and generate an analysis with some recommendations for renewable energy paths forward. And then finally, we're going to develop a kind of a best practices guide, and we're going to use kind of existing energy audit procedures and standards for that. I think that's all I got. Yeah, thanks guys.
So I've got some slides, I'm just gonna pull them up, but I want to kind of zoom out and Julianne, I think she overpromised all I'm going to talk about because we only have a few minutes left, but we did spend a good 8 hours in Anchorage a couple weeks ago going through all this information, and some of it was new to us as we were talking. Now we're still figuring it all out, and we're excited. We have 4 years to roll these projects out, so you're hearing a lot about what we're going to do, and we're working to get that in the street. You can keep going through, just as the big picture is, we have this industry. Go ahead and click. These are some of the farms and aspiring farmers that have put applications in across the state. This is statewide across southern coastal Alaska, not just southeast. We're the lead applicant for a statewide coalition. This is the seaweed industry, first harvested in 2017. So this is all sugar kelp, ribbon kelp, a little bit of bull kelp. In 2022, we've grown steadily, but we're still below 600,000 pounds wet weight of seaweed harvested. My point is, keep going. Here's this oyster industry that's been around for a very long time, but has been under $1 million in sales for most of that period of time. So we're trying to take a new industry and a more established small industry and get through some of the chicken egg issues. That's what $49 million can do. We have this once in a lifetime opportunity to try to take the ingredients of Alaska and these global, go ahead and keep going. One of the ingredients being, these seaweed nurseries and hatcheries and oyster flupsy operators. This is just a picture of that side of the industry, because it's farming, we look at all the different life stages, and that's what makes it have a bigger economic impact, because we're not just harvesting and processing and sending stuff off. We are growing the seed, we're planting it, we're raising it, we're processing it, and marketing it. Keep going. But the big picture, as I was kind of trying to allude to, this is kind of a bold initiative. We are taking a very small industry right now, putting a lot of money into it. There's a lot of reasons why that makes sense. It's also exciting and challenging effort. This is why we need to all your help. This is why we need a big coalition. This is why we need everyone to get excited about this, but also the people to think critically about what are the actual opportunities here, where can I fit in, and what is the market, what are the things that are changing now that make this viable. I think you're seeing new markets develop. So seaweed markets that we're tapping into are new. And some of that marketing money that we're talking about is trying to better understand that and share that information out with folks. So we ensure this is driven by market opportunities, as well as Alaska's opportunity. Keep going. And this is what we may get to. This is what our goal is, these three different low, medium, and high growth scenarios. So the low is sort of the status quo, and then the medium is what we're estimating we can achieve with the grant, with the possibility of the high. So we currently have less than 2 million in sales, and for our mariculture farmers, we hope to get to 200 plus over the next 20 years, and the potential to get to with economic multipliers up to $800,000 industry, $1 billion industry potentially in 20 years. But to do this, as Juliana mentioned, we can't do construction. There's a lot of things we can't do. We're not trying to do it all either. This is about lowering the risk for the private sector, for different folks that want to invest. So even more money, a lot more money than what the federal government is putting in, what the state government is putting in, needs to come in, and we need to be responding to the needs of the private sector and talking to them. So we're just putting that out there. We're all ears about what we should be doing to help, and this won't work without hundreds of millions of dollars of private sector investment. One topic I want to speak a little bit more about is our carbon sequestration project. So we have $1 million funded by the EDA to work on this topic, and specific to what's the opportunity for Alaska with our growing seaweed industry to participate in carbon markets. What does that look like? There's a lot of questions, more questions than answers about whether it's a viable market and what the market will look like. We're not going to repeat other efforts. There's a lot of money being spent trying to measure carbon fluxes in the ocean. We want some of that research to happen in Alaska. We want some of the other aspects of the topic to be matured so that if this industry develops and these markets develop, that Alaska can participate and will maximize their potential to benefit from that market. Can you keep going? I think that might be it. Yeah, I'm just trying to run through quickly so we can get back on. But do we have time for questions?
Nope. There's questions times. We're going to be networking. We're going to have receptions tonight, but this is something. I mean, this is the real deal, and it's fantastic. I'm going to ask the next panel to come up, as I want to specifically mention Spruce Fruit's investment and Elena's comments about investing in people, because all of this money, we're not going to spend a penny. We're investing, and we're going to invest in people first, and then projects. So that's going to be a theme with all of the SaaS investments, the Go Back Better, and so we're really thrilled to see that happen. So come on up, another critical panel, critical care, and we really appreciate. Jared's been with us a number of times, either virtually or in person, as the executive director of the Alaska Healthcare and Hospital and Healthcare Association, right? That's what it is now. And you see the bios and the QR codes. Come on, I'm going to yield the floor to you right away so you can introduce these folks that have done so much for the region. So please welcome our healthcare panel. Jared.
You guys hear me okay? All right. That was enthusiastic. I appreciate that. Well, I know we're trying to stay on time. We're going to compete with the lunch line, I think. But my name is Jared Kosin. I'm the president and CEO of the Alaska Hospital and Healthcare Association. And our association's been around for 70 years. And we have the privilege of representing all of Alaska's hospitals, nursing homes, and other healthcare partners across the continuum. Speaking of which, we have two local operators here today. We have Chuck Clement from Search and Dave Keith from Bartlett Regional Hospital. And I'm going to start by just framing very briefly some of the healthcare industry and kind of an update for you and how it kind of fits in our theme with Southeast Conference. And then I'm going to turn the floor over to Chuck, talk about Search and their operations, and then he'll turn it over to David. If we have time for there, we can go through some planned questions, but I would imagine it'll be pretty tight. So we'll just kind of take it as it goes. Does that sound good? Nice. I appreciate that table back there. The first thing I want to tell you is the healthcare industry continues to be highly relevant to Alaska's economy. Last year, we paid $3 billion in direct wages, and that's more than any other sector in our economy. That means we were responsible for 12% of all workforce earnings, and that means we're outpacing the military and natural resource sectors. And then finally, we account for 43,000 jobs in our state, 11% of our total workforce. That's second only to the retail and wholesale trade sectors. So it's something you don't really think about necessarily when you think about healthcare, especially when you think of military and natural resources. We're a big footprint, we're a relevant footprint. And perhaps most important, especially for us here when we're in Southeast today, is growth is projected for every single type of healthcare job in Alaska. Every single one we're projected to grow. That means we're going to add over 4,500 new jobs in the next 10 years. That too is more than any other sector, and these are good paying jobs. If you look at all healthcare categories of jobs or positions, for 18 of them, Alaska has the highest or second highest wages in the entire nation. You go beyond those 18, we're number 3 or 4 in the nation. So there's good paying jobs. So how do you tie it back? I know, we're trying to chart the course ahead. That's the theme, and that's a worthy theme. And I guess what we would say is our course must address our healthcare worker shortages. System's not sustainable unless we do so. And I say that because every year in our industry, and this number keeps growing, we have to find over 7,500 new individuals to enter into healthcare to meet basic service demands. 7,500. It's not something you can steal from facility to facility or borrow from elsewhere. We need new people to fill the jobs based on growth or churn. Otherwise, we can't meet the need. The most prominent position of that is registered nurses. Kind of the easiest thing to wrap your head around when you think of healthcare. We need over 1,500 nurses right now in Alaska every year just to be whole, to be providing services. And this kind of creates our problem. Alaska is projected to lead the US. We're not talking about highest wages, which is a good thing in many respects. Rather, we're projected to lead the United States in nursing vacancies by 2030. We're going to be at the top of the country, which means we're going to have the biggest shortfall in a critical position. Unfortunately, our workforce development pipeline, this is an opportunity, which is a good thing, but it's not well developed for healthcare. Right now, if you stick with that nurse position, if you look at our accredited nursing programs in-state, in Alaska, we're producing about 324 registered nurse graduates a year. 324 is a nice number, but when you compare it to a need of 1,500, we're coming up pretty short. If you expand that to other priority positions, and then time's brief, so I won't do it, by respiratory therapists, CNAs, other positions like that, our pipeline is only producing about 13% of our workforce needs. And so that kind of takes us, how can we all come together, charting this path together? And at the industry, there's long-term strategies in play. That's what we're all focusing on. And I'm not going to talk about it. I'm just going to kind of get to the point for you on the today. When we find ourselves in Juneau, so many people are like, well, great, you laid out all these numbers. What about now? What's the now? I guess the now for us would be two things. We need to recognize opportunities, and we need to look at and ask, what are other states doing? And when I talk about opportunities, here's an interesting one. 11.2% of our healthcare workforce is from out of state. The interesting part about that is healthcare in Alaska has the highest non-resident to resident conversion factor or ratio of all industries. Stated differently, for every 4 people that come up here on temporary assignment, we keep 1 of them. So that means the more people that come from out of state, which frankly we have plenty of room right now and will in the foreseeable future, that's a recruitment strategy. We can pick up onesies and twosies along the way and everything helps. But the last thing I would say is, what are other states doing? You know, what are some of their challenges? One of our biggest challenges right now is licensing. And I'm sure all of you can relate to that. It takes 3 months to get a nurse license in Alaska. In most other states, it takes a matter of weeks. And so you ask yourselves, well, how are other states doing it? What's better? Other states are doing reciprocity. 39 states and jurisdictions across our country work together and recognize a single license for a nurse to practice across state lines. If we join that reciprocity, enact it, we can take our backlog of 3 months to get a nurse license and turn around in a matter of days. That's how you save money. That's how you take stress off the system, repurpose licensed examiners to other trades and other job types. And it's pretty common sense. So I guess to conclude with the healthcare, and how do we do this? There's going to be legislation around this licensing concept and reciprocity. And I guess we'd urge everybody to kind of join us to look at what other states are doing and make smart decisions here in our state. So now that's what I have for kind of establishing the footprint. Chuck, I'm going to turn it over to you. You're welcome to sit, come up, whatever you want. We'll go from there. Sounds good.
Really trying to figure out how to operate the microphone without adult supervision here. Good afternoon. My name is Charles Clement. I'm the president and CEO of SEARCH, Southeast Alaska Regional Health Consortium. It's a real pleasure to be here and share a little bit of what SEARCH is up to with all of you. Just as I maybe back up a little bit, SEARCH is a consortium of 15 tribes from around Southeast Alaska that came together nearly, we're going on 50 years ago now. And we provide healthcare and health-related services to approximately, well, no, to exactly 27 communities throughout Southeast Alaska here. Over the last 10, 15 years, SEARCH has grown tremendously around the region. 10 years ago, we provided services in 17 communities, and over these last 10 years, we've expanded to a full 27. So our growth has been tremendous. I don't really see an end in sight for that. And I think many of us probably think of SEARCH in relation to our own communities, but really SEARCH is a region-wide consortium, and there's projects that we have underway, and there's challenges that we have underway in all those communities as well. Currently, Jared talked a little bit about some of the workforce challenges, and I think that, cannot be understated. There's just tremendous growth in the sector. And, at the beginning of the pandemic, it really exacerbated a very difficult situation already as wages and inflation kicked in. It really took a toll on us financially. We've been able to weather that storm, but I think, we're in a unique position because of our economies of scale. We're in 27 communities. Most of our infrastructure is here in Juneau. We're down at the Juneau Empire where we keep most of our administrative office functions. And it really allows us to invest our resources in those communities, really on the medical side of the provision of healthcare. As you can imagine, healthcare is a hugely regulated industry, hugely complex. And so you have to have quite a bit of horsepower to do all the things that need to go along with that. In order of sort of magnitude of size of SEARCH, we currently have around 1,700 employees, budgets around $350 million. And we, right now we're on an expansion campaign, I guess you'd say. We have about $400 million either underway or under construction throughout Southeast Alaska. We have a major expansion happening in Sitka. We have a substantial expansion happening here in Juneau. In the next maybe 2 months, we're opening a new clinic in Gustavus. We just finished an expansion of the long-term care facility in Wrangell. We expanded our long-term care facility in Sitka. We opened on yesterday, a new opioid treatment program in Sitka, which we're very excited about. We have one scheduled to start construction in Prince of Wales this spring, open by fall. It's one of the things that we're very proud of. Here in Juneau, there's a substantial opioid problem. And we opened a clinic down here at the Front Street. Down the Front Street, we own a facility down there where the Front Street Clinic is located, but we also house the opioid treatment program inside that clinic. And it's been incredibly well received here in Juneau. As you can imagine, it's a highly technical and highly regulated program, but it's been completely well received by the community. I'm trying to run through it because I know we're short on time, so I'm talking fast. I'm proud of what we're doing, so I like to toot our horn a little bit. Jared mentioned a little bit about, how are we going to turn the corner on some of these issues related to staffing and training and employment and increasing wages. At Search, one of the things we've done while we're not in the business of doing nurse training, what we do offer is, and this happens in several locations around Southeast Alaska, we do CNA, Certified Nurse Assistant training, we do medical assistant training, we do dental assistant training, and those, maybe are a little bit more of the unsung healthcare professionals, but these are the ones that we are able to recruit from the communities that we serve. We're very active in Juneau, Sitka, and Wrangell in training these folks, where we take folks from the local community, provide them training, and then they have access to jobs right there in their communities. I think one of the things we talk about here, or you talk about at Southeast Conference, is how do we grow our economy, how do we grow our population or bring stability to that? And that's one of the things Search does. The other side of that, is why would somebody come from Minnesota to come be a nurse at Search, which happens all the time. Doctors and nurses come from all over the country. And it's a part of our strategies. We're very intentional about how we do our salary surveys, our benefit surveys, creating an intentional culture of what you're getting into. One of the things that I talk a lot about when we have new folks coming on board, or when we talk about hiring new folks, is being very clear with people what kind of place they're coming to work at. I think one of the things that I've experienced in the past working in other places is it's just a job. You come in and a nurse is a nurse, a doctor's a doctor, CNA is a CNA. We take a lot of effort to try to make sure we bring the right people in, but also be very transparent with them about where they're coming. What is the mission and the vision of the organization? What is the culture of the organization? And ensure that that's something that's a good fit, so people want to come along with us on the journey that we're under. Search has been around for nearly 50 years, and we have no intention of going anywhere. And so we're trying to build an organization that really is going to last and perform over the long haul. I have a bunch of other things here, but maybe I'll let David talk a little bit. I'm kind of hogging the mic.
Morning. My name is David Keith. I'm the CEO of Bartlett Regional Hospital, and I've been here going on 6 months now. I can affirm to this group that we are blessed in Juneau to have a full-service hospital. We're equally blessed to have partners like Search. In my 40-year career, I've never been in any community that could do it all on their own. It truly takes partnership, especially in today's environment. And you've heard some of the challenges, and I can assure you, Jared could have talked probably an hour and a half on all the problems and challenges we face in healthcare. Since this is an economic conference, I thought I'd throw some economic numbers out to you. Bartlett Regional Hospital spends upwards to $80 million annually on salaries and benefits for its employees. We spend over $5 million locally to local vendors, and we spend upwards, on average, $6 to $10 million a year on construction projects. We are an economic engine for community. And the old saying is, show me a strong community and I'll show you a strong hospital. They go hand in hand. Since we talked about healthcare recruitment, I think I'll add on, Bartlett is engaged in a Grow Your Own campaign. We cannot continue to recruit until the supply of nurses and other allied health professionals increases. They're not increasing. Another statistic, it takes about 203,000 nurses every year for the next 5 years just to keep up. So we're going to have to be innovative. And so what we've discovered is, much like we have navigators for oncology patients, navigators for cardiology patients, we have to create a navigator system for our young men and women who live and thrive here in Juneau. Many times I've had people come to me and say, my daughter went on to college and became a nurse, and she escaped Juneau. We don't want that to happen. We are working directly with the Area Health Education Center, some of the folks from the state's economic and workforce development in our universities, to tie these together. We want to begin tracking students and navigate them back home. We need these individuals. This is our strategy, because the recruitment strategy won't turn around until the supply of nurses and other allied health professionals increase. And we think that's important. One other thing, because we are short of time, a little bit of the economic factors of healthcare. We're a tertiary hospital. We know, based on our studies, tens of millions of dollars worth of healthcare escapes Juneau and Southeast Alaska. And why does it escape? For a couple of reasons. But first and foremost, we have to start recruiting our specialists back to this hospital and this community. We need more cardiology. We need more neurology, nephrology. We need all the ologies that we can get. Every physician we recruit, according to Merritt Hawkins, has a $1.5 million economic impact annually to your community. Every person that gets their healthcare in the lower 48 does not help the local community. So we are engaging in strategic processes to figure out how to bring more specialty care to Juneau. We can't do that alone. We're going to need our partner Search and others to help us do that. But we can't do that. And we're going to have to get our doctors to help us do that. And we think that's very, very important. One more thing about Bartlett. Most hospitals in this industry are shrinking, especially rural community hospitals. Not because of demand, it's because of the dynamic arena that we work in. Let me give you an example. 70% of everything you did in orthopedics in a hospital can be done on an outpatient basis. And why is that important at Bartlett? Well, most payers are not paying you for hospital care for those procedures that can be done on an outpatient basis. So strategically, Bartlett's considering moving into the outpatient business on a grander scale than it has in the past. The hospitals will shrink, but the acuity will grow up, especially when we bring in the specialties. But the outpatient services and the post-acute care services, nursing homes, home health, and hospices, are all part of the continuum of care that make hospitals work. Your hospital is a gold nugget in this community. Our partners in that hospital could make Juneau a medical magnet for healthcare again. And I'm glad to be a part of it. Thank you very much.
So dare I ask questions or wrap it up? So I guess we should recognize for the record, healthcare did save the conference today and got us back on time. That counts for something. So yeah. And I do just want to close. Thank you guys for the opportunity. We all could be up here talking, and these are complex issues. And even some of the things that our speakers talked about, talking about the unsung heroes, it's so true. You know, I talked a lot about nurses. There's so many other positions that no one thinks about. And David talked about the importance of a strong community hospital. Come find us in the future. We're around. We want to engage with you. And we could talk about hours for this stuff, but we really appreciate the opportunity. And thanks, Chuck. Thanks, David. And we'll do this again next year.
So a couple of things I just want to say as we thank the panel again. You know, the value that each of the organizations provide in the community here and in the region is very much noticed, which is why we're going to squeeze in whatever we can to hear from you, to not only become more aware of some of the issues and challenges, but to say thank you. And so that is very, very important to us. One of the things we gather here for is to understand not just the impacts, but also the needs. And so last year, Southeast Conference was on record supporting licensing and reciprocity. And so as that and other issues do move forward, do keep us in the loop. And then between our face-to-face meetings, we do have virtual meetings. And so we'll do deeper dives where we can focus on some of the issues of the day. And so we look forward to those participation opportunities and want to say thanks. And to each of you, because we're cramming it all in. We'll come out the gate charging. We'll back off a little pace this afternoon and tomorrow. But we're really we're pleased to be able to bring the legislators in. This comes as a sweet spot. So we're going to ask that you all move quickly to the lunch line. If for some reason we need to kick off and get going, and there's still somebody at lunch, just ask that you kind of respectfully keep the dialogue down and the ears open. But we're going to release you for lunch. We want to recognize the sponsors we have, including Search, that has made all of this possible today. So thank you all for bringing the highlights of that, and look forward to hearing more throughout the session of the year. So thank you. Please welcome our Senate leadership panel. Well, thanks so much. A pleasure to be with you. We are well underway into our third week. Things are starting to solidify. We have chairman and everyone's looking in the committees and how they should be. So, as you may know, we have developed a bipartisan coalition in the Senate made up of 8 Republicans and 9 Democrats, and we've had shared control of that. So we've got 8 people in our leadership, 4 Republicans, 4 Democrats. We have pretty equal representation on all the committees and finance. So pleasure to be here with this group. A lot of big issues we face, a lot of issues we haven't quite decided what our goals are going to be. We're still working on them, but just a couple of them I might share with you. One is a general belief that we should not be overdrawing the permanent fund in order to keep that fund growing and doing good for Alaskans. The second thing is a real disinterest in an income or sales tax. So that really puts some sideboards out there of what we have to spend based on what's coming in, the revenues we have, and finance folks here. Pleasure to be here with these people. Cathy Giessel, a former Senate president, who can tell me when I'm going in the wrong direction, and it's really been great having her in our caucus. Bert Stedman, of course, a longtime co-chair of Senate Finance Committee, and for Jesse Kiehl, who's your very own senator from this area. So we're looking at all sorts of issues right now. I think the one that we've been talking a lot about has to do with education funding. A real concern that cost of living has deteriorated those monies, and our districts, as you probably know very well, are cutting back and not being able to do the things they want to do because of the cost of fuel, the cost of hiring teachers, the cost of housing teachers in many rural areas. So that's a big issue for us. The education, I think, is one that hopefully we can work on through this year. Another big issue out there that we have been talking about is the pension plan, that we have a lot of employees who, well, all of our employees do not receive a pension as we used to have many years ago. We had to stop that because it was just driving us into the ground. But I think there's a realization now that we need to address that if we're going to get teachers and state employees and firemen and police and folks that we really need. So those are the issues that are taking a front burner to us right now. So if I'll go ahead and pass it along to the other 3 members, and we're ready to answer any questions you may care to ask. Cathy Giessel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I'm Cathy Giessel. I'm serving as the majority leader. I'm originally from Fairbanks, a long way from here. I represent an area in Anchorage right now. So yes, as a majority leader, I just want to tell you, our caucus is great. We have wonderful alignment on those critical issues that Alaskans care about. So that's what we're working on. And you've heard the Senate President talk about education funding and also looking at the pension program. We certainly are aware that pension program affects recruitment and retention of all of the state employees. And when we look at state departments and the vacancies in them, it's a pretty serious issue. Especially when you look at, for example, the Department of Natural Resources, where something like 20% vacancies, and that doesn't include the PCNs that have been eliminated because they weren't being filled. That actually has happened over the years. So these are the folks that gave us a permit to dig a hole in the ground or to build a house or to start exploration of any kind. This is a pretty serious gap that we believe we need to look at and consider returns to a defined benefit. The other thing that, of course, is affecting businesses is employees. So I have a huge concern that we do something to bolster our childcare industry, which has been seriously depleted. I know here in Juneau, I heard 2 facilities recently closed. Certainly it's happening in Anchorage and Fairbanks. Without quality, reliable childcare, folks can't get back to work. And I think that's a huge factor also. So just a few of the things that we're working on and that we have alignment on in our great progress. I'll pass it now to our finance co-chair, the inimitable person.
Well, it's nice to be here.
Not this one is. There you go.
Well, it's nice to be here again to this conference. I know I missed some of those meetings because I drug away to Energy Council quite a bit in the summer of the June one. But one of the biggest issues we're dealing with in our office is the good old Marine Highway. We all know that we've got some more federal funds coming in. There were several grants applied for by the state, by DOT, and they were successful. So now we get to watch DOT follow through with that. We'll have those match monies in the budget. I'm sure they're going to be supported by the administration because they're the ones that applied for the grants. So that should be fine. And then we'll take a look at the other federal monies that were coming in and try to put them in buckets and then have some discussions at the finance table so the public can understand where these funds came from and what they're for. There will be definitely a push to do some capital investments within the Marine Highway with that money. We need to replace the ships. We need to get the Tuscamino replaced ASAP before it doesn't quite make it across the Gulf. That's an issue that takes years. And then we got to start a second one. We all know if you go out to the ferry terminal today and look for a ferry, it's probably not going to be there. So we need to get this process underway and through completion. I get a little worried that we get slow rolled. We've been talking about the Tuscamino for how many years? 15. Yeah, 15 years. Well, we could have built several by then, at least 3 probably. So that's kind of high on the region's priority list. We're also looking at energy issues, if we can electrify some of the cruise ships to get the emissions down and make sure they don't have to shorten their stay in the communities and or slow down their motoring process. And we'll work with the industry and the cities to see what we can do, both in Ketchikan and Sitka, Skagway, where Senator Kiehl, his district is, and up in Whittier. So that's a big energy issue that's front and center. So those are 2 of the bigger ones, I think, that affect all of us. We understand that shipping costs are also extremely high on the concern list of pretty much all the citizenry. Frankly, I think the only way to get that thing down is increase our shipping volume. Get more economic activity in Southeast to try to get more goods and shipped up. It's trying to get put sails on a tugboat isn't going to work very well. And so we'll continue to work on that, but don't expect miracles. And there will be just a brief comment on the retirement system. We are going to have a review of the current tiers, the new tiers, at Senate Finance coming up when the department has that done with the tier it replaced, which would be tier 3 on TERS and tier 2 on TERS. And that would tip us off in the direction if there's some deficiencies And I know there's some folks that would like just instantly put in a new plan, but that's not the only tool available if there is deficiency. So they should be identified. And we're gonna separate out the communities, police and fire, because they're 20 years, the communities that aren't in PERS and TERS, that are standalone, not a fire, the Fairbanks, there's a few communities that come to mind right away. So we're gonna try to separate them into different buckets so we can get a clear view on what actually is going on. Because there's a lot of issues involved when you start looking at retention of employees and turnover. We'll also be looking at other states and what their vacancy rates and what their turnover rates is. It's a complicated issue, but we're gonna take a look at it. It's been 15 years since we put in the new tier, so it's time to do a check to just see the status, just make sure it's doing what it was supposed to be doing on a 30-year horizon, as we're 15 years into it. Anyway, with that, I'd like to turn it over to Senator Kiehl.
I think this thing finally connected. So thanks for having us. I just want to echo what what Senator Schijvens said about an excellent caucus, a bipartisan caucus. It's freed us up in the Capitol to work on issues. So I don't have to spend my time up there noticing things like the fact that Robert Venables invited 3 Republicans and only 1 Democrat to this panel. Robert. And instead we can just buckle down and look at the state's issues, not worry about what the folks in the other Team Jersey might or may not be up to. So a lot of the big issues have been discussed. I will steal one that is one of Senator Giessel's major projects. The governor has proposed some ambitious targets for carbon credits. The legislature is spinning up as fast as we can on those things, trying to learn about them. I mentioned Senator Giessel because she co-chairs the Resources Committee and is really one of our point people on trying to understand that concept. Without prejudging it so far, my general sense is that there is some value there, but there are also a lot of snake oil salesmen out in those woods. So if a fool and his money are inevitably parted, I don't mind if Alaska gets some, as long as we don't end up being the fool. We've got our work cut out for us, and it's a pretty intensive study project. Along with our ferry system vessel issues, we are continuing to work on the Marine Highway System's budget. We want to make sure, as we've talked about here at Southeast Conference before, that we're not spending a whole bunch of that once-in-a-generation infrastructure money on operations and setting up a cliff for funding the ferry system 5 years out, where the federal money goes away and all of a sudden we come into our colleagues and say, we need tens of millions of dollars a year now, please, that we used to get, just to hold flat. That's a challenge we don't need to set for ourselves. So it's a state service, it's state infrastructure. The state needs to maintain an investment in that so that we have a stable and reliable system, stable and reliable schedule going out into the long-term future. The other issues, of course, big in our region, we're keeping a close eye on the Department of Fish and Game budget. Commercial fisheries are often unheralded, seldom talked about, keystone of the Southeast economy. The fact that folks go out and make a living sustainably catching fish in Southeast Alaska doesn't go unnoticed, and we don't take it for granted. So the fact that we don't always mention it doesn't mean we're not watching it closely. And then, of course, there were references to the tourism economy, which is coming back, I think, in a big way. I am optimistic about our projections for the coming season and going forward into this post-pandemic situation. As the author of one of those pension bills, I can tell you that I think there are a lot of good questions we're going to look at, and Senator Stedman and I are going to make sure that we've looked at all angles. Not just the relative value of what we're doing today to what we used to do, but whether it's in fact sufficient to attract and to keep the people that the state needs, that municipalities need, that school districts need, to do the work we charge us all to do. So it will be a robust conversation, but I'm optimistic that we'll get to a better place than where we are today. That's enough out of me, I think. I think Senator Stevens, hand it back to you.
Just very quickly, we of course realize we're not the only ones in that building, in the Capitol up there. We have a House of Representatives and we have a governor. And so we are formed as a bipartisan coalition in the House. We were not sure they were going to organize as fast as they did, but they have very, very quickly, and they are fully in operation now too. We're not sure what that really means. It's a more conservative probably House than the Senate. And we're hoping to be able to work with them, spoken with the Speaker, of course, and our leadership teams are meeting. And of course, then there's a governor who has a lot of authority, a lot of power, and vetoing that budget. And so we're anxious to work with him. I think we see sort of a sea change there in relationship with the governor. He, at this point, wants to work with us, is planning on being here and being in Juneau and working with us whenever we need his help. And then hopefully getting to a position where we present him a budget that he can agree to. That's all yet to be finalized, but I think we're ready to begin work. So, any questions out there that anybody has? Yes, sir.
Live. So we're not looking for speeches here. We're looking at speeches here. We have a question. I'll blow the room and get as much out as we can. But let's start off with something easy. My mic's on the mic 5.
That's an old Senate trick. We pass the mic to Stedman.
Recurring expenses were underwater 350 million. That's with a full dividend of 2.4 billion. Dividend, that's a statutory dividend. So that is a challenge. We're probably gonna, time we take a look at the supplemental coming in a few days, and we fix the capital budget a little bit, we'll be underwater. Instead of 350 million, we'll be 500 million underwater. So there will be a lot of discussion at the finance committee when we run out of cash and the chickens come home to roost. It's only got to be a couple of years. So it won't be a long projection. So that doesn't work. So we've got to have some discussions on how we're going to deal with the dividend formula rewrite, what we're going to do with the dividend to balance the books. We got about 2.3 billion in cash forecasted. Got to take 500 out, make payroll. So it doesn't give you much flexibility with the movement in oil prices. So we're in basically the same spot we were a year ago. And there'll be one area that I should have mentioned earlier. We have got some litigation going on with our coal industry and king salmon and killer whales. So we'll be talking with Fish and Game and the Department of Law and make sure that they're tooled up and have the budgetary equipment money to try to protect the state's interest, which would defeat that lawsuit. I look at it as just a domino effect, much like what happened in the timber industry. It'll just be a ripple through the fishing industry. So we need to, in statehood defense, we need to defend ourselves from the state of Washington and some of the extreme environmental groups.
Since the mic isn't live yet, I'll just add, we didn't particularly talk about education funding. We are hearing from Alaskans across the state that the current education funding is not enough. So the numbers Bert just ran through did not include a boost to K-12. And there's not much question that we need one. The size and scope of that remains to be seen. I'll just give you a sense of where those numbers are. Many districts are advocating for about $1,000 added to the base student allocation. That's to the bottom of the formula, and we run it through. Costs about $250 million to do that, 250 million, and that's a recurring expense. So as we work on those challenges, let's just add that one to the list because I think it's important, and I think we're going to spend a lot of time on it.
In education, can I just make a comment before someone asks a question? You know, the big issue for this campaign, we all have just been through a pretty roughhouse campaign for elections, for re-election. And, you know, as I went around my district, a lot of questions came up with education. Well, listen, we spend more money per student than any state in the union.
We do, that's true. But we also have a lot of costs that other states don't have. We have to get teachers out into rural Alaska. We have to provide housing for them. Fuel costs are extremely high in all over Alaska, but particularly in rural Alaska. So that is true, that we provide more money per student than any state. But when you look at that based on cost of living, we're down in the middle somewhere. We're not the highest. We're down in the middle when you really figure out the costs that Alaska faces when it comes to education. So I don't know what the right figure is. I'm on the education committee. We'll be coming out with a bill shortly, from education, a committee bill. There will be a dollar figure. I have no idea what that's going to be at this time. Anywhere between, well, who knows, up to 1,000, I suppose. So just wanted you to know that. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mayor Dowell has a question.
Education, perfect topic. So I guess my question is, if the state can fully fund education in the unorganized areas, including the yearly cost increases, then why can't it do the same in the organized areas? And then if it can't, then perhaps it's time that those areas that can contribute be asked to do so. Thank you.
Well, having been on a borough assembly, I know that's tough. And communities that have a tax base, of course, are required to contribute to education. You can't get blood out of a turnip, and so those communities that are not an organized borough simply don't have a tax base, and will never have it, or it'll be a number of years before that happens. So, I don't see that changing. We've got to fund education, and those of us who have a tax base, have an obligation to help support education.
I'll just make a comment here. I don't serve on education, but education is a larger topic than K through 12. It includes Head Start, which is underfunded. It includes the university, which has undergone severe cuts, and that's really an economic driver because it prepares the professionals that work in our state. So you've heard Senator Stedman give the very realistic but grim picture of what it looks like to fund, I'll say, a full dividend, and yet funding education benefits us all and provides a dividend, if you will, for generations. So it's, in my opinion, a worthy topic.
While you're in that space, you want to throw childcare in there as a state, taking a look at that. That's been identified as a business impact as well. Is there any discussion on that topic?
Yes, actually, I brought that up during opening remarks. I totally agree. We've got to find a way to subsidize, frankly, childcare and make those wages competitive with other jobs. It's tough when local communities have jobs that will pay much more than $11 or $12 an hour that childcare is provided. These are folks taking care of precious little ones or kids after school. It's important.
I would agree it's important. I'm not so sure it's the state's responsibility. That's the challenge. And you set up another program that, we're going to short fund or so on and so forth. So what tools do we have at our disposal to help the communities? Childcare affects all of our communities that I'm aware of. So it's not, I guess it's a tough issue. Do you prioritize K-12, the preschool, the childcare, the university? There's only so much funds available. So we're gonna have those discussions on the childcare, and we can see what we can do if there's some mechanisms, but there's a limited supply of available funds.
On that note, I think it's worth definitely looking at regulatory options that could help the childcare industry as well. And then the other thing, Senator Giessel, besides just potentially subsidizing, one of the bigger problems is there's the money issue, but there's also the access issue. So many childcare facilities have closed down entirely. So taking a look at what we can do to maybe incentivize businesses or entrepreneurs from wanting to enter that market and make it be an attractive industry to try to take on is another very big piece of the puzzle.
I totally agree, Katie. It's complicated though, as Senator Stedman has said. Do we offer tax credits to companies that provide childcare in their institutions? And it's not just us that are concerned about it. The governor has voiced concern about this too. He understands the statewide impact on families and our workforce.
So at our last panel, the healthcare, they were talking about the great need for workers. Currently, they're only able to produce 13% of the workforce within the state. And even if they double that success rate, we're falling far short. So their approach was we have to make bringing folks into the state an easier process. Licensing reciprocity was the term they used. Where is that in the legislative queue for discussion, or your insights on if that strategy will work?
So full disclosure, I hold 2 professional licenses. I'm a registered nurse and an advanced nurse practitioner. I served on the board of nursing for 2 terms, chairing that board for 6 years. So I know the licensing world, though I ended my terms on the board in 2010. The university has had serious cuts, and it has affected the School of Nursing. I serve on the Citizens Advisory Board for that school. About 50% of the faculty now have been on the faculty at the School of Nursing less than 2 years. The new director has been there about 1.5 years. These are folks that have come up from the lower 48. I think all of you are aware that Alaska has multiple cultures here, multiple practice venues. We're a unique place. And having worked for the North Slope Borough School District for 9 years, traveling to those remote schools, meeting those shiny, fresh-eyed new teachers from Georgia in August, and coming back a couple months later and finding them gone because it was too much of a shock. I never have viewed bringing folks up from the lower 48 as a viable option to meet our workforce needs. We need to grow our own, but it's hard when you cut the university. So I'm thankful that the governor has added about $1 million to the School of Nursing, and I think it's 1.5 to the School of Social Work, which is critical for our behavioral health care services. Full disclosure, I serve on the board of Alaska Behavioral Health. We have serious needs in mental and behavioral health services, and we don't have the adequate providers for that industry either. And yet our communities are crying for more help. So licensing is an issue in all of these professions. And part of the problem is the Division of Professional Licensing doesn't have a workforce in place to do the work they need to do. Last session, the legislature, I wasn't here then, but they did some great work solving the issue of military spouses. Those licenses across all professions have been expedited significantly. There's not a significant lag for a military spouse anymore. The Board of Nursing actually did this when I was the chair back in the 2000s. But that has been solved. It's going to take time to replenish the staff in the Division of Professional Licensing. Many of these boards don't even answer the phone anymore because they don't have the staff to do that. I am not a fan of bringing in outside professionals. For one thing, the lower 48 doesn't have any more than we do. On the East Coast, the big corporate hospitals, I'm talking the big corporations, are actually creating their own traveling nurses groups. In other words, sending their staff from their various hospitals, because these are like Providence. They are multiple system-wide corporations. They move their nurses from hospital to hospital, state to state. How we compete with that here, other than people that want to come and see what the fishing is like for a while, it'll be tough. So again, it's back to funding state government, making sure our wages are competitive for state workers, which they are not, and that they have some kind of a retirement they can count on.
and maybe I can add, when we look at education, K-12, I just read the figure that the number of teachers that we graduate in Alaska each year is equal to the number of teachers that leave the Anchorage School District. That's a pretty shocking figure, isn't it? We just can't find local teachers. So the idea of homegrown is really important. You need a strong university to do that. University of Alaska lost accreditation in Anchorage for its teacher education. We've asked the university to step up. They need some funds to do this, but to step up and encourage more Alaskans to become teachers. It's a great job. It's a job that anyone who is looking for something to really make a contribution, that is a good job for them. So we've got to work on that. We've got to have more homegrown folks. I think we're falling down in terms of encouraging village folks to go into the teaching profession. But absolutely right what Cathy is saying in terms of the University of Alaska. We've got to encourage them to produce more homegrown teachers.
Yeah, that's for Miranda.
Yes, thank you. First of all, it's refreshing to have a caucus that is cooperative and working together. I just can't thank you so much. It's really makes me feel wonderful. And of course, I have two senators, one that used to represent me in Schijvens, and now I have my favorite senator, Stedman. But my question is, and maybe I missed it because I'm a little deaf, but have you talked about, I hear there's a tax coming down the pipe on PCE and revenue sharing, and tell me that we're not going there again.
I don't know, I haven't heard anything about a tax on PCE. The answer to that is no. We're pretty protected with power cost equalization. It's a leveling mechanism that we use because a lot of communities don't have access to natural gas, like the Anchorage Bowl, or they don't have this energy created by larger, concentrations of people. the PCE portfolio did take an economic hit of 200 million this year in the market reductions. So we're working through that at finance, exploring that a little bit. Market conditions were horrible last year. All our portfolios went down. PCE was no different. So we're gonna work through that. The Community Assistance Program, which is another one that's top of the list, the governor didn't fully fund that for replication the following year. So we'll be looking at adding that, another 30 million into that. I think that's a big issue in our communities for community assistance. And we've come to a realization on debt service reimbursement for schools. The governor didn't support the last few years. He did last year, and now he included it this year in his budget. Last year, we did a catch-up provision in the Senate Finance table. We put in all the arrears, put it on his desk. We had never agreed with his policy of not funding school bond debt reimbursement. So that's nice not to have to deal with that this year. So that's, you should see those that have exposure to that, that should be in the final budget. But there's no tax coming on PCE that I'm aware of. In fact, there's no increases on anything pretty much that I'm aware of. There might be some discussions on some stuff. Doesn't look like anything's imminent that I'm aware of.
So it's open season for CAPSIS, right? I mean, it's every year the Christmas tree goes up, and there's rarely any ornaments that get hung. But I'm getting to.
Well, I got a comment on that. Where's our harbors? How come there's only three guys that, or 3 or 4 that applied for harbor grant reimbursements? You know, where's your proposals for boat ramps? Where's your proposals for maintenance and harbor?
Sick of saying the rest of the region should not be applying because they have an application going in. Come on, people.
Well, they were pretty light last year, is what I'm saying. You know, I think there was maybe 4 or something like that. And normally we have requests for 20-25 million, and we try to, fund about 10. So if there's something out there, especially on boat ramps, we reallocated or moved some money out of the interior fish hatcheries, federal money, Dingwall Johnson money that's going into operations, that is now back in the pot for infrastructure expansion for sport fish. So let's not be shy. We either spend it here or we spend it somewhere else. It's gonna get spent, not sent back to the feds. It's not Uncle Bert's money. It's, you know, everybody pays a little bit when they buy a ticket, so, or buy a license. Anyway, I just want to encourage you to apply for those. And then let us fight over the money and when we can have that window of opportunity to fund it.
One of the questions that has also come up is there a strategy to where instead of loading up the CAPSIS program with capital requests, go after more federal funding and then have the state help the communities with the match, rather than asking the legislature to fully fund a capital project, get 80% from the feds and then split the difference. Is that a strategy that could be explored over the next couple of years?
That request comes in every year by some communities that just don't have the match. Some communities don't have much of a cash economy, so they're more challenged. So we try to help them a little bit. That's a difficult one to take on in the entirety because that would be just a 100% project. And when you're in a competitive environment and you're looking at a project, when there's match money, it's easier to get a project funded and make it stick and get it by the OMB and signed by the governor. So match money is good. And but let's recognize or not miss the challenge that some communities have on occasion of not just don't have the money. So we have to deal with it. But and when you can match, it makes it easier. Because, you know, I've got lots of communities, and when I go through the list, I'm looking for match, and I want match from all the communities. So we treat everybody the same. Anchorage has multiple senators for one mayor. We got multiple mayors for one senator.
So as we go, we've got our last 12, 15 minutes. Would you each take a few minutes to kind of tell us how we can support the work that's going up there, or maybe issues that we didn't bring up today that we think really should be on our radar as we follow the session going forward? Appreciate the time you've taken. I'm not going to take you away from your next committee assignments and duties at hand, but if you could just perhaps whichever end you want to go through, if you want to start on the far right, that's the Republicans. No, I forget, I get them all mixed up, but maybe let the Senate President wrap up.
Yeah, Robert can't keep track. Sure. So, I mean, thank you for being here. Thank you for having us. This is a key part of what we need you to do is be involved, be working together as a region, right? The prosperity you build and the work you do gives us opportunities to fix problems when you come together and you say, you know, we're all good but for this piece. We bring those, when they're state pieces, bring those into us, and you already do, right? Nobody in this room is shy. But continue to bring issues to our attention, right? It wasn't somebody in this room, but it was a local constituent who let us know that the Department of Public Safety was going to put a boat in mothballs, right? It's the enforcer, usually lives out at Auk Bay, but runs down to Petersburg when needed, ran up to Haines when the landslide killed those two people, and was the first state vessel, first government vessel, except the borough, on scene, got there before the Anacapa. Huge help in the response there. We need those pieces of infrastructure. The departments don't come in and say, by the way, I'm going to mothball something in your district. Don't you worry about it, right? That has to come in from you. It'd be more cooperative if they did, but the flow of information is really important. And then, you know, as you continue to do the work, let us know how is it going with mariculture? Right? How is it going with the seaweed industry and the shellfish industry, and what are their state obstacles that need to be removed, need to be dealt with? Yeah, I get that excited every time. I really do. So I'll just leave it there. I want to make noises like that when you come through the door.
Let me just touch on one thing that we're challenged with. So we just got done with elections. An election has consequences. We had a governor that voted or ran on a platform of the biggest dividend in history and, you know, likes big statutory dividends, and that's fine, that's his position. We have some elected officials in the House and the Senate that ran on full statutory dividend. That's fine, I recognize that. We can't afford to pay $2.4 billion in dividends and take care of these needs that were just expressed today here at the table.
the money isn't there. Our total agency operations is about 4.2 billion. So it's a scale from 4.2 billion to run all our operations. That's the university, the governors, the courts, jailhouse, fish and game, the whole works. But when you take a look at 4.2 and then there's an additional, 2.4 billion in dividends, something's got to give. And I don't advocate a zero dividend in any way, shape, or form. But if the folks that were sent to Juneau by their constituents prevail on a statutory dividend, we're going to be out of cash in about 2 years. And then it's going to be rather unpleasant. Unfortunately, I have a 4-year thing. So hopefully that works out. We did him too. So anyway, so just remember that when you see the process go forward this year, there is people with very strong opinions that want, their constituents want a big dividend, and that's fine. But $2.4 billion when our GDPs are the lowest in the Pacific Northwest, way under everybody else. Look at our test scores in school, the infrastructure, the lack of deferred, the increase in deferred maintenance. We've got to have a little bit of balance in what we spend our funds on. So we'll work through that, and we'll come up with a budget here in May. But just understand, a lot of folks were sent to Juneau to do one thing, and that's to bring a big dividend check back to their district. And I'm getting a little concerned that we're not teaching our kids to read and write and do arithmetic. We're teaching them how to cash dividends. And we need to have a balance there.
And on that note, I would remind us all that the state is losing population for the past several years. The number changes, 10 years, last 6 years, whatever. We're losing population. And if we want to turn that around, we have to make sure the quality of life here is what it should be. I'm a lifelong Alaskan. I don't plan to ever live anywhere else. So I'm staying regardless, but we need to create a place where families can prosper so their children can be educated, their teenagers can develop a career at a university or a trade school, that childcare is available, that we have a stable and predictable economy. That's what businesses look for, stable and predictable, right? So that means we've got to deal with the dividend. And if the dividend were really what was the most important thing here, why would we be losing population? I think that the state services and that quality of life is actually what people are looking for in a place to stay and raise a family. Senator Kiehl brought up the carbon sequestration. The governor is looking at that as possibly bringing in $300 million a year. It is something that our Senate Resources Committee is going to be looking at very carefully. We're going to start hearings on that on February 20th. We're going to look, he offered 2 bills. SB 48 deals with using the forest to sequester CO2. The SB 49 looks at pumping it underground and storing it underground in Cook Inlet, particularly. So we're going to divide those two. We'll look at forestries first. I know Sea Alaska has done a great job monetizing their forests. We'll be looking at whether the state land can possibly do that. It's going to be a long process. It's complicated. I've talked to many brokers, those middlemen that organize this kind of stuff, and it's a complicated process. So it's not going to be fast. That additional money that the governor is counting on in budgets, even starting this year or next, probably aren't going to come from carbon sequestration. It just won't execute that fast. So again, something to keep in mind as you think about the budget and what you're advocating for, because the community needs are important, they're critical. You need to be able to fund them, and that takes your input on what that dividend should be. Thanks for having us. And by the way, we are working to erase from our brain R's and D's next to people's names. So, Senator Kiehl, that won't be a subject.
So I hope what you get out of this is that we're listening, we're actively listening to our constituents, to you, and I hope you get involved. Testify at public hearings, let us know what you're thinking. You know, the issue that really came out clear here has to do with per month on dividend, and that is such an enormous one. You know, the governor in his recent budget, in order to provide a high dividend, eliminated the marine highway system, cut the university by a third, cut public education by a quarter. It could have been reversed, but anyway, serious cuts to education. And the public responded by saying, no way, we're not going to accept that. And it very closely could have led to a recall of the governor over those issues. You were probably a part of the folks that reacted so strongly when that budget came out. So, permanent fund dividend is extremely important, and we're going to be arguing and talking about that. I wish it would go away, but it's not going to. But in any event, please participate. Let us know what you think. We're going to listen to you, believe me. Thank you.
Fellow students, just want to thank you for your leadership and amazing coalition that you lead there. And we will stand by collectively, individually to be a resource. If there's bills moving forward that we want to hear from the region, we can be there. Senator Giessel, glad to have you back at Natural Resources, especially with our Mariculture initiatives going forward. We look forward to being a resource for you as those topics go. And words don't describe how fortunate and blessed we feel having two Southeast senators on finance. So as good luck. Was that the short straw, or was that I'm not sure, but anyway, we thank you all for your service and for taking the time to come down today. So we will let you have a break to clear your table and come back in about 20 minutes, but please thank our Senate leadership for working. Panelists and our facilitator come forward. We've got Deputy Commissioner, whom I haven't the pleasure to meet yet. We're going to hear from Jeremy, who's walking the wrong direction coming, and then Jeff, who's he is. So really pleased to have this star panel. We've got fresh waters and live mics, and this one here that almost works for you. So come on up, and Mark Scheer is going to facilitate this. So I'm just going to turn that over to him to see panelists take their seats like you all are doing in the very back there. All right.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I hope you all enjoyed the lunch and the last session here. I'm really excited about this next session. So we've got so we're going to there'll be short presentations from each of the participants, and then we'll if we have some time we go into some Q&A if you'd like. Is that Robert? We got time for that? Perfect. Yeah, great. So we can, yeah. All right, we'll be great. So perfect. I like that. So obviously seafood and mariculture is seafood is a significant part of the economic activity in Southeast Alaska and in Alaska broadly. Seafood industry is the largest employer in Alaska. The mariculture industry is growing. Pardon the pun. It is, and a lot of developments are occurring in that. So, and to kind of highlight that, I thought what I'd do is just give you a brief update as to kind of where the industry is and where we project it to go. And this builds on the great presentations by the Build Back Better team this morning. In full disclosure, I did plagiarize most of this from a presentation that Julie Decker provided in a meeting. She's not here today. I think she's in Roatan, so look that up on the map. So a couple of things to start with, and whenever we're talking about mariculture, we like to start with What is mariculture in Alaska? In Alaska, mariculture is enhancement, restoration, and the farming of shellfish and seaweeds. It does not mean finfish farming, which is prohibited by law in the state of Alaska. Let's see if this is going to work. So one of the, so why mariculture? And mariculture is, it's really about opportunities and benefits for Alaska because it has the potential to develop economic, environmental, community, cultural, and food security needs in the state. And this is, by the way, this is a photo of our seaweed farm outside of Craig. And what does the opportunity present? And I know Juliana used this earlier, and this is also a Julie Decker original. Because there's so much opportunity in Alaska for this type of sustainable, environmentally friendly economic activity in coastal Alaska, we can see how much how much area is potentially available for some type of mariculture or restoration. So some of the things that have occurred, obviously you heard a lot about the Build Back Better, but that's only part of a much larger statewide development that we've seen. We've seen a variety of new positions that have been funded and created. NOAA has a mariculture research lead. There's an assistant professor at UAF. She's tremendous for the seaweed research. Alaska Sea Grant has a dedicated mariculture specialist. There are 5 Alaska Sea Grant fellows now engaged in mariculture. Some are at the Alaska Mariculture Alliance, some at AFDF, some at Sea Grant. It's really, really remarkable how much talent is coming into this side of the industry. In funding, it's pretty remarkable. So ARPA has funded a $2.5 million seaweed research program. The USDA has funded through Southeast Conference $500,000 to develop a mariculture incubator, which basically would provide a venue for small value-added businesses that are engaged in the mariculture industry to develop businesses in the local community on Prince of Wales Island. We're really excited about the potential that represents and the possibility for partnerships with a variety of groups like, I see Ed is here from Sean Seat and Mayor Tim, with a lot of collaboration in how to do that and how to build that in a really meaningful way that can benefit that community. EVOS, which is the Exxon Valdez Oil Spill Fund, has allocated $31.8 million for mariculture research in the Prince William Sound affected area. The EDA Build Back Better grant, as you see, is $49 million plus a 20% match. And the legislature allocated $5 million to a mariculture match granting program, which will be implemented through the Alaska Mariculture Alliance starting later this year. And what that would do is to encourage private investment in the mariculture sector by, if you invest $1 to some prescribed limit, they will grant you $1 to support that as a way of de-risking investment in mariculture. And lastly, but certainly not least, there's a $7 million investment to the university for mariculture training. So, that's a significant package of things to help build skills and expertise and knowledge in the mariculture sector across the state. So here's a map that shows where site lease applications are being developed. So you can see all of those orange dots are where site lease applications have been filed or granted. And you can see there's a lot of activity in Southeast, a lot of activity around Kodiak, and activity in Prince William Sound and some out on the peninsula. So this is where we're seeing this activity. Not all of these farms are issued or developed yet, but you could see that potential is growing, and what a remarkable thing that is compared to where we were in prior years. So here is, you could see a representation of farm sites over the course of time. In 88 to 2015, you could see the total number of acres that were either in application or operating. And now you can see by the projected by the end of 2022, if all of those were granted and operated, that's over 3,500 acres of production in Alaska. So that is significant growth trend there, and that's really positive because this means this is development in local communities, coastal communities, and utilizing people that already know how to work on the water. So this is one example of production. You can see There was, in 2016, there was no seaweed production in Alaska. In 2022, now we're seeing, you could see that, that number is about almost 300 tons of seaweed produced in Alaska, which in a few short years has taken Alaska from zero to being, we're projected to be the largest producer of cultivated seaweed in the United States in just a couple of more years. So that's a pretty significant thing, and that trend line is really positive. Other indicators of process, and this is something that's really important, is that we've seen processing time for new applications for site leases for new growers go down instead of go up. And this is largely credit to the agencies, in particular the Dunleavy administration, allocating new personnel to DNR to manage the site lease review process. So, and you also look at this relative to other places where we see development in the country, and everywhere else, their application periods are getting longer, if not much longer. But in Alaska, we're going the other direction. That's a really remarkable thing, and that is something you're not seeing anywhere else in the country. So this is another part, is where there's been an active participation in training people to do seaweed farming and shellfish farming and other things. And you can see the number of people that have applied for this type of training and the number of participants that have gone through various training programs that have been provided in the state over the last couple of years. So that's really, really exciting to see that kind of development and bringing new knowledge and training the folks that are here to participate in this industry. And now you can see this is kind of another view of looking at where the site lease applications are occurring in the state. And there's 3 primary regions where you're seeing that development occur. So, and this is kind of the foundation behind the Alaska Mariculture cluster and the statewide activity, and the focus of that is to broadly support and catalyze the industry in all of the regions, not just in Southeast. So I think that's my last one. So I just wanted to provide you an update of what's going on, and we can talk about if you had questions about the industry that you want to talk about after we go through our other presentations. Welcome that, and if I don't know the answer, I'm sure somebody in the room will. Now, without further ado, I think we'd like to move on to more exciting people, and first we'd like to welcome Jeremy Woodrow from ASME to talk about the Alaska seafood industry. So, yeah.
How's that? All right, good. Oh, great, we got that up. Excellent. All right, thanks, Markos. And thank you for allowing me to be here. My name is Jeremy Woodrow. I'm the Executive Director for the Alaska Seafood Marketing Institute. I'm happy to kick off the fisheries panel, especially being here with Deputy Commissioner Baker and Jeff with Trident Seafoods, definitely partnerships with ASME. So just for those who have never been to a Southeast Conference meeting before, what is ASME? And if you have been here before and you don't have the slide memorized, read it again, because I'm going to use this in the fall as well when we present then too. But ASME is a public-private partnership between the state of Alaska and the seafood industry. We are a state corporation. We have a 7-member board that's appointed by Governor and Governor Dunleavy in this case. And our board is made up of processor and fisherman seats. As we've mentioned today a little bit about ASME's ability to market mariculture products, right now we are statutorily required to only market wild capture fisheries. In our statutes, we're actually prohibited from marketing mariculture products. It's likely an outdated piece of our statute that relates back to a ban on finfish farming, i.e. farmed salmon. But we're working on seeing if that can change into the future and take advantage of some of the funding that's coming to the state and also help grow this industry. Where's the first one? There we go. Are you doing that for me?
It's good now.
Okay. Just traditionally on ASME's funding, so we are a public-private partnership with the seafood industry. That's funded by a fisheries tax that they pay. It's actually a voluntary tax. It's based on ex-vessel value at 0.5%. That averages out to be about $8 to $10 million a year that we receive from the industry. We also traditionally receive federal funding through the USDA, and we have received general fund in the past, though we haven't received any state general fund since 2018. So why is ASME so important? There we go. I hope I didn't go twice. All right. Well, Alaska seafood, as we've heard today, is a cornerstone of the state's economy. We've heard from multiple presenters already that it provides more jobs than any other private sector industry in the state of Alaska. And it has about a $5.7 billion economic output to our state's economy. But it's also a cornerstone of the Southeast economy. It's also the number one, we heard this in earlier presentation as well, it's the number one private sector employer in Southeast Alaska with multiplier effects. It also includes about 15% of the Southeast employment. And this is in processors as well as resident fishermen. Southeast Alaska also has the largest fleet in the state, and almost 1/3 of the entire state's fleet is housed here in Southeast Alaska. So it's an important part of the state's economy, just being Southeast Alaska as well. This is a little bit of an eye chart, but just to give you an idea of how ex-vessel values compare to first wholesale values. You'll see that they trend up and down to go along with the with the harvest volume each year. There we go. So you'll see when harvest volume's up, obviously ex-vessel value and first wholesale value is going to be up as well. It's not uncommon to see our fisheries go up and down year to year. They definitely have a trend. They follow, sometimes it's the climate, sometimes it's just natural variations in our ecosystem. But if you average it out over the course of 20, 30 years, our fisheries are pretty healthy, and you'll see these dips come and go. 2020 was a very bad year, not to mention that's when COVID struck, but our fisheries in Southeast particularly were on the smaller side of the returns, and therefore we felt the pain both due to the uncertainty of COVID, but also to the low returns, particularly of salmon. I'll talk about that. Oh, there we go. Okay, so when we look at Southeast Alaska from our harvest volume, most of what we catch here in Southeast Alaska is salmon. And we do have a variety of halibut, sablefish, crab, a little bit of herring. But for Southeast Alaska, it's a salmon-driven fisheries industry. And how does that compare, though, to the rest of the state? Salmon's only about 30–40% as far as our harvest volume and value to the rest of the state. And so you'll see that in Southeast Alaska, you're driven by salmon. The rest of the state, we have a more diverse portfolio made up with some ground fisheries, considering Alaska pollock, halibut, sablefish is a little bit of a bigger chunk in other parts of the state. As well as Pacific cod. And so when you look at it as a state level, we have a very diverse fisheries. Southeast Alaska, you're really looking at salmon as driving that fisheries economy. How does Alaska, though, rank to the rest of the world? We all think that, we know Alaska has the best seafood, and we know that, and that's part of our marketing as well. But when you look at the global, the seafood scope, you'll see that Alaska really is a small player in the entire global market. We're only about 2% of the entire availability of all wild capture seafood, about 1% of the total global market share. And now, when compared to the U.S., we're a huge player. If it wasn't for Alaska, the U.S. wouldn't be a seafood producing country. We're about 61% of all the seafood that's a wild capture seafood that's caught in the U.S. But in the global market scene, it's a big sea, and so we have a lot of competition when it comes to what seafood do consumers want to purchase and want to put across their table. For Alaska seafood, it really is an export market. That's why I'm talking about the global market. About 75–80% of our seafood is exported on any given year. This gives you an idea of where all of our seafood goes. You'll notice some big dots around Europe, China, and Japan. That circle around China has shrunk considerably, and I'll talk about that in another slide. But it's good to have diversity, and that's really the key of having global markets. It's good to have diversity and competition, and we're trying to grow other areas as well. When you think about what's exported for Alaska seafood, the easiest way to look at a chart like this is most of our high-volume, low-value fish get exported overseas for reprocessing. A lot of our higher value, lower volume fish, things like king salmon, even king crab, a lot of that stays in the U.S. Of course, there's not a lot of king crab right now, and that's a whole other topic that we might get to. This gives you an idea about the trend line of where our seafood's exported over the last few years. I really want to point out China, the light blue line there. Back in 2017, China comprised about 29%, we'll just say 30% of our seafood exports by value. Then in 2018, the US tried to go into a trade war with China, and we're still feeling those repercussions. You'll see that that's down to about 20% now, 4 or 5 years later. That's a huge drop. China was our #1 seafood exporter. Nearly $1 billion of Alaska seafood was exported to China annually before 2017 or before 2018. We're feeling the pain, but it's, I think long term, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's good to have diversity. We probably got a little too comfortable with China. The trade war exposed that, and COVID made that even worse. So we're starting to see that distribution. It's not going to any one particular area. If you look at other includes South America as well as Canada. You're seeing growth into those export markets as well. We have a lot of headwinds though. And actually, I know Jeff is going to talk about this a little bit more too, about what Trident's looking at, but some 3 major headwinds that we see at ASME. Our strong US dollar. What's good for the US is not necessarily good for Alaska. When we have a strong dollar, it makes it more difficult for us to compete in the global market. It makes it more difficult for our global customers to buy our products, especially when you're looking at what our dollars compared to our foreign competitors like the Russian ruble, the Japanese yen. Those seafood producing countries have an easier time selling their products to some of our competitors globally. Inflation, we all know how inflation is pinching our pockets right now. And when seafood a lot of times is looked at as a luxury item to a lot of consumers. And so when they're in the grocery store or maybe they're going out to eat and they're considering what they want to eat that night, seafood gets left out of the basket, and that hurts us as well. And so now we're talking strong US dollar and global inflation, and that hurts us even more. So it's a lot of headwinds for us. And then inventory. We're sitting on a lot of inventory, a lot of key species. So one of the challenges of our fisheries is that our fisheries are caught in very intense pulses throughout the year. When you think of salmon, it's caught during the summertime in very intense pulses. Crab fisheries are typically caught in the fall. It's not caught year-round. And so our industry has to sit on this inventory and predict how they're going to be able to sell it throughout the year. Well, we just got done with the largest sockeye salmon return in history to Bristol Bay. And there is a lot of sockeye salmon that needs to be sold across the global market. And if that doesn't happen, we're going to be looking at lower prices because we still have to get to that inventory year after year. That's actually what's happening to the crab fishermen right now. I've been following the news is that there's a lot of global inventory in crab, and that reduces prices because typical supply and demand. We all know how that works. So how is ASME combating some of these headwinds? Well, we have a global strategy, and one of our global strategies is diversification, premiumization, connecting with home cooks, and really emphasizing the wild and sustainability of our fisheries. I talked a little bit about this previous slides about diversification. The underlined regions there are where we're really working on trying to increase exports for Alaska seafood products. South America has been a long-term vision for several years now. We're working on almost a decade. South America had maybe only a couple $2 million worth of Alaska seafood products being exported to that region a decade ago. We're looking at over $20 million worth of products going to it now. And we're seeing increased growth year over year. Southeast Asia alone in the last 5 years has seen over $30 million worth of growth into that region. Primarily that is moving away from China as a export reprocessing market, but there's also opportunity for in-market growth there as well. I underline Africa. Africa is a new market for us. We're exploring it right now. EMP or Emerging Market Program is a USDA federal grant that we received that we're looking at an opportunity for both reprocessing as well as potentially consumer demand in the entire continents. Right now we're looking at North Africa as potentially growth, but we'll be seeing what comes out of that in the coming years. But there is opportunity for diversification. I think the key takeaway from this, though, is it took the Alaska industry 20 years to build up China as an export market. So any type of diversification to another market is going to take time and investment from the industry as well, too. Because of inflation and because of the strong US dollar, right now the US market is probably our #1 focus right now. And that's because that's where we can get the most bang for our buck and most even dollar. How ASME approaches the US market, we really look at it as from food service and retail as well as a consumer PR program. We used to have a much larger budget when we received larger general fund, and when that we had a large consumer advertising spend. When we had to cut our budget, we had to cut something out, and the consumer advertising spend was cut about 6 years ago. You'll see all the partnerships we have. We actually partner with a lot more retailers than just the ones on here. Those are some of the big ones that you probably recognize. As you can see, the numbers there, they're impressive. We have, from our social media following, we have over 1 billion impressions every single year. Really, when we're targeting the U.S. customer or even the foreign customer, what we're looking at is always on Alaska seafood. We're not particularly marketing one specific brand or one specific species, but it's really the Alaska seafood brand. So when you walk into any restaurant around the country, walk into any grocery store around the country, you'll see Alaska called out, whether it's Alaska halibut, Alaska salmon, or Alaska seafood in general. And why we do that? Well, we know it works. We have the numbers to support that. And we know that when consumers see the Alaska seafood logo, they're more likely to lead to their purchase. They're more likely to have confidence in that restaurant where they're dining. You know, if you're a retailer, you love carrying Alaska seafood products because that actually brings in a higher end customer. They're more likely not only to buy high-end seafood, but they're also more likely to buy high-end products in your store in general. And so Alaska seafood drives sales, and we've done a great job with that messaging. And so we know the headwinds, but we also know that Alaska seafood is in a great place as a brand to compete with those headwinds. Through our own research, really what's resonating with consumers, they prefer wild caught. The wild caught messaging is actually more important than just sourced from the USA. It's actually even competing with the Alaska origin as well. Consumers know that wild caught is something special. It's a niche in the marketplace compared to all the farm products they are competing with, and they actually seek it out. But just as importantly, consumers from every generation also are looking for sustainable products. And that really is the core of Alaska seafood. It's the sustainability of our species. It's been since statehood. I'm sure Deputy Commissioner Baker will speak about that to a certain extent. But that really is the core, and it really helps with our messaging because it's what consumers are looking for. And I'm going to share a quick video here as well. But before I go in that video, one thing that the ASME did over the last few years is really revamp our digital media library. And Ashley Heinbinger, our communications director, is in the back. Give a bigger wave, Ashley. There you go. Yeah. This is really a project that Ashley put on her team over her Channel Films up in Anchorage. And they did a phenomenal job being able to really showcase our fisheries and really take an incredible amount of resources that we can share with our industry so they can share this message as well. So I'm going to go into the next video here and really show you how when we're talking to consumers worldwide, this is the message that we're trying to put across. I love that video. I think it's really emotional. What's also great about it, you probably recognize a few people in that video too. So Alaska Seafood really is our neighbors. It's part of our community, and so I think we all really appreciate seeing something like that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was tremendous. I'd love to see something like that with Alaska Mariculture. Just say it. That's really great. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that information and insight. And next is Jeff Welbourn, who's Vice President with Trident Seafoods, and talk a bit about Trident and their long history in Alaska.
We should show that before lunch next time. I think that would go really well. But part of our job here, I think, is to make sure that we're muscling everybody out of their food comas, and we'll try to keep it exciting too. I'm Jeff Welbourn. I oversee Alaska's operations and engineering teams for Trident Seafoods, and just happy to be here. Today is Chuck Bundren's birthday. He would have been 81. He passed away in 2021. But it is the beginning of us kicking off our 50th anniversary celebration this year. So we'll be roving around the state this year a lot of barbecues, a lot of parties, trying to make sure that we get to everybody to just tell everybody thank you and that we appreciate all the communities that and all of the people and different facets of this industry that have made us who we are. So, you know, Trident has been around now in Alaska for 50 years. You know, we started out one species, now we try to stay diversified and be good stewards of all of them, and participate in whatever communities that we interact with. So that grit and determination that started the company is alive and well, and it's very important to us that as we build our next generation, that comes through. So at current, there's about 9,000 Trident employees around the world. We have over 5,000 independent fishermen and crewmen. Just in the Southeast alone, I think John and I were trying to tally up, we're over 300 different vessels and you know, over 1,000 people that we work with on the fleet side. The thing that's hidden here is, of course, that we depend on so much more than that in every community. It could be a vendor for everything from you know, from parts to other services, transportation. We are dependent on Alaska, and it's a symbiotic relationship that is really important to us in pretty much every facet you can think of. We have gotten big. We've been the people who are trying to bring this message to everybody we possibly can around the world. We're in over 50 countries now selling fish. We have 18 different global offices, and we do sell a full spectrum of products. So it is everything from raw commodities to value-added items to nutritional supplements. It's been our mission to fully utilize that fish and bring as much value back to the grounds as possible. And so as we look at the next 50 years, what we're learning is that the 50 years that got us here, we're a little stacked up in terms of everything we've learned, and it's time to rejuvenate that with new platforms. So as we head toward the future, we're looking at how we've always conducted business. You know, our word is our bond. We've always made sure that we follow through on what we commit to. We've always made sure that we treat our people well. I remember personally when I first came up, it wasn't 50 years ago, but it was 19 now. You know, plywood shack was my living conditions when I first joined a different company. And as things have evolved, you know, the standard of living and the quality of life that we must offer our employees and to all members of our communities has grown considerably. You heard from one of the senators that while Alaska may be the highest paying to individual students, the cost of living, of course, in Alaska is so much higher. So how does that convert? And so as we look at the conditions that we put people in and that we the work that we ask them to complete, whether it be on board a vessel and the services that we supply those vessels, or whether it be our employees on shore or on our own vessels, we got to step it up. We got to bring a higher level of performance and a higher level of quality. So as we build out, that's also what we're looking at. Of course, we also are looking at our investments in this conversation and investments in science to make sure that as fisheries change and as the climate changes and as global markets change, we have the best information available and that we're sharing that information so that we can all do as well as possible to continue this for 50 years and beyond. So speaking of challenges, there are political, geopolitical, environmental and economic challenges that we are facing that are very real today. We need more representation for fisheries and support for them in-state, nationally, globally. We all need to make sure that we are showing up and speaking up more often, and that we're coordinating our messaging, because oftentimes fisheries are seen as a smaller piece of the overall economy, but they're not. And so when you have that moment to speak up, making sure that we have a clear, cohesive message has been more and more important, because you only get that one window to open the conversation. Domestic policy and international conflicts are also disrupting fisheries and markets. You heard earlier some mentions of some policies that are interrupting other natural resources industries in the state. And so we want to make sure that that conversation is it's very rarely one of ill will. It's often one that's not informed. And so we need to work with the government agencies and representative voices that we have across the state and across the industry to make sure that we're showing up and speaking truth to power, so that hopefully policy follows function and reality. So that's a big piece of it. And of course, we also have conflicts. And so you have a war in Ukraine. You do still have active tariffs with China, as you mentioned, that are disrupting our ability to compete in those markets when the same species going into Russia, going into China from Russia has a 30% advantage. It is very hard to convince those folks that are buying that they want to go Alaska. Yes, there is a premium for Alaska, but if you are trying to run your business, that gets quite difficult. So those are all things that we see. Ukraine was actually becoming a reprocessing center for the Alaska industry to supply the rest of Europe as another alternative to China at the time. And that has also been disrupted. So of course there's Poland and there's other places that both process and consume our fish. And we're trying to make sure that we are involved with all of them as well. But yes, changing ecosystems, research, and monitoring capacity. I think one of the other fallacies is that we don't want oversight. We don't want involvement. We do, because we believe that either it's going to vindicate the story that we've been telling, or we'll find things that we can improve. And so that has to be an honest and open conversation between the industry, between the communities that are feeling affected by changes in the ecosystem, and the customers and other stakeholders as well. We have a lot of aging infrastructure. That's going to be my main job for the next 10 years, is rebuilding everything so that it can better supply our customers, better support our fishermen, better support the communities that we're involved in. We do have 50 years of learning jungle gymmed into a lot of these platforms, whether they be onshore or offshore, and to make sure that those evolve so that we can tap into automation opportunities, take advantage of better data that exposes opportunities for us to better utilize our fish. All of that is a huge piece of where we're going. And inflation and the R word, is real. We are definitely seeing the train cars start to back up. It always takes a while for them to all start rolling again after there's a major issue like COVID or like the previous recession. But when you start to see them back up at the end market, we now should be ringing those warning bells and adapting as quickly as we can to make sure that we can still stay viable as an industry. And then computing supply and need for differentiation. As mentioned, if the global consumption of fish is now more than half aquaculture, and so then you have wild capture being less than half of the overall, and then you have Alaska as that 1% sliver. The need for us to make sure that the story comes through, essentially tagged to every product that gets out to market, is really important. And that's where the work that ASME is doing and many others are doing is so critical to make sure that that comes through. If it doesn't come through, then we are just another fish in the sea. And it's very important that all the hard work we do, we outwork any other industry in the world to make sure that we are monitoring and capturing the information that helps make our science better and helps make our collaboration better. And we're not necessarily getting credit for that yet. And so we want to make sure that the way we compete for our share of the stomach is through that differentiation and creating value. So, but there are a lot of opportunities. That creating that awareness for wild Alaska, or Alaska, as things move forward, is going to be important for all of us, because I don't know any members in this community that aren't affected by fisheries. It is very important that message makes it all the way through. Sometimes we get stuck in our own echo chamber because we all know it's great. How do we get it out to the rest of the world? We are looking at a graying and greening of our fleet and of our workforce across Alaska. And part of that is that the Farm League, I was a processor, and I only went fishing for 2 seasons, but I ended up staying on shore and working my way through the plants more. But that succession piece is really critical. We have a ton of tribal knowledge in our industry across the board, and making sure that that gets transferred so that this industry stays vibrant is critical. But the way we do that has to be by giving that quality of life, building rotation into people who are going to be mentoring people that are working a much more dynamic and humane schedule than I would say the founding generation had to work. 9-10 months up in Alaska was where it started, and we're trying to work that down, because in order to attract the next level, next generation of workforce, we're competing with a very different job market. Even when pay becomes competitive, the one that sticks in my head right now is Dick's Burgers in Seattle is paying $22 an hour, and that's a processor level entry position. So how do you convince people that this is exciting and get them to try it out? But we are going to be investing heavily in education. We've started a program with AvTech that we piloted this fall. It's a 2-year program. We're paying for it in order to get people involved in fisheries. And this is primarily for our skilled trades and engineering team. But we will be talking to high schools and figuring out how we can integrate into there for summer jobs and career progression there, because we, Trident specifically, we need to create more than we need, because as you heard, there is a shortage of pretty much everything in the state. So if we're going to invest in something like this and make sure that it can scale, we need to be creating more people than we need, either to support other facets of the industry or to just continue to revitalize the workforce here in Alaska and find people that like this. I mean, part of the 2-year program is get on the job, getting out in season and being in the plants and being on the boats and seeing that this is very special and unique. And if it appeals to you, you're probably hooked. So we're bringing a lot of new and good paying jobs. So that skilled trades piece, investments in automation and data, environmental health and safety is going to be a huge piece of our future as well, making sure that we're compliant, not just compliant, but evolving ahead of schedule to reach compliance and hopefully be able to turn those into advantages as we try to utilize the whole fish. And moving our supply chain north. There are steps that in further processing that get done down south because these are dated platforms, and we should be able to move some of them up north. We're not going to make fish sticks in Alaska because the breaded form of a fish is its most vulnerable, lowest shelf life. But how close can you get to that final form so that either it's going direct to market as is, or it's one step away, and so you just have that last mile in whatever market you're supplying. And then building that next generation infrastructure. probably no secret, we have some major investments that we must make across the state. You know, John Skoblik oversees Southeast operations for Trident, and the two of us are working together to make sure that we look at the 3 plants that we have down here and figuring out what is their future and how can we better support the community here and build out next level infrastructure here. That's going to be our biggest push in Southeast. Where do the investments go? We know that there is more value to get out of the fish, but maybe not in the existing platform. And so we want to have those collaborative conversations with everybody involved and find our way forward here. You know, Wrangell will be back up and running this year. We'll be testing out some new things there. But between Petersburg, Wrangell, and Ketchikan, these are really important pieces of who we are and where we've been, but they'll also be really important pieces of where we're going. So that's where we're at right now.
Jeff, thank you very much. Really, really interesting, and particularly intrigued by bringing more value-added production, you know, further down to Alaska. I think that aspect of it is really intriguing, and you know, the more value-added we can create in the communities, the more value, more economic value, the more job opportunities and economic activity it will produce. So really, thank you very much for a great presentation. And so we'll move on to our next, Rachel Baker, who's the Deputy Commissioner of the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, has graciously agreed to come and talk to us about the seafood industry from the ADF&G's perspective. And then after her presentation, we can take some Q&A from the folks, and we have another guest with us that can hopefully answer some questions about the salmon litigation. So thank you very much. Welcome, Rachel.
I don't know, let's try it. Yeah. Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for that introduction, and it is nice to see you here all in my hometown, Juneau, where I've lived 25 years, so always good to see folks visit us in the wintertime. And I have worked, as Markos said, at the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I've been there since 2019 in my current role as a Deputy Commissioner, and I really focus on state-federal fisheries coordination. We have state fisheries in state waters, which I will primarily talk about today, related to Southeast Alaska, which is what you're all interested in. But as both Jeremy and Jeff touched on, fish don't recognize boundaries, and so we also have a pretty robust and complex federal fishery management system that I tend to focus on coordinating between the state and federal aspects of those. So as I'm sure most of you know, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game is our state's primary fisheries resource management agency. Our mission is simple: manage the fisheries and aquatic resources more and more under the maximum sustained yield principle for the benefit of our citizens. Now, the mission is simple, the implementation is complex. As I'm sure most of you know, we have thousands of employees across the state and in multiple offices here in Southeast Alaska in terms of housing our research and fisheries management staff. We have a very sort of localized principle in terms of our management in order to ensure that we are getting the best and most timely information available to sustainably manage our fisheries, which is, of course, our #1 priority always. And so what I thought I would do today, I do not have a slide presentation because I essentially was talking with our staff up to including just before coming over here to try and get the best and most up-to-date information about kind of what's going on with our fisheries. I'm going to build a little bit on some of the things that Jeremy highlighted in his presentation and dial us in to some of the most important issues going on with Southeast Alaska fisheries. According to our staff, if any of you know or often deal with our staff, I'll just put a lot of kudos out there. I will give you a really high-level overview, and I'll be the first to admit I'm not an expert in Southeast Alaska fisheries. So if you have additional questions that I can't answer here today, I'd be happy to put you in touch with
our staff who can answer those questions. And speaking of which, Danny Evanson from the ABF&G Commercial Fisheries Division has also joined me today here to help me out with some salmon questions should they come up, because again, that's not necessarily my area of expertise, particularly here in Southeast. So I'll try to be fairly brief to leave time for questions. And I will just sort of start off with an overview of the Southeast Alaska salmon fisheries, as Jeremy set up very nicely. Really, in terms of fisheries, salmon really dominates our fisheries here in Southeast Alaska. As I'm sure many of you know, salmon are commercially harvested here in Southeast, purse seines and drift gill nets, in Yakutat with set gill nets, for example, and in both areas with both hand and power troll gear. And just to give you a sense of what we're talking about in terms of value for the salmon fisheries, in 2021, ex-vessel value for Southeast salmon fisheries was estimated about $170 million. And in 2022 was very similar, a little lower at $160 million. And in terms of sustainability of the stocks, I think generally speaking, our staff are expecting slightly larger salmon runs in 2023, but they also noted for me, as I'm sure many of you know, particularly expectations with regard to Chinook salmon runs in Southeast have generally improved in recent years, but overall are at relatively low levels if you're looking historically. And generally speaking, I think in terms of the outlook for 2023, in terms of salmon fisheries, what we can say right now, our staff were thinking similar prices probably to 2022, but if the larger returns do pan out, perhaps a little bit more revenue coming in from those fisheries. And so from a sustainability perspective, generally good news for salmon, except for the one thing I will point out from a high level, as both Jeremy and Jeff mentioned in their presentations, there are factors outside of just our stock sustainability and the way that we manage our fisheries that do affect our fisheries, particularly salmon fisheries here in Southeast. As many of you know, our salmon fisheries are affected by an international treaty, the Pacific Salmon Treaty, and there are some impacts other than along with that salmon treaty, there's more and more what I'll call environmental factors from other species, protected resources, some other climate change impacts that are affecting our fisheries and our ability to manage those fisheries. And we're learning about the impacts of those, sometimes in really difficult ways. For example, there's an ongoing lawsuit that could ultimately affect the troll fishery here in Southeast Alaska, and I won't get into details about those. There might be some questions, but that's just an example, along with climate change impacts that our fishermen are seeing out on the water, and many of you are seeing it if you fish personally yourselves, that we're definitely having to deal with in terms of resiliency of our management. So moving on to other important fisheries in Alaska, the herring fisheries, of course, in certain locations. There's 3 ongoing fisheries for herring, the Sitka-Sac-Row fishery, the Craig Spawn on Kelp fishery, and the Craig Winter Bait fishery. And combined, just to give you a sense, I always like to give a little bit of value estimates to put it in perspective. The combined 2021 ex-vessel value for these herring fisheries was about $6 million. And the good news, in 2022, that bumped up to about $8.5 million. And also good news from a sustainability stock perspective is that the abundance of Craig and Sitka herring stocks is high, and it continues to be high. And so in 2023, similar harvest to 2022 is expected, and similar prices at this point. You could expect a similar ex-vessel value. So nice to see that there's some good news there for the herring fisheries. Another what I would call bright spot in terms of Southeast Alaska fisheries, and really statewide, well, depending on where you are, it's a stock concern with sablefish or black cod, as some people might know it better. In terms of state water fisheries, there are two sablefish fisheries that occur inside state waters, Chatham and Clarence Strait. And just to give you a sense of the harvest there, about 1.8 million pounds of sablefish were harvested last year for an ex-vessel value of about $3.7 million. And interestingly enough, there's been a pretty high, what we call recruitment in the sablefish fishery, which means a lot of little ones growing into the fishery. And in terms of some of those climate impacts that we've been talking about, that fisheries managers and scientists are having to really deal with full force, especially here in Alaska, sablefish appears to be one of our commercially important species that have benefited from recent, what we call marine heat waves in the Gulf of Alaska particularly, and some out in the Bering Sea as well. And there have been large, what we call recruit classes, or young fish moving into the fishery in recent years. And the outlook for sablefish continues to be positive in the coming years based on those young fish contributing to a larger biomass. And as many of you also know, I'm focusing on the state managed fishery here, but there's also a federally managed sablefish fishery that is also experiencing obviously the same stock dynamics and catch increases. And but this is, I'll just tell you a little anecdote. One of the things that you always have to consider when you have good news, like the increased recruitment, lots of young juveniles, that's great news for the stock, right? But what you're seeing in the fishery is a lot of fishermen are catching a lot of those small fish, and that's not necessarily the size of fish that are most marketable or most desirable from a marketing perspective. So we're having to sort of address that in our management actions as well. So just one of those examples of really dynamic systems that we have to manage all the time. And when you have good signs like recruitment or lots of juveniles, you can also have to deal with some of the outfall in terms of how do you alter your management, waiting for those juveniles to grow up and hopefully increase the biomass of the exploitable fishery. So again, I won't, Markos stole my thunder a little bit. I did have a little bit of information on mariculture. I should have known that, but really just digging into that a little bit more, he presented some great information on that. And I really just wanted to reinforce some of the information that our mariculture staff passed along to me, again, in terms of another good news opportunity for fisheries here in Southeast Alaska is the number of aquatic farm permits. ADF&G is involved in the permitting process, as mentioned earlier. The average was about, the number of aquatic farm permits statewide averaged about 65 for about 5 years, 2015 to 2019. And in 2022, there was a 33% increase to 87 aquatic farm permits. And just adding on to that good news, a record number of permit applications were received in 2022, 7 here in Southeast alone. And just for a little bit of information in terms of what the focus of those new permits are, 64% of those new applications are for aquatic plants only, 24% are for shellfish, and 12% are for a combination of those two. And so again, that was pretty much the information I had, but another good news story in terms of outlook for Southeast Alaska in terms of fisheries. And then moving on, we also have, as some of you I'm sure are familiar with, we have dive fisheries for what we call miscellaneous shellfish. It's sea cucumbers and sea urchins and buoy duck clams. And these, there are commercial fisheries for these species, and the way that ADF&G manages them is we open and assess on a rotational calendar for these, where stocks may be surveyed or open to the commercial fishing, every second, third, or more years, depending on the species, and in order to, again, ensure that we're sustainably managing those species. Again, just to provide context, the combined vessel by an ex vessel value of sea cucumber, gooey duck, and red urchin. Fisheries was 17.4 million in 2021. And unfortunately, we saw a drop in 2022 to 7.7 million. And that was largely attributed to market declines. And our staff were talking that through with me a little bit in terms of how the markets work for some of those species. And it's hard to say what's going to happen with those markets in 2023 and beyond. But in terms of the management side, we are expecting similar quotas for those species for 2023. And then really the last couple of things I wanted to cover, I'm sure, again, Jeremy brought up some of the issues related to our crab fisheries statewide. I'll focus in here on the crab fisheries in Southeast Alaska. We have tanner crab, Dungeness crab, golden and red king crab fisheries, primarily historically. Right now, again, fairly good news for the tanner crab fishery from a stock sustainability level. The stock biomass is at stable and high levels for tanner crab and is providing essentially for continued maximum harvest opportunity. And the 2022 season harvest was 1.4 million pounds of tanner crab. And that had an ex vessel value of $9.3 million. And so that is an important fishery for Southeast Alaska. And it actually, tanner crab last year garnered a record high price of about 7 to 8 pounds. And so that was a bit of a banner year for tanner crab. Unfortunately, going forward, it's not clear that these high prices will be maintained due to ongoing market dynamics. And just a little bit more about that. In Southeast, there's also a tanner crab fishery in Kodiak that some of you may be familiar with, and which is currently open. That often, price for those Kodiak tanner crab often act as an indicator for the Southeast tanner crab fishery, and those prices are currently at about $3 to $3.25 a pound. So we may not see the $7 to $8 pound benchmark again this year for tanner crab, but we'll see. It's possible that the Kodiak prices may increase depending on fleet and processor negotiations. We'll just have to see about that. But again, from a department perspective, the ongoing outlook is for above average harvest and there could be a shift depending on prices again. As you know, that does drive fishermen's behavior. From tanner crab to golden king crab, if there's a higher price for golden king crab, since both fisheries do occur concurrently. And we also have fishery for Dungeness crab, as I'm sure many of you know. Unfortunately, the 2022-23 season fell short of the threshold that would constitute a full summer and fall season. The reason was a pretty high incidence of soft shell crab that was caught and discarded early in the season. So again, is one of our fundamental principles in terms of sustainability. The way the department responded to that was to reduce the summer season length to reduce harvest pressure on the stock. And that's just an example of some of the really tough choices that the department has to make in terms of balancing sustainability with opportunity in the fisheries. And as a result of those management changes, preliminary harvest was about 2 million pounds across Southeast for Dungeness crab, and it had an ex vessel value of about $5.4 million, which was unfortunately a pretty steep decline from the previous year of about $15.7 million. So those are some, it's another example of sometimes we have to make harvest reductions for conservation and sustainability reasons that do have very real economic impacts, but it's important, of course, for the sustainability of our fisheries going into the future. And as I mentioned, we also have king crab fisheries in Southeast. Really, the primary one currently is the golden king crab fishery, which I mentioned earlier. That fishery, cautiously optimistic about the condition of that fishery because it continues to rebound from a previously depressed state. And last year, the fishery for golden king crab was relatively small, about £750,000 for an ex-vessel value of about $1.4 million. And again, though, the good news in that, although the harvest was relatively small, there was a record price of about $18 a pound. And hopefully that will continue for Southeast Alaska fishermen, given some limitations on king crab availability, as again, Jeremy referenced earlier in other areas of the state. And just closing out really with crab, again, unfortunately, a bit of a challenge in front of us is the commercial red and blue king crab fishery in Southeast has been closed since the 2017-18 season. There are some active personal use fisheries that occur across the region for those species, but unfortunately right now that there are no commercial fisheries. However, again, we're starting to see some positive signs of juvenile and younger crab, across the survey areas that we undertake. And so hopeful that in 2023 and beyond, we could see those small crabs recruiting to the fishery, and in hopes of restoring that fishery in the future. And then really just, again, wanting to end on a positive note, I did talk to our regional staff a little bit about, maybe thinking forward into the future and what might be some bright spots for the future. And they, although they're very small right now, and these fisheries operate only by special permit, the staff did pass along to me that there are some sort of developing and emerging fisheries that seem to be happening for hagfish, believe it or not. I don't know if you've ever seen that. I should have brought a picture of that if nothing else, but pretty interesting fish, but apparently there's a market for it somewhere. There's actually small, again, permit-only fisheries for kelp, not just farmed, apparently. I didn't know that. I learned that myself. And for squid here in Southeast. So I can't really speak to the volume of those right now or the potential for the future, but it is just, as we know, fishermen are quite innovative. And it's just an example that the department is working along with those innovations, trying to use the information we have about specific species, potentially commercially important species or commercially developing species, and gather data in order to potentially manage a sustainable fishery if that does happen in the future. So again, I just wanted to provide that overview. I was kind of asked to talk about the health of our fisheries here in Southeast, and so I tried to do that really briefly in the time allotted, but hopefully that provided what you were looking for, and this will leave us time for some questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner Baker, and for the whole panel. We do have about 10 minutes for questions before the next break, but a couple of things. First, I would be remiss if I didn't have one pun for the group. So what happened to the oyster when it went to the undersea dance? It pulled a muscle. The groans are the best part of it. And I remember doing a hagfish test fishery with silver lining back in the early 90s. Skoblik, were you involved in that? Yeah, so there is actually a pretty vigorous fishery in some other locations involving hagfish. They're horrible, smelly things, and I have distinct nightmares about the totes of slime on the dock and what those represented. But there is a market. It is possible, and there are lots of hagfish in the area. So we just got to find a way to do that effectively. So that's a really, really interesting. Skoblik and I worked for Silver Lining back in the early 90s together, and we were both younger, and his beard was smaller. So with that, I'd like to open up the room to any questions. I think we've got some mics going around, and I'll go around as well if anyone has questions about any of the topics that we've discussed.
So, my mic is not working. We're working on the mic.
Oh, I've got this one. It'll work.
So, you all made reference to the lawsuit, and, you want to make comments on that? On the lawsuit, we had the resolution up there, screen, that we wanted to put in front of everybody. Do you want to?
Yeah, sure. Hi, Danny. Anyway, I think this is a really important resolution. Everybody needs to get behind fighting this lawsuit. It's really a nuisance lawsuit. You know, there's no real substance to it, but still our foot is in the trap. And so I strongly encourage everybody to vote for it. There's really been sort of a groundswell of support here lately from places that we couldn't even imagine not too terribly long ago. So let's just go ahead and go for it and vote the right way.
So did you want to speak to that in a more factual manner?
Thank you. Maybe just really briefly, as I mentioned, Danny Evanson from here in our Juneau headquarters office is, she's dealing with this directly. And so maybe it would be helpful, since you've received some encouragement to support this, if you learned a little bit about what the lawsuit was about.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Dennis. We were anticipating some questions on this, so I'm a late add. Again, my name is Danny Evanson. I, among other things, serve as Alaska's treaty coordinator. So I think it's fair to say I've been living and breathing this lawsuit for close to 2 years now. So this case is a challenge to the National Marine Fisheries Service biological opinion for the Southeast Alaska salmon fishery. This is the document that gives us coverage for the take of ESA listed species and allows our Pacific Salmon Treaty salmon fisheries to operate. The state of Alaska and Alaska Trollers Association intervened in this case early on to defend our fisheries and our interests, and we will continue to do so. This lawsuit is brought forth by the Wild Fish Conservancy, which is a conservation-based organization in Washington. And the lawsuit argues that the Southeast Alaska Chinook salmon troll fishery threatens the survival of 4 ESA listed Chinook stocks from the Pacific Northwest and southern resident killer whales, which do not come into our waters, but they actually feed on Chinook salmon. So we catch some of the prey that are bound for the Pacific Northwest. And so this is sort of the genesis of the lawsuit. And the federal court in the Western District of Washington, not a big fan of Alaska, ruled in favor of the Wild Fish Conservancy and supported their claims last August. So really what is at dispute here, what Wild Fish Conservancy went after is not the fishery itself. Initially, what they went after was a provision in our biological opinion, which requires a $118 million mitigation package to offset fishery impacts, not just for Alaska, it was in our biological opinion, but for all other fisheries occurring in the Pacific Northwest. And specifically, what they seemed to take the most objection with was a provision therein where the lion's share of that money, $56 million in congressional appropriations, was to go to NIMS to produce more killer whale food in the form of hatchery production. Them being Wild Fish Conservancy did not like hatcheries, so somewhere down the line they made the connection, let's get rid of that hatchery program, and if we don't have a Southeast Alaska troll fishery, then it makes it unnecessary. So where are we now? Present situation. The lawsuit is currently in the remedy phase. All the briefings are complete. The case was assigned to a magistrate, and she issued a report and recommendation in time for Christmas and a proposed order. And what she recommended was that the biological opinion be remanded to NIMS, so given back to NIMS to rewrite to fix their Endangered Species Act and National Environmental Policy Act violations. And that the portions of this biological opinion that authorized take of southern resident killer whales and ESA listed Chinook salmon resulting from the commercial harvest of Chinook during the winter and summer seasons of the trawl fishery, excluding the spring fishery, be vacated. So what that means is we wouldn't have ESA coverage for winter and summer fisheries while they fix the biological opinion, but we'd still have to pay for all of those mitigation actions just to perhaps have the ability to prosecute these fisheries in the future. And that's what would happen if this came to pass. Right now, this is under consideration by the district judge. We don't know what the timeline is. The litigation is still very much active. And what happens next is in the hands of the judge. In the meantime, fisheries are proceeding as normal. And Fish and Game staff have offered assistance to NIMS to help them rewrite this buyout since time is of the essence. And from the state viewpoint, I feel really confident, given the governor's comments on Talk of Alaska this morning, to say that we will appeal an unfavorable decision. As the governor said this morning, we will take it all the way to the Supreme Court if need be. We feel strongly about defending our fisheries. We feel like we have a responsibility to look out for them and the Southeast coastal communities and families that rely on them. And I'll just leave it there.
Okay, so I've got a question from Richard.
Hey, good afternoon. Albert Smith, Mayor of Mount Cala. Lifelong commercial fisherman, subsistence fisherman. I think we need to get behind this resolution that's up here. But I don't like the fact that it's somebody in Washington trying to tell us how to handle our stuff up here in Alaska. And I find it, I'm trying to find the right words without saying, the big ocean going trawlers mainly come out of Washington also. Have a big impact on all this and the bycatch and all that. So I think that's something that definitely needs to be discussed at maybe at the D levels and all that. They're coming at us with this. Well, let's look at what Washington does to our state and our fisheries up there. All of that.
Thank you. And if there's not objection, this would go to the board for approval. If there is objection, see a board member or let us know, or I think that as we're wrapping up this panel, one thing that has come, if I may be sure, there's been an increased question on, as communities are seeking infrastructure development, what is the most meaningful to the industry? Not just private, but all processors. Is there general guidance or ways that communities can better prepare so to increase opportunities and lower the cost? And that let you go wrap it up.
So is that a question for the panel to respond to?
Well, if Jeff had a quick, quick
Yeah.
answer.
No, we're definitely looking forward to the rejuvenation of the Marine Highway. I think that's going to be a big piece for all of us, whether it's equipment or being able to ship product south in a timely manner, access to the road system quickly, something that we've been looking at for fresh. But also moving our folks around between different operations, moving equipment around between different operations, and the towns, once a day travel is not ideal when you're trying to run an operation and there may be weather delays or other things. So that's a big piece that we are fully behind and want to have a larger conversation about. Another thing is, as we look at development into more advanced products and using the whole fish that our fishermen deliver to us, We'll be looking at diversification into sectors like pet and health, and making sure that those are coming through even stronger. Obviously, you have to outpace inflation in order to be able to return more value to the fleet, and so that's a big piece of what we're doing. So we've all somebody went down the tick list of cheaper energy, utilities in general, transportation. All those things, of course, are really valuable. But as we start having conversations that may be full sector about where the industry can go to develop better value back to the community, that's something that we want to make sure that's a supportive conversation.
No, thank you. And Jeremy?
I just want to add on what Jeff said. Last session, the legislature did pass a value-added tax credit bill, and that was supported by Southeast Conference. So thank you for your support on that, because that will help the industry reinvest into their processing capabilities, as Jeff said, is a dire need. Something that Jeff didn't lead to is how far behind Alaska is on our processing capabilities compared to some of our foreign competitors. You walk into, I guess, some of our processing plants, it's like going into a 1979 Pinto, and you go into our competitors and you walk in literally on the spaceships. And that is a way that lags us behind. And so when Jeff's talking about needing full resource utilization, we harvest about 6 billion pounds of seafood a year in Alaska, but only about 3 billion pounds of that actually gets turned into product. So that's about 3 billion pounds of value that we can maximize.
Some of it gets concentrated into meal and other things, but yes,
no, that's part of it.
Definitely
that's part of that. Yeah, that's part of that. That 6 billion or that 3 billion that actually gets used only goes into meal, fish heads, other parts, but there's parts that aren't used at all yet. So there's lots of opportunities. What I'm saying. So there is ways that we can take this industry. It is a very mature industry and continue to grow it, but it's going to take a lot of capital investment. So it's nice to see the legislature helping out with that a little bit, but it's not a silver bullet.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Deputy Commissioner Baker, do you have any closing comments? You don't have to. Okay, yeah, thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody for joining us and contributing their time today. I would say one thing on the resolution regarding the Wild Fish Conservancy lawsuit. If you'd like to learn as much about it or talk to Dennis Watson, I believe he's been very much involved in the process, and he's also a board member. So I hate to put you on the spot, Dennis, but really a tremendous resource and a lot of history there to talk about what this is and what effect it has on the industry. So I suspect it will be very strongly supported at the board level. But thank you all very much.
Wordsmithing, Chevelle mentioned that the subsistence ought to be listed in there, and he's going to help us with some wordsmithing. You see something in there, we can tweak it to make it better. Please bring that forward to Dennis or myself, and we'll make that happen.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think we're about to move into a break. If you have any questions for any of these people or for me, please don't hesitate to catch me in a hallway. I'm happy to talk about everything mariculture. Thank you.
Let's start migrating back to your tables and chairs. We've got a couple more great panel presentations, and they're already setting up some for the reception tonight. So we're going to have lots of time to network and continue these great conversations across the region. So, one thing I wanted us to say that resolution you saw, if you want copies of that, let us know back at the back table, and we'll make sure that gets to you. Petersburg's already taking that and putting it onto their assembly agenda for next week. So to have as many communities as possible adopt something similar to that. And once again, I want to thank all of our sponsors. You see them on the board here, plus the Cruise Line Industry Association. We really appreciate that is how we were able to keep our registrations low so that we can get the maximum participation out of our rural communities. So Thank you, one and all. So this next panel is kind of exciting, and they're going to share kind of exciting. That Barb says, "Yeah, get me started." So this whole One USDA, it takes a team to tackle Keith Perkins and balance him out. So we're really glad to have the state director. And the One USA, is Sammy in here too? I saw her earlier. Not sneaking up from behind me. So again, the bios for each of our accomplished speakers over these 3 days, they're on that QR code that's on your tables. We're going to do a deeper dive and see about their long and storied careers that have led them to this moment. Yes, each of you adds a great dimension. I'm not going to talk any more about it because we're just going to hear from them and talk and listen to some of the great resources they are, and then you'll be able to this evening and tomorrow network with them as well. So in no particular order, but since we have the state director from the USDA Rural Development here, I'm going to let you all just kind of work your way down this way. And she has decided that we're going to go the other way, but we're going to first hear from on high. And do we have Shirley Kelly here from EDA? EDA has been one of our enabling agencies, as actually all of these here had a role to play in a sizable investments in Southeast Alaska, and we really appreciate that. Of course, EDA is the one that awarded the Mariculture cluster funds as well as the planning grants that we use. They also support the work at the National Association of Development Organizations, which is Carrie and Bert. Remember, you can raise their hands. They're going to be helping us on a transportation project in the region, and you can hear a little bit about that tomorrow. I'm waiting for Shirley Kelly to come up there and an opportunity just to demonstrate my capacity to keep on talking. But there's like 450 organizations like Southeast Conference Economic Development Districts. Where is Shirley Marquardt? I saw her in the room just a moment ago. But she was the executive director for Swampsea, the Far West one, and then we've got Cape Head and Pennsylvania Sound in between that are each of the four of us are economic development districts. 450 of those across the country. Most of them belong to NATO, and there's Keith Perkins in his position, touchdown, but he's a basketball ref, so I'm not sure how that works, but that's great. Yes. So while we're struggling to get Shirley Kelly in, because that seems like it's going to be a couple minutes. Team, IT.
I am unmuted now.
Okay, we got audio, so let's crank that up so we can hear from Shirley. Shirley, we can hear you. So go for it. Welcome.
So do you have my slides?
We are looking for your slides. The first one is up. So yes, and just say next slide and they will take care of it. So go ahead.
Okay, so next slide, and this is about our mission. I'm going to be really quick because we don't have very much time. But the reason why we provide funding is so your region can grow and be successful in the worldwide economy. Next slide. So the pink region is the Seattle region, and we cover the west coast of Alaska, the west coast of the United States and Alaska, Hawaii, and the Pacific Islands. Next slide. So the FY 2023 appropriations from Congress we received last month, $752.5 million in technology and innovation, $500 million in a disaster supplement, and we have an increase on our annual funding. We usually get $300 million. They gave us $363.5 million for a total of $1.6 billion and some change. Next slide. And so these are the programs that are available under the Technology and Innovation Act. Regional innovation hubs, there's $500 million, and you'll need to go to that link at the bottom of the slide to learn more about the the different programs that we have in the technology and innovation. There's 200 million in the Recompete pilot program and 50 million in the Build to Scale program and 2.5 million in the STEM apprenticeship program. Next slide. So this is our disaster supplement. There's 500 million in that program for infrastructure and long-term economic recovery efforts. And Southeast received one disaster declaration. And if you go to the FEMA website under disaster declarations, look for 4585. That is the area of Southeast that can make applications to the disaster supplement. Next slide. So our regular programs, 363.5 million is for our planning partnership program and technical assistance, public works, economic adjustment assistance, and the RLF program. Next slide. So when you're thinking about EDA money, make sure that you read the correct NOFO that you are going to be applying for, because the proposed project needs to align with that NOFO. Look at the EDA investment priorities, and they can be found on our EDA website, eda.gov. But most importantly, think about the number of private sector jobs that will be created and how your project is going to attract private investment to the region. And also look at your beautiful SEDS that was sent to EDA this year. It's a new 5-year SEDS. The project needs to align with the SEDS document. And the last slide is, and this is the reason I wasn't able to come. I had previous engagements, but I am in the process of moving from the Peterson Tower to the old federal building on 4th Avenue. I no longer have a landline, so you will have to use my 206 number. It's a cell number, but my EDA email address has stayed the same. So if you want to contact me about any of the EDA funding, please feel free to call me or email me, and I will respond to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Shirley. Hi, I'm Jocelyn Fenton, the Director of Programs for the Denali Commission. We are a small independent federal agency established in 1998. So coming up on 25 years of projects here in Alaska. We focus on infrastructure and workforce development to support a stronger economy. So a lot of the same buzzwords that we're hearing this morning, Denali Commission works on. When looking at this panel and what Robert was asking us to speak about, I really wanted to bring out the federal partnership aspect of what the Denali Commission does. From a headquarters in DC level, we work with the Arctic Executive Steering Committee and the Arctic Resilience Working Group that's focused on communities facing environmental threats, such as permafrost thaw, erosion, and flooding. We've worked with the Coastal Resilience Interagency Working Group with their community-driven relocation subcommittee that are also working on those types of pilot programs for relocating villages or doing a managed retreat or protect in place type situation. You can see those are hot topics these days. We also work with the White House Infrastructure Implementation Team and the Executive Office of the President and OMB. It's pretty unique that you have a Alaska-based agency that has access to some of these DC decision makers. And because of that, we do our very best to be the voice for Alaska understanding Alaska's cultures, climate, and challenging logistics, things like that. But thankfully, we have energized and ambitious local working groups, such as Southeast Conference and all of the wonderful speakers that you've heard from today and we'll hear from over the next couple of days. You know, shout out to Alaska Municipal League, Alaska Federation of Natives, the Governor's Office, so many partners. I can't list them all in a short amount of time that we have. But I wanted to speak about what programs that we focus through those partnerships and the working groups that we work with. So we've got energy and bulk fuel, you know, working with Department of Energy programs, AEA, AVEC, ANTHC, Southeast Conference, Forest Service, USDA, RUS, the Coast Guard, it's so many to name. We have our transportation program. We've got our transportation working group. We work closely with the state, Western Federal Lands, other, you know, federal DOT and MARAD. We did receive an additional appropriation for $20 million in fiscal year 23. $15 million for surface transportation and $5 million for waterfront improvements. And that will be coming out in a FOA, a funding opportunity request or funding opportunity announcement, hopefully published on Friday. We're having some tough conversations with OMB on, we wanted to publish today, so it hopefully will be Friday. We coordinate with broadband and tribal spectrum, water and sanitation partnerships with Indian Health Service, EPA, Department of Environmental Conservation, and Village Safe Water. We work on housing working groups and other pilot programs, and workforce and economic development, doing regional coordination. We just did a workforce development summit in Nome for infrastructure, training, jobs, housing needs, all associated with the expansion of the region with the Nome port going in, the deep water port up there. The point is to make the most of all of these federal funds that are coming into the state. We need to communicate the opportunities that are coming down the line. We need to advocate that programs fit Alaska and our unique landscape. And we need to make training and technical assistance available for those that are ready to work. Some of the things that make us unique, we have some special tools allowed to us. We have broad authority, like all those programs I just mentioned. We can work in pretty much any element or discipline in Alaska other than defense. You know, if you have a project in rural Alaska, the Denali Commission has the authority to work on that project with you. Our funds are no-year funds that avoids an end-of-year, end-of-fiscal year sweep like some other federal agencies have. They have expiring funds, and we can bank those funds for an intended purpose. We can take transfers from other agencies, from the state of Alaska, and from private institutes or philanthropic organizations to also create that capital stack for those long-term infrastructure projects. And lastly, our funds can be used as non-federal match to other federal funds, much like state funds, and that comes in really handy. These tools allow us to participate in great projects like planning and design, some environmental work, pilot programs or strategic housing market analyses, or things like the Angune, subdivision road access, or some of their harbor improvements that we're working on. Reconnect grants for broadband that we've partnered with Southeast Conference on. Alaska Municipal League with technical assistance, and we have a grant pending for the Tribal State Small Business Credit Initiative, that Tribal SSBCI, that's really exciting. Also the biomass pellet mill right outside of Ketchikan, and this little thing that you may have heard of, the Alaska Mariculture Cluster. So in closing, and we're doing great on time so far, so I'm hoping we have time for questions, but pull me aside, talk my ear off, tell me what you have going on. The Denali Commission's all about hog tying federal funding. for all the opportunities. And we have a funding opportunity announcement coming out, hopefully by the end of the week, for just over $30 million, and it will be on grants.gov. Thanks.
Tough crowd. Thanks for hanging in there. It's been a long day, but there's so much good information that's shared at these meetings, so really appreciate Southeast Conference hosting their mid-session summit as well as their annual meeting. My name is Samia Savell. I work for the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service. Some of you may be familiar with us. We used to be called the Soil Conservation Service. I kind of always think, I was threatened within my own mind to set this all to music so that I can kind of hum a little tune and tell you guys, because a lot of people are not familiar with NRCS in Alaska, but we are charged with working with America's farmers and ranchers and forest landowners and helping them conserve natural resources as they pursue their agricultural production goals. So most of our programs are tailored to the lower 48 and what you typically think of when you think of a farmer. It's a person on a tractor in a cornfield. In Southeast Alaska and elsewhere throughout the state, we have a variety of different ways of producing and gathering food on the landscape. And particularly in Southeast Alaska, we have a lot of small scale agriculture. We're seeing a lot more mariculture coming online. So we really work within the state of Alaska to sort of bend and stretch our typical programs, which are written for some very conventional scenarios, to make them work for Alaskans. Nationwide, we have seen an increase in funding and support for conservation on America's agricultural and forest lands for several years now, and a recognition of a growing need for assistance in urban landscapes, which might initially sound like it doesn't work in Alaska, but actually, and especially in Southeast Alaska, communities have a lot of the same sort of issues with food production that are seen in much more urban landscapes in the lower 48. We have a limited amount of land. We typically have food deserts. We have tough access to fresh food. And so all those things sort of conspire to create a very similar set of circumstances that we normally see in a more urban landscape. So right now, the national level, there is a request for proposals, a grant program that has been announced. It's called the Urban Agriculture and Innovative Production Program. And I urge you, if you're interested and within your communities, to spread the word about that program, where it's not a ton of money. It's $7.5 million nationwide, but it is available even to constituents that typically are not eligible for USDA programs, and that includes school districts and local municipal governments. And that is a huge change to some of the more typical program extension that we see. Statewide, I've been working for NRCS now for 20 years. I can't even believe I can say something like that at this point, but we've seen an increase in the program funding from about 400,000 statewide, which we thought was like a huge amount of money for conservation in about 2006 when I first started working with programs for NRCS in the state, to now almost $10 million a year that goes towards our conservation programs. And those are typically funded through contracts directly with landowners who are engaged in some sort of agricultural production, with a very broad view of that term to include managing the landscape for the production of subsistence and traditional foods, so moose production, deer production. So a lot of the work that is done by NRCS in Southeast Alaska includes working with those native corporation and landowners that are currently managing young growth areas for deer and other subsistence and traditional foods on the landscape for the benefit of rural communities and their shareholders in the interim until there is a future opportunity for timber harvest again on the landscape. Also doing a lot of fish passage work on, again, on infrastructure that is on working forest lands to ensure that we have salmon for the future for our traditional subsistence use, but also, of course, for commercial and sport uses. In Southeast Alaska, since about 2010, NRCS has been able to fund between $2 and $3 million a year in conservation projects everywhere from Metlakatla to Yakutat and a variety of different communities, again, including everything from young growth forest management to fish passage and fish habitat projects, as well as small-scale agricultural project support, high tunnels, nutrient management, irrigation system design, and even composting systems. We do that with hand in hand with the landowners that we work with, and it's a huge credit. I'm always amazed at the innovation and tenacity of people in Southeast Alaska across the board, but especially people who are trying to grow and produce food in this region. There are a ton of challenges to doing that, and I learn something new every time I work with a landowner or a land manager in Southeast. So we capitalize a lot on our partnerships, and that's partnerships with tribes, with communities, with our landowners, with local food co-ops, everything under the sun, including our fellow USDA agencies. You see what I'm doing here? Pass it along. With the announcement of the Southeast Alaska Sustainability Strategy, there's just been this renewed commitment to coordinating, communicating, and trying to help sort of bridge the gaps that might normally appear between agencies, and just really reinvigorating our relationships and trying to capitalize on each other's strengths. And so I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic off to Barb Miranda to talk to you a little bit more about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Samia. It is just a pleasure to be up here in front of Southeast Conference on behalf of the Forest Service. Dave Schmidt, the regional forester, couldn't be here today because he's in Anchorage at the Federal Subsistence Board. And Frank Sherman, the Tongass National Forester supervisor, promises to join us tomorrow, weather permitting, as we all know. And it's just I'm Barb Miranda, and I have had the honor of channeling Kiehl a little bit and being the SAS program manager and actually having the opportunity to distribute that $25 million investment along with this wonderful group of USDA agencies and all the organizations, partners, tribal entities that we worked with over the last year to get about 70 projects, 32 organizations, and $25 million distributed out there for locally led, locally driven projects. It was an honor of a lifetime, so thank you, everybody, for letting me be involved in that. I wanted to provide a little bit of a review of what's going on with other investments that the Forest Service is making in Southeast Alaska. So just some quick bullet items and some things that are coming up, and then talk about the course ahead. So we have, it was mentioned earlier, a cabin investment that's coming from the infrastructure dollars. It's about $14 million that has been distributed to the National Forest Foundation, who matched it with $3.7 million additional dollars for cabin recreation infrastructure in Alaska. So you'll be hearing more about that. It's pretty exciting to be investing that much money in recreation infrastructure. A similar project that's in a public comment period right now that's near and dear to my heart is the Mendenhall Glacier Recreation Area. The supplemental environmental impact statement is out for adding some capacity and infrastructure to that area to serve the tourism industry and our local folks that love that place as it is in our backyard. So the public comment period for that is open until February 21st, so make sure you get your comments in. There's also expected to be the supplemental draft EIS for Hecla Greens Creek is coming out for public comment, 45-day comment period at the end of February, so keep your eyes on that. And then just real quick, I know we don't have a whole lot of time and I want to pass it off to my partners here in rural development. But we're looking ahead, the Tongass is really looking ahead at the sustainability strategies next phase, which is forest management, integrated forest management. How can the Tongass remain a working forest for all of us that live here and for all of the things that sustain us and sustain a prosperous Southeast Alaska? And when I talk about prosperity, I'm not just talking about economics, I'm talking about ecological prosperity and cultural prosperity as well. So really looking forward to working with the Tongass team has been digging in for the last 9 months to work through some internal cultural shifts that have to happen for integrated forest management and for transitioning to second growth timber. I mean, there's a lot to it. And we are looking forward to this next phase, which is going to be happening this spring, is really engaging with all of you again, all of our partners across Southeast, to ask you how to proceed in a way that really supports local tribes, local communities in managing our forests for the future. With that, I'm going to pass it on.
Woo! Keep working! You need to sit down right now. Oh, by the way, hi. So, for those of you that don't know me, Keith Perkins, Rural Development. Most of you guys have been stuck with me for about 27 years now. And so we're kind of tag teaming this because I kind of smile and I'll try and keep my stuff short because I'm enjoying probably the busiest ever state director for my agency in my 27 years, who actually is from rural Alaska and is working hard inside rural Alaska. And I think that's fun stuff I want you guys to hear. But for me, I actually wrote a phrase as I was listening to everything, because you guys have heard me talk before, number-wise. But I want you to smile at the person who's taking pictures of us. Emily, please wait. She is our new employee, 2 days old, Emily Marr. Who will be working with me here in Southeast Alaska as a community planner. And trust me, she is a perfect fit for what we're hoping to accomplish here in Southeast Alaska. So I want you to take some time to get to know her. Kind of a rough voice right now, but that's what happens when you play hockey and you win. So you'll hear that from her. So I'm just gonna hit some highlights here, because what I always smile about for me is I look around this room and I see plenty of projects that we have financed or funded over the course of 27 years across Southeast Alaska. And some of them have been pretty cool. I still love seeing 10 ambulances sitting to get on a barge in Bellingham to come up to the villages, kinds of stuff, or the Haynesboro Library, or all the water and sewer pipes we've got in Wrangell, and all these fun things that we do get to do, helping finance business development. We're helping get business stabilized and moving forward with our programs, because 45 plus programs is a hard thing to try and track. How did we do? So I'm gonna give you some quick numbers about how did we do this last year. And I'm just gonna, we will post this, we'll give this to the Southeast Conference staff so you can get a flavor of the type of activity we get involved in inside a community. But as far as the private sector goes, we help facilitate business development by making grants to cities, tribes, nonprofits. So in that world, we funded 2 grants for about $60,000. We also don't have a whole lot of grant money that we're going to give directly to businesses, but we have narrow bandwidths that we can help private sector business with grant money. And that's our renewable energy,
for America program, the REAP, where we can do energy efficiency, energy improvements, and also a value-added development grant. And we made a couple of those here in Southeast Alaska. That was another $150,000 that we put on the table. The flagship program, when we work with private sector, is partnering with banks. We do loan guarantees that we cover a bank's risk by 90% to help them make loans to you guys. And in this last year, this flagship program just in Southeast Alaska did over $45 million worth of business, working with banks to help facilitate private sector development. But we don't stop there, because you guys need high-speed internet, that type of infrastructure. In our rural utilities programs, we made 2 grants to, I think both of those this year were to Alaska Power and Telephone, AT&T. We made 2 grants, and that was $62 million in addition to the money we've already put on the table in the last 4 years through folks like AT&T, all to try and figure out how to help improving the high-speed internet access for rural communities here in Southeast Alaska. But guess what? We still got to, you guys still need water and sewer and electric just in the local communities. And we did another round of grants through our, everybody here knows the state program, Village Safe Water. Well, we're one of the federal partners to Village Safe Water. We call it the Rural Village Grant Program from our side of it. But we work with smaller communities to help put their water and sewer pipes in. And we did 3 more of those here for about $850,000 here in Southeast Alaska. And down in Prince of Wales, you guys have had a lot of rain the last few years. And there are a couple of dams that got breached. And so our emergency community water grant program is now working down on Heidelberg with about just under 800 people down there. And the one that is kind of near and dear to my heart, and I kind of smiled at our PIC's note to me, because I don't know that she knows my history with the Sitka Sound Science Center. With my state director at the time, I actually was working with Sheldon Jackson College to try and help keep it open. That didn't work, so what do you do with the infrastructure? I'm helping with that. And then one of the things that survived, that waterfront building called the Sage Building, and it's now the Sitka Sound Science Center. And it became a nonprofit in like 5 seconds in order to keep going and doing what they do. I'm smiling that we actually got a line item appropriation for them to reset themselves physically at their physical plant. And I think that number is $840,000 for Sitka Sound Science Center to help make things happen. That's just a quick hit for what we're up to. All told, here in Southeast Alaska, this agency, by the way, when I started working with this agency, we had 45 employees, of which a lot of them were in the state office processing all these applications. We're about 25 today. But guess what we did this year? Just here in Southeast Alaska, $65 million in grant awards and $44 million in loan guarantees for the private sector opportunities. So it's a busy entity. I love what I do. I love that we now have Emma on board helping us get good stuff done here in Southeast Alaska. And you need to stay in your seat back there. I don't want you ever to stand up and talk back at me, okay? With that, I'm gonna turn this mic over to my state director.
Hello, everybody. I have about 60 seconds. So I'm Hnilicka. I am a rural kid. I grew up in Nenana, and I actually got my degree from UAF and my master's in rural development. I saw you, President Pinney, so I wanted to give you a shout out. Yeah. So I've been really, really fortunate. I am thrilled to be here. I've been down to Southeast so very many times since I came on just under a year ago, and that has been because of the sustainability strategy project that we've been working on. We're also really thrilled. So as Keith mentioned, we have Emma on board, but she is also going to be rolled into a much larger initiative that the Biden administration is putting forward called Rural Partners Network. We all know that Southeast is really, really savvy, and this conference, it really shows the strong bonds that you have, and I witness that every time that I travel around Southeast. But we all know that some of our rural communities are still struggling to access to get financial or technical assistance from a lot of our federal agencies. So the Rural Partners Network, Alaska is part of Cohort 2, which we're really thrilled about because this is going to put regional liaisons around Alaska who will be able to help our communities who do not have the capacity to be able to research all the federal monies that are in existence.
So they will be liaisons to those communities, and they will have partnerships within 20 different federal agencies. And so what that means is when your community is looking for money, they can call somebody at rural development, and that person is dedicated to talking to the other federal agencies or putting you in touch to be able to find out if those monies are suitable for you. And that is also a big mission at rural development, is helping to game the system. We know that the system is not built for our rural communities, so we want to make sure that you are aware of that. I will be here tomorrow as well. Please come ask me as many questions as you can. The other thing that I want to mention, it was already mentioned by Keith, but our Rural Energy for America program, when the Biden administration passed the Inflation Reduction Act, this increased this very, very popular program that is actually utilized here in Southeast and across other parts of Alaska. And it could mean installing solar panels at a shop, or installing refrigeration at a seafood processing facility. We've even had fishing vessels use this Rural Energy for America program. So what the Inflation Reduction Act did is it pumped this program up. And now what can increase the federal grant share from 25% of that project to 40% of that project. And it also means that applicants who submitted their applications prior to October 31st this year and who were accepted are able to get that bump up as well. So if you know anybody who was, and I'm sure Keith has been reaching out to people to let them know. This also means that the total project eligibility cost has now gone up from $250,000 to $500,000 for energy efficiency, and from $500,000 to $1 million for renewable energy systems. So please come grab us, learn more about the Rural Energy for America program. The last thing that I really want to quickly touch on is recreation economies. I have learned so much about the capacity for tourism here in Southeast, and the good kind. Rural development, the National Institute for Food and Agriculture and Forest Service are developing an annual plan to expand economic recreation in communities surrounding America's national forests. So this plan will outline the way our agencies partner to conduct outreach, host informational sessions and workshops, and to help develop toolkits. The biggest part of this is that particular emphasis of this program is going to be on creating welcoming, sustainable, and equitable recreation opportunities for all Americans with a focus towards underserved and tribal communities. I think that these three programs are really the things that you need to be tracking at USDA Rural Development. All across our one USDA family, we are working really hard to deliver programs, and we always need your feedback. That is one thing that is really exciting about this opportunity with the Rural Partners Network, is it's not just for us to reach out to you, but for you to reach out to us and tell us how we can do better. The Biden administration has had an unprecedented amount of access to feedback loops, and we are working really, really hard to make sure that we're changing the programs so we can actually access the people that they're built for. Thank you so much for your time. Gunolchish, Hawa, Anabasi. We really appreciate being here. And Robert, next time we definitely need more time.
The resources that are gathered at this table, I don't have to remind you, but if you're wise, you won't get what? Not working?
No.
Does this one work?
I will not be defeated. Okay. The resources that are at this table, they're all yours for a day and a half. So be wise, be diligent, be savvy. You've been given a charge. But the broadband that was mentioned, also Gustavus got one of those grants this past year, thanks in part to support from the Denali Commission. The way these agencies are able to leverage opportunity on our behalf in our communities is pretty unique and amazing. So any questions, please talk to them, talk to us. We're honored to be a part of the team here. So as President Pitney and Chancellor Carey come forward, would you please welcome our panel one more time and thank them for all they do for us. It's been a while, Sam. I think, I'm not sure how many, well, yeah, we don't count the years anymore, but yeah. That's amazing. I do that on your behalf. But I think that's part of the benefit of some of the institutional opportunities that we have with some of these old timers like Mr. Perkins coming on board and staying here forever. Excuse me, yes. So please come on up. Many people probably, I'm not sure how well known it is that Chancellor Carey is actually going to try retirement. But there's been so many good things that have happened on her shift that I know she's proud of her tenure, and we certainly appreciate that. But you're going to have a few words to say and then introduce President Pitney. So please, the mic is yours. This one seems to work.
Thank you. I'm Karen Carey. I'm the Chancellor at the University of Alaska Southeast. I have been Chancellor there since 2020. And if you remember what was going on in 2020, we had the compact, we had the COVID, and we had the, they were going to combine us with UAF. And we have come so far. We're finally in a stable place. UAS is growing. We have a great spring class, and we're just real excited to finally feel like we're in a stable place. And I will tell you, we would not be in a stable place if it wasn't for this lady right here. She has made all the difference for the University of Alaska, and I cannot thank her enough. And I would ask you to give Pat Pitney a round of applause, please.
Karen is too kind, but it was day 3 when I came in as president. Put this on here. You know, when I moved down to take the Office of Management and Budget job, I didn't know that I would embrace Southeast like I did. You know, I was a proud Fairbanks resident, and then I moved here, and the first couple of days, months, I'd have to drive all the way out the road to drive, one, and number two, to be able to have a view shed that was far enough away that I wasn't claustrophobic. You know, 4 years later, I go away to Montana to be with my folks. My dad was ailing, and I was there for a few months, and I was like, oh my God, I gotta get home. And home was, you know, and so I went in 4 years from being hardcore interior person to, man, I love Juneau. And I still love Juneau, even in the sloppy rain that we've had today. I love the mountains out my back door. I love the ocean in front of me. It's a deep sense of place for me, but the university, whether it's UAF in the interior, whether it's UAA in the South Central, or whether it's UAS down here in the Southeast, it's how we make our future. We have 92% of the people who go to college or go to post-secondary education in the state go somewhere in the University of Alaska system. 80% of our graduates go to work. We are the workforce engine, and we're focused on what's important to the state here in the Southeast. You know, love our partnerships with the Southeast Conference on Mariculture. I mean, that is an industry that is tiny today, but in 10 years from now, what is it gonna look like? How are we gonna leverage that industry as we go forward? I see somebody in charge of that over there. And, but we're proud of the partnerships we have there in the workforce area and look forward to the research. But you look at mining and the partnerships we have with the 2 mines here in town. And I think, you know, Southeast gets mining. But as a nation, It's an imperative that we mine. The only way we get to a green economy is that we have the strategic minerals and metals to put in the batteries, to put in the components. If we're not mining, we cannot get to our green economy goals. And why wouldn't you want to mine in the place that does it the best? We have the highest environmental standards in the US, let alone the rest of the world. Wouldn't you rather have, you know, copper from here than the Congo or cobalt from here rather than China? We do it cleaner. If we're worried about the climate and the globe, do it where the standards are high. And so I think that's an important thing, but Southeast and their mining pieces there. And I think tourism is going to really emerge. As we go forward, I'm hoping that we build more partnerships in the tourism and the hospitality. I think our current programs have a lot to offer, but I think we can grow programs. And it's taken the stability to get there. So Robert said he wanted to hear a little bit about the land grant. So we had great news about a month ago now, maybe just more than a month ago. Senator Murkowski was able to get a federal provision in that will allow us to finally get a land grant for the university. So we have the largest state and the smallest land grant. We got 110,000 acres in an original land grant. This particular piece of legislation is a first step. It allows the university to get 360,000 more acres in its land grant from the state selection of land that has not yet been conveyed. So they have about 5 million acres that the federal government owes the state that has been selected but not yet conveyed. What this provision does is allows the university to have 360,000 of that 5 million acres that can go directly from the federal government to the university as part of our land grant. Now that will put us at just over 500,000 acres. For kind of context, Mental Health Trust has 1 million acres. And for another context, Texas has 2 million acres. So a little bit different, but certainly better. By the time we agree with DNR on the land to be conveyed, we get BLM to transfer that land 5, 6, 7 years. Then we can start monetizing the land. So this isn't something that's gonna turn it over right now, but it will provide the tipping point revenue that we need in the future. It's the biggest thing I tell people is it's gonna take us time. So it's not money in the bank today, but it is an opportunity for more stability in the future that is so important. Right now, we use the proceeds from our land grant to fund the UA Scholars Program. It would allow us to expand that program in the future and expand other workforce programs that are out there. I think with that, I just want to say, you know, through our 3 universities, and I'm proud of all 3. I'm a graduate of UAF, but I have a daughter that graduated from UAA and a son who graduated from UAS. Across our system, our 3 universities cover just about every program you would need. Every university does every program, but each university will meet the students where they are and connect them to where they can best meet their educational goals. We talked a little bit about enrollment. So our enrollment has not in total gotten over the hump, but our first-time students last fall and this spring for the first time in 8 years is increasing. And if we can continue to having those new incoming classes increasing, we're gonna build that enrollment pipeline that we saw in the past. And I'm excited about our future and excited about Southeast's future in so many different areas and look forward to continuing to partner. So thanks.
This mic work? Like it, no? This mic? Yes. You have a yes? How's that? You hear me okay? So, one of the things I think that is so exciting, and we're excited to have the university part of the Mariculture cluster as well. And there's just so many partnership opportunities. But I think just the confidence that you and Chancellor Carey have brought to the university, here has resonated so well through our own membership, which has always been strong. We were nobody more insulted by the idea of absorbing the Southeast campus into something else in our membership. And normally we have our scholarship auction each fall, and we had one a couple of times ago. People asked me, "Why do you have these odd ties that you're wearing?" That's because Senator Kiehl thought I needed more ties, and so he said he was going to donate $50 for every tie that Robert got, as long as Robert wore them and brought them to each of the meetings. And so, well, you guys, you heard him hard, because I got the whole collection here, and he had to really put up with it. But this last year, you guys went way over and beyond. Lacey, if you want to take this check for a presentation, you all are so incredibly amazing. Normally was $17,000 to $20,000, which is very generous. This last year, there was a whopping check for $40,000.
To let Chancellor Carey talk a little bit about how UAS invests these funds in this region. But I also want to extend my hearty thanks to Karen Carey, who like me was interim in mid-COVID or beginning of COVID. And she has brought that leadership that we absolutely needed. I'm in the process of interviewing chancellor candidates, and I have to say we have 5 great candidates. 2 are local, 3 are from Alaska, and 2 are from the not Midwest, but Western states, and in similar size and scope regional universities. So I think we have 5 candidates that I think everybody would be excited. And if you haven't been part of the search, it's all out there. But I wanted to give Karen a chance to talk about how she'll invest in this part. And thank you so much for this generous contribution.
So I don't know if the bank will take this check. I was going to take it right over and have it deposited. We use these funds for scholarships for our students. And our students, Southeast Conference has done more for UAS than just about any group I can think of. They're always so supportive. As I said, we use this money for scholarships for our students. Many of our students really need assistance. It's in a meeting today where we're talking about perhaps giving students a little more. Usually we give students about $1,000. Thinking about their needs right now, thinking about raising that in most of our scholarships to $1,500 or $2,000 when we give them a scholarship. Education just keeps getting more expensive. But you have done so much, and I really hope, Robert, that I can continue to come to Southeast Conference, even though I won't be representing UAS. I will tell you, the first time I ever came to Southeast Conference, I was brand new to Alaska, and I learned so much about Alaska and Southeast, and it was just great. So I appreciate everything you've done for us. Thanks.
Thank you all. So now, as our final speaker of the day. So here's the thing, we don't do bios, you can do the QR code. Let me tell you a quick little story while Larry comes up. I was introducing Senator Kukesh. That's not about you, Larry. I was introducing Senator Kukesh at one point, about halfway through his storied career. And I did the traditional introduction of everything he had done in this accomplishment. He got the first words out of his mouth is like, when your introduction is longer than your speech, it's probably time to retire. Well, we don't want you to retire. So I quit giving introductory speeches. So, because Larry would qualify. But so please welcome Larry personally.
Does this, okay, this works. The hell with that. So I'm mostly a journalist, and I've always wanted to say these words. This just in. Leading tonight's newscast, the revelation some unrespected bloggers today are reporting, and of course unrespected bloggers are all bloggers. They're reporting a new surprise on the resume of New York Congressman George Santos. He once worked in public relations for Anchorage Mayor Bronson. No. But you gotta admit, that actually is a resume embellishment that is plausible, given the mayor's problems. You know, it's the right of every Southeasterner to make fun of Anchorage. Yeah, I think it's in the Constitution right there somewhere. So back to reality, we'll exclude we'll exclude Anchorage's municipal government from reality. Alaska's constantly changing. We know that, we see it out the windows, we read about glaciers retreat, coastal erosion, rivers carve new channels, salmon runs seemingly disappear after generations of being there. And in a financial, but not a geological change, the federal government is carving out $284 million for the Alaska Marine Highway System this year. And actually, it wasn't the government, it was Senator Murkowski, but you got the idea, it doesn't really matter whose name is on the check. That much money is the equivalent of the earth moving when you think about the ferry system and the hole it's been dug into the last 4 years. But as the senator said at a press conference last week, talking about the 284 million, the opportunities, she said, don't mess it up, which is wise advice, right? We have a history in Alaska of messing things up, not solving our problems. And you can look at, you know, in Alaska just recently, we haven't solved the problem of public school funding, ferry system funding, what to do about the dividend, long-term fiscal plan, public employee retirement, state's long-term fiscal future. We have more elected officials who have memorized the words fiscal responsibility and can't bring themselves to say the word taxes or smaller dividends. This legislation, getting to the point of say, is not going to be any different. It's going to be that same inability to solve real problems. No offense to the Southeast legislators who are here today or are going to be here tomorrow. You know, Senator Murkowski knows well our inability to ever solve anything. She was part, and I'm talking about the legislature here, she was part of the State House Fiscal Policy Caucus in 2001, 2002, when she was a member of the legislature. They tried to pass a broad-based tax. They actually passed one in the House. Senate didn't even want to hear it. You know, she knew then that we were having this problem, and 20 years later, we're still talking about the same things, and we're now starting in we're third week legislative session. 1/3 of the Alaska legislature are freshmen. It was all new to them. It's good in that they should have an open mind, but it also means there's not going to be a way in this session, this year, to get enough information into those open minds to come up with some good solutions. So I think this will be another year where we say, well, we got a budget done, we set a dividend amount, the rest can all wait. You know, I've been watching the Capitol for more than 40 years, and I will say I haven't had to learn anything new because we haven't solved anything in 40 years. Groundhog Day, if you're a political commentator. Every year, oh, what are we going to do this session? What are going to be the issues? What are going to be the personalities? Look, I think raising the base student allocation, state aid to school funding, that is going to be a key issue this year. They've all said it. It's essentially, the state funding rate essentially has been frozen in time since Bitcoins came around, which is sad if you happen to have invested in Bitcoins. I'm sorry. You should have invested in something else, but yes. Education supporters are pushing for at least a 14% increase in state foundation funding for public education. That's shy of just $200 million a year. But the way many legislators are going to look at it is, oh, that's about $265 on each permanent fund dividend. That's what the vote's going to come down to. So I'll get back to that. There's a growing consensus among legislators that they need to do something about public schools. I expect some increase will pass this year. It's too much pressure, particularly the votes are in Anchorage and the school closings are in Anchorage. And that will drive many of those legislators to approve something. So it's kind of comforting to know they don't care how much you suffered, but when Anchorage stubs its toe, they got to call the ER. And that's kind of where we are politically. How much? It's not going to be 14%. There's just not the political will to do that. Doesn't matter how righteous it is, how much it's needed, how much it's deserved, how much good it would do for schools. I think particularly in the House majority, there just aren't the votes for 14%. Also, you've got a lot of members, particularly in the House majority, that any discussion of increased state funding for schools, they talk about accountability and test scores and teacher salaries. And then privately, they grumble about public employee unions and teachers unions. But that's going to be a hurdle to overcome, but not going to get to 14%. I think the final number in great part will be decided by that House-led Republican-led House majority. They're going to decide what comes to the floor and what level it is. There's a limit as to how much the moderate state Senate can save us. They can stop things from happening, but they can't get it passed without House consent. The governor could help on school funding, certainly, but he really isn't doing much. He says he's open to the discussion, refuses to give a number as to where he would like to start the discussion. Didn't really talk about it in his State of the State. Wasn't a central point. He just seems more focused at the moment at getting more money to rack up more lawsuits to sue the federal government over a wide range of issues. He sues the federal government more often than football fans blame the referees for bad calls. It's the reaction to everything. We're going to go sue. So, and some of my friends are lawyers, so I'll give you that caveat. As far as how this great funding debate of this year is going to end, I think aside from the politics of it, it's going to come down to the price of oil. If oil is high enough that they can pay a dividend of $2,000 or more and give some money to schools at the same time, I think the votes will be there. And so I'm going to give you my prediction. I think oil is going to bail us out again. I'm expecting oil in the 90s range per barrel for much of 2023. I expect global demand will increase. China is revving up its economy. They got out of their net zero COVID lockdowns, decided a few deaths were collateral damage to restarting the economy. So China is revving up its engines, taking in more crude oil, producing more. It looks like the recession in the US and Europe is not going to be as bad as people thought. More energy demand. In terms of supply, Russia is being squeezed by sanctions. And what we're going to see starting this month, new sanctions on Russian diesel. And where that matters is Europe is really dependent, or has been really dependent on Russian diesel. So they still need the diesel they can't get from Russia. They'll go buy it from refiners in China and India, who will buy more crude oil to produce more diesel for Europe, which will drive up demand for crude. And we're going to have tight supply. So I think we're going to be okay on price. I think it should end up being high enough that, again, we can have some increase in school funding from the state and a dividend. You're not going to get a dividend of last year, which is what, $3,284. It's just, as Senator Stedman said, that's a check that'll bounce if you take it to the bank. But politically, it's got to be more than the long-term average the last decade of 1,500. It's going to have to be in the 2000s. But if oil gets in the 90s, you can do that in schools. It is not. There's no way the legislature is going to approve a dividend in the range of the $4,000 the governor requested in his budget. That's a lingering campaign message that someone forgot to edit out of his budget. And you just say, the election's over, you don't have to promise a big dividend, you got elected. But it was still in there. If you believe in a $4,000 dividend, you probably also believe we'll make billions of dollars promising not to log trees that we're going to never log anyhow, or that we're going to store carbon in the empty oil and gas reservoirs at Cook Inlet, which there's some of that being done around the world, but to produce the carbon to get to Cook Inlet, to inject underground, to sell the credits to make money, you got to build a $40 billion pipeline from the North Slope to get it down there, which sort of blows the economics of it. But aside from that, I think there is some potential in the years ahead. Carbon sequestration in kelp, particularly in Southeast, that's going to take years. As Senator Giessel said, this is complex, a lot of regulation, a lot of business, financial planning. This is going to take years. I think you're not going to see legislation this year, maybe next year, maybe even after that. So the dream of getting rich off carbon sequestration to bail ourselves out is just that, a dream. When it comes down to matching funds, that $284 million in federal money for the ferries requires about $105 million in state matching funds, some of which has already been appropriated last year. They're going to need to appropriate more. I don't think there's any question they will appropriate the money for the matching funds. No one is going to walk away from $284 million. The governor last year, and it was talked about earlier, wanted to take all that federal largesse, use it to run the ferry system, and stop spending state money on it. And the legislature shot down that idea, so I don't think he'll try it again this time. I think the Department of Transportation has gotten smarter, and they're trying to dig themselves out of the hole of the ferry system that they almost scuttled, but it's going to take years. A couple of political things that's going to be interesting to watch in the House Finance Committee. House Finance Committee has Representative Edgman from Dillingham and Representative Foster from Nome. They have moved over to the Republican-led majority because they wanted to get co-chairs of finance, and I get that. But I expect the Democratic minority, which has 4 members on the 11-member House Finance Committee, will introduce amendments to squeeze, budget amendments, spending amendments, to squeeze Foster and Edgman, to put them on the spot that may force them to vote for the Democratic amendments on issues that they support, which would then give the Democrats a victory on the budget and House Finance. Probably overturned on the floor, but if you're into political junkiness, or you're a political junkie, it'll be interesting to see if the Dillingham and Nome representatives in House Finance sort of get back with the small town people on some of the budget items or vote with the Republicans in that committee. I think some other issues to look at. A lot of talk this year about going back to the defined benefit program for public employees. The argument can be made very effectively that it has made it harder to recruit and retain workers, state, municipal, school districts. I don't think that's going to pass. There just isn't enough support among not just the House Republican majority, they're not really in favor of it. Even some of the senators are kind of like, well, gee, maybe what we did back in 2006, switching to defined contribution wasn't the best answer, but they're worried about the cost, the long-term price tag of going back to defined benefit. There's a couple compromises, I guess, if you will. The legislation that would, for police, state troopers, fire personnel, would put them back under defined benefit. So politically, okay, you don't want to give defined benefit to public employees in the state office building in Juneau, but everyone loves fire, police, troopers, so maybe just do them. That's possible. Maybe it little depends on the price of oil. I think it maybe also depends if the governor gets behind it and can round up votes in the House among Republicans. I think that will be the deciding factor. One other compromise I'm hearing from some people is, okay, if they can't get defined benefit for everyone, if they can't get it for troopers, fire, police, correctional officers, maybe the fallback compromise would be some sort of retention bonus payment system for public employees. This notion, and you see it a lot with private employers, I don't want to give you a raise and put it in my base salary, but I'll give you a bonus, because I don't have to necessarily give you a bonus the next year. I think that might be politically easier politically easier for many legislators. I'm not changing pay scale, I'm not changing retirement system, but I know it's hard to find and recruit people, so let's appropriate a bunch of money for retention and recruitment bonuses. I think that could happen. Constitutional spending limit, nah. A lot of headlines, a lot of hearings. There's just not enough support. It takes 2/3 majority in the House and the Senate to get any constitutional amendment on the ballot, be it a spending limit, be it a dividend, and constitutional amendments can only go on a general election ballot. So fighting about it this year is pointless, wouldn't go before voters till 2024 anyhow. So I think there'll be hearings for show, and then in 2024 they'll try it again, but I still don't see it. I think opponents of constitutional amendments were emboldened by how decidedly Alaskans voted against the Constitutional Convention in November. Biggest defeat ever. So that, I think, made it easier. People say, no, we don't want to screw with the Constitution. A couple other things. The ranked choice voting, which some would say was successful last year. The losers say it was not successful. A lot of people want to change it back. The state Senate majority has made it very clear they have no interest in messing with ranked choice voting. Also, if you think about it, the two loudest proponents at the moment to get legislation or a citizens initiative to repeal ranked choice voting, Sarah Palin and Kelly Tshibaka. The two people who have the least credibility with the state Senate. Those are the poster children, or the, I guess, opportunistic characters to get it. So ranked choice voting, I think, is here to stay. One other thing to watch is the House and Senate, different characteristics of the leadership of the majorities. So I think they're going to cancel each other out. The moderate positions that the Senate passes, House will have no interest in. The conservative positions that the House may pass, the Senate will have no interest in. So at the end of the day, 121 days, they'll pass a budget, they'll do some extra school funding, they may or may not 50-50 do something about public employees, and they'll set a dividend high enough that they go home and they don't get vilified for it. So I'm going to read one thing here. This will kind of set you a tone of maybe some of what you'll see in the State House. This is an opening statement read by Homer Republican Sarah Vance at the first meeting of the House Judiciary Committee, which she chairs. And she said, in sort of introducing herself and her approach to her members and the public, I ask myself the questions, talking about legislation they're going to consider. I ask myself the questions, is it liberty or is it social justice? Does it affirm the rule of law or the rule of man? Capitalism versus socialism? Individual rights versus collective rights? Does it preserve life or terminate it? These are the questions that I ask myself and I will use as a measure before I consider any piece of legislation, especially those that we consider in this committee. She also encouraged her members to read great law books. Makes sense? Judiciary Committee. Among the law books she cited was Leviticus. So with that, I'm happy to take questions. Just nothing about law books, because I have found in my life the law is constraining.
Wow. We don't have that much time, but we do have all night and some appropriate beverages to go along with those Bronson jokes.
Sometimes the public gets stuck with what they elected.
And on that note, what a day we've had today. We are very grateful. You want to anybody have a quick question you want to? We're still setting up for the reception. If you have a quick question, you're not going to find anybody that knows anymore or thinks they know anymore. Okay. Ready to tackle them individually, but no, we really do. We appreciate your insights, your commentary, and food for thought, if nothing else.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, who thought? Who thought? Thank you, Larry. Thank you.
I remember his thing last year. It was like, it was
For the day. Okay, oh, you know, I'm gonna get this thing right yet. Okay, thank you. So, some people give me the finger, says, you know, no, up. Okay, I'll get it. So, what a day. Tomorrow's gonna be even better. We're gonna kick the day off tomorrow with U.S. Representative Mary Peltola at 8. Breakfast, of course, will be starting earlier than that. So we have a great spread again from Smokehouse Catering. Please take a look at the sponsor list and thank all those that have been so instrumental in making these gatherings a success. And we really appreciate that. We're going to have a lot of folks coming down from the Hill, staff, as well as a few legislators. So if you see someone you haven't met, didn't know some in the room today, do reach out to them. They're our friends working hard on through the processes there on the issues that we do care about. So we want to take the time to mingle and mix and then give you a chance to scoot out and continue the networking on into the evening and help Mayor Weldon's cash register ring. So we're going to do our part for the community here. Is there anything else for the good of the order? When you see the reception officially starting, you can find a staff member who will give you a drink ticket. The first one is on Alaska Marine Lines. So thank you, Team AML. Appreciate that. And with that, I'm just going to cut you all loose and thank you for a great day hanging in with us. And now we can get a chance to breathe and enjoy the next couple hours together and appreciate the Breeze In catering this event. So we'll adjourn till morning.